Mei Shuiyan didn't think much of the illusory ocean of Blood's people. But, Jun Moxie was aware that his family wasn't strong enough to think this way. Therefore, he couldn't allow these men to leave since he had been presented with this excellent opportunity. After all, the genuine strength of the Jun family would be brought to light if these men were allowed to walk away. How could someone so evil allow that to happen? The best quality of an evil man is to kill his enemy when the latter is an ignorant and confused state of mind. But, wouldn't something like this also leave one to feel a sense of accomplishment as well? How can you be so hypocritical? The Snake King glared wide-eyed at him in displeasure. That sword attack of yours was extremely quick. In fact, it could easily be counted amongst the 3 fastest sword moves I can recall. Mei Shuiyan slowly raised her eyelids, and looked at Jun Moxie, but, you shouldn't have killed him. You really shouldn't have. Mei Shuiyan had been profoundly shocked by such a fierce sword attack. And, she was even more shocked by the fact that such a sword attack had been launched by Jun Moxie. That sword had only appeared for a fraction of a second, but its appearance had still been earth-shaking. The sword's light had vanished by now, and the person targeted was dead too. But, the magnificence of that sword's flash was still resonating in the hearts of the 2 women. The Snake King had begun to take young Master Jun in a different light even though she hadn't revealed any change in her attitude. And, that's because she was aware that she too wouldn't have been able to evade that sword if she had been in that black-clothed masked man's shoes. That sword is a godly weapon. Mei Shuiyan had faced many enemies over the course of her life. And, most of them had been great master category experts. But, she had to admit that Jun Moxie's sword was amongst the best she had ever seen. Why should I not have done it? Are you implying that I should have welcomed him even though he tried to storm my Jun family's residence this late at night? How is that reasonable? Jun Moxie snorted and raised his eyebrows obliquely. I'll kill anyone who offends me. There's no margin for negotiation when it comes to this. There would never be. And, this one. He pointed his finger at the other man from the illusory ocean of blood, the one who couldn't move since he was being held captive by the world cage. I can't allow him to leave either. But, there from the illusory ocean of blood. Mei Shuiyan stared fixedly at Jun Moxie's face. And, the illusory ocean of blood is an indispensable force when it comes to the battle for seizing the heavens. And, your attack has messed things up to a point where there's no room for saving this situation. I've left no room for saving the situation. There was never any to begin with. Anyway, would you genuinely rely on this man when it comes to the battle for seizing the heavens? Ha ha. Are you joking with me? You want to depend on these damned people? Jun Moxie laughed wildly. I had heard you say that the 3 holy lands have many amazing experts. But, they don't compare to such a reputation now that I've seen them myself. These guys are so sloppy. In fact, I believe that these 2 great masters would find our old falcon too much to handle. These 2 certainly possess the Xian strength of great masters. But, they are absolute rookies apart from their cultivation level. These 2 would die facing solitary falcon's experience if we judge fairly. In fact, they wouldn't even last 100 moves. Even I have enough strength to kill them. You were hiding in the sidelines, you brat. Mei Shuiyan snorted coldly. Her expression was icy. You exploited the fact that we had obstructed your powerful enemy. So, you must be feeling good about yourself, right? Where is young Mei bringing this up from? Jun Moxie had an innocent expression on his face. I've been training this entire time in order to increase my strength for when the need arises. I had barely ended my practice a moment ago. I was coming over when I saw that these 2 were sneaking in to carry out their despicable operation. But, I then realized that these 2 were exceptionally strong great master level experts. So, it would have been disrespectful towards these 2 if I had rashly gotten involved. After all, I'm merely at the insignificant Sky Xian realm. And, that isn't nearly enough to contend against the powerhouses of one of the legendary Holy Lands. So, I hid in the sidelines with the intention of seizing the advantage when it presented itself to me. But, who would have thought that their skills would be so sloppy? What's wrong with me doing this, if I may ask? And, you're throwing false accusations at me when we come to the aspect of me taking advantage of your actions. How could I ever harbor such thoughts? This young master has always been straightforward and chivalrous. He's always had a sword-like gutsy heart. How can someone as open-hearted as me do such a thing? Young Mei accuses me wrongly. This is grave injustice. Mei Shuiyan looked at him for a long time. But, she eventually sighed and said, I've walked through the mortal society for a long time, young Master Jun Moxie. But, your skin is the thickest of all the people I've seen. You flatter me. Young Mei, you flatter me too much. Jun Moxie didn't look embarrassed by any means. Instead, he seemingly had a clear conscience as he sat down. You won't admit that you had planned this since the start. So, how come these people came to me for the bone-tempering pills? Mei Shuiyan saw that Jun Moxie's facial expressions made it seem as if he was innocent of all crimes. Therefore, she spoke up in an icy-cold voice, moreover, how come you arrived here at such an opportune moment if you hadn't planned this from this start? Can you please give me rational explanation? You're treating me even more unjustly now. I've been urging my master to make time for refining pills for you, just for you. I had requested him, urged him, and even shamelessly heckled him till he finally came up with the proper pills for you. My master had given those pills to me only moments ago. And, that's why I had decided to rush here at this time. I give this deed great importance. So, I didn't wish to delay delivering these pills to you. But, who knew that? But, you say that I've conspired to bring about this incident. I feel like dying. Jun Moxie's face displayed a plethora of expressions. It seemed as if a soldier had been wrongly pushed down a mountain's peak for causing disturbance in the army. There was a sense of concealed bitterness on his face along with a trace of extreme grievance. It seemed that he felt dejected because he had been accused wrongly without being given a chance to explain himself. Those expressions were vivid and realistic. He had truly imitated them to perfection. In fact, it seemed as if they came straight from his heart. They even seemed to be his instinctive reaction to her words. What's this? Mei Shuiyan blinked as she closely looked at his facial expressions. They don't seem to be fake. Consequently, she felt a bit guilty. This time, it seems that I may have accused you with false allegations this time. How is it, may have? You have genuinely accused me with false allegations. Jun Moxie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he started to sound increasingly self-righteous. I don't blame you sisters for saying that. After all, you two sisters have garnered experience over the many years you've traveled through this world. Moreover, there's nothing wrong with being a little suspicious. But, to be suspicious of those on your own side. I'm really, absolutely, unexpectedly, you've broken my heart. His fingers trembled. In fact, his entire body trembled. His face had also turned somewhat red. His eyes were glaring at her tiredly. It seemed that he was evidently feeling hurt. However, he was laughing inside for getting away with it in reality. Ahem. Mei Shuiyan felt somewhat embarrassed. So, she coughed a few times. She couldn't even think of how she ought to word her phrases at this time. Then, young Mei quickly gave a meaningful glance to the Snake King. She had instructed the Snake King to leave by doing so. Therefore, Green Hunter left in silence since she didn't wish to wake Guanqing Han. Only the sounds of a grumbling stomach were coming from Guanqing Han's room at this time. Young Master Jun, ahem, thanks for your trouble. Mei Shuiyan was the Lord of Tianfa. When had she ever apologized to anyone else like? In fact, someone with her cultivation was even left to blush a bit for the first time. This was the first time she felt at a loss. In fact, she had even resorted to the use of honorifics. Mei Shuiyan hesitated for a moment when she saw that Jun Moxie's face resembled that of a newly married woman who felt that she had been mistreated. However, She then remembered that he had mentioned about those divine pills he was carrying. So, she bit her teeth and said, "Young Master Jun, those." Humph. Jun Moxie twisted his waist and cocked his head. He had increasingly started to look like a young wife who had been offended. "Young Master Jun, please don't get mad." Mei Shuiyan spoke cautiously. She didn't know how to deal with Jun Moxie's grievances. It must be mentioned that Mei Shuiyan was an exceptionally strong expert. But, she was somewhat lacking in confidence at this juncture. Even Mei Shuiyan had been left startled by her own conduct when she had spoken those lines. "What's wrong with me?" Humph. Jun Moxie had started to imitate Dugu Xiaoyi's pout by now. Then, he suddenly realized that it wasn't very manly. So, he sighed and spoke, "Forget it. It's only normal that you'll have doubts whilst making friends with someone for the first time. Moreover, you had said those words unintentionally. So, I forgive you." Mei Shuiyan breathed a sigh of relief. She still harbored some doubts, but she didn't voice them rashly at this time. "For example, those two men didn't go looking for you. Why did they come straight to the female's abode to look for the bone-tempering pills? How can you explain this?" However, she kept her questions to her since she had seen Jun Moxie behaving in that manner. It was like facing a girl who had been humiliated over the course of her mission. "Those. I don't know, those pills." Jun Moxie again pouted. He then looked towards that unlucky old man from the illusory ocean of blood who was still imprisoned inside the world cage. His indication was rather obvious: this secret can't reach his ears. And, that pitiful man's face instantly got painted in colors of panic. Mei Shuiyan frowned a tiny bit. She grabbed that man, and tossed him out. Mei Shuiyan had seemingly grabbed that man in a gentle manner. However, Jun Moxie had clearly noticed that she had destroyed his dantian. She had even attacked his internal organs while doing so. Then, her aura had attacked his head. In fact, Jun Moxie estimated that the insides of that man's skull must have been left in shambles because of this. After that, he heard a slight pat sound as that man's body was thrown away. But, no sound was heard afterwards. It must be mentioned that this old man had felt like venting his anger on Jun Moxie. However, the masked man didn't even get enough time to snort before he was turned into a corpse. These two great master-level experts had been executed so miserably that they hadn't even been able to utilize their skills. It had to be said that their luck was very bad. After all, their combined strength would have seemingly been able to cause utter chaos in the world at large if the Jun family's residence hadn't been their first stop. However, they had been doomed to such a sullen death here. Moreover, they hadn't been able to make any heads or tails of their deaths. In fact, they couldn't even figure out what was happening here. It was very sad. "That's good." Jun Moxie secretly gave a thumb up. "I feel very relieved since you've destroyed his corpse yourself. After all, I was very afraid that you would start interrogating him. I would have been done for if he had confessed that Tang Yuan had told him that the bone-tempering pills were here. Wouldn't you be looking to settle the debts with this young master if you had found that out? After all, a great expert such as myself would have had to apologize in that case. These pills." A jade-green bottle silently appeared within the palm of Jun Moxie's hand. However, his expression seemed pained. After all, this was the result of his third attempt. He could make hundreds of 10 years pills in one attempt. But, he had almost worn himself to make 6 of these vitality linkage pills. This output is extremely ridiculous. What pills are these? What's their specific effect? How much strength can they increase? Mei Shuiyan's eyes shone. She had tried to restrain herself, but her voice still seemed to be brimming with nervousness. After all, this was related to the future of the Tian Fa forest. This is the vitality linkage pill. It doesn't increase strength. Jun Moxie looked somewhat ashamed. It doesn't increase strength? Then. Mei Shuiyan stared blankly. The effect of these pills is comparatively special. They increase the speed of Xian Qi through the meridians. Basically, the circulation speed of the Xian Qi or primary Qi in your meridians will become around 3 times faster than before, Jun Moxie explained. It basically increases the speed of one's movements. Huh. It can increase the speed of one's movements. Mei Shuiyan's eyes shone brightly. She wasn't like Jun Moxie who didn't know the value of these pills. Therefore, she was thoroughly shocked to hear this. How about you take one to test them out? See the results yourself, young Master Jun spoke up somewhat pessimistically. And, that's because he had taken one pill a while ago. The speed of his Xian Qi circulation had certainly increased when compared to before, but it didn't seem that much faster than his original speed. And, that's why he was somewhat unsure and annoyed. However, young Master Jun was unaware that the art of unlocking the Heaven's Fortune and the Hongjun Pagoda had already transformed his meridians. And, the results of the transformations they had brought about were far superior to those of these pills. These pills had certainly made some enhancements. But, the results had been minimal. However, that was because his speed had already reached the pinnacle of its possibility. Therefore, he would have had to break through to the 4th level if he wanted to increase his speed substantially. However, a normal person would have witnessed immediate results if they had taken that pill instead. Mei Shuiyan looked at him in a half-believing and half-doubting manner as she took the bottle from him. She was a bit hesitant to take out a vitality linkage pill. After all, she couldn't imagine that something as heavenly and divine as these vitality linkage pills could exist. But, how could a primary Qi enhancing pill compare with this one in case this divine pill was for real? What was the sole pursuit of those who trained in martial arts their entire life? Why wouldn't they wish to faster than their counterparts? Moreover, if their speed could be 3 times faster than someone who was on the same level as them, what would something like that mean to them? It would be incredible. Mei Shuiyan's fair fingers lightly fiddled with a dark green pill while her eyes gazed at it fixedly. Hazy and fascinating lights were glowing around that pill. Those lights were shining brilliantly and vibrantly. This seems like something very amazing. She gently opened her lips, and took the pill. The pill hadn't even been in her mouth long enough for her to relish its taste when it suddenly melted therein. It changed into a strong flow of energy, and went straight into her abdomen. Then, she felt as if the cold water which had filled her dantian had suddenly started to boil. Countless spouts of steam arose with a bang sound as a result. They then spread towards the 4 limbs, hundreds of bones, and all the meridians of her body at a lightning speed. Mei Shuiyan was startled by this. She had finally realized that this pill was genuinely magical in its effect. She quickly calmed her breathing, and congealed her aura. Then, she directed her efforts into moving that turbulent flow of steam inside her meridians in a proper manner. She sensed that her primary Qi was becoming increasingly lively and fast. It then slowly surpassed the original speed. But, it was still advancing in a progressive manner. Mei Shuiyan's excitement was also increasing as this was happening. A long while passed. Mei Shuiyan's eyes suddenly opened again. There were 2 flashes of electricity in her ice-cold eyes. And, it seemed as if her entire body would explode with excitement. She suddenly jumped up, and impatiently grabbed at Jun Moxie's hands as if her life depended on it. Be honest with me, how many more of these pills do you have? Her voice was urgent, and her expression was one of excitement. This heavenly beauty was usually very tranquil of nature. This was the first time that she had forgotten her manners. She had first absorbed the pill after she had ingested it. Then, she had merely given a light thought to moving her primary Qi inside her body. But, she had suddenly found that the primary Qi inside her body had begun to soar. It had rushed with an explosive sound, and had charged into each of her limbs. This meant that she could attack at a moment's thought. Moreover, she could attack with her entire strength. And, this meant that she could genuinely do as she pleased, and wouldn't be forced to stop at anything. Mei Shuiyan had been very surprised by such a magical feeling. This entirely omits the process of cycling one's strength in their meridians. Instead, it takes one to a level where they only have to think about using their strength. Moreover, the speed of my ability to make a move has increased to 3 times of what it was before. This tiny pill had brought about an immense qualitative change to Mei Shuiyan's Xian strength. It hadn't increased her strength itself. But, the growth that could have been induced by the heavenly vitality pill was nothing in comparison to the speed this vitality linkage pill had bestowed her with. Mei Shuiyan could have initially been said to be the virtual image of dragon. But, this analogy dictated that she had congealed into a real dragon after she had taken this pill. Let's assume that someone offered to exchange this vitality linkage pill with the one that could provide 200 years worth of cultivation strength. It could be reckoned that she would have refused such an offer without any hesitation. After all, she could increase her strength after years of cultivation. But, a qualitative change in the speed of her ability to make a move was something so astonishing that it couldn't be attained despite all efforts. This great thing stands in defiance of the laws of nature. Mei Shuiyan had never anticipated that Jun Moxie would bring such a great thing for her. It had come as a very nice surprise. Jun Moxie had jumped in fright. That's because he had been alarmed by this unexpected action of the exceptionally beautiful Mei Shuiyan. After all, young Master Jun had never expected that the pill he viewed as a trash could elicit such an extreme reaction from Mei Shuiyan. He simply couldn't accept it for a moment. He looked at her fervent eyes. He then felt her small and soft palms grasping his hands tightly. And, ecstasy nibbled at his very bones for a moment as he spoke up with a stammer, "This is a prototype, there'll be more, in the future. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mei Shuiyan carefully counted the remaining pills. Her eyes were shining at this moment. In fact, her whole face was shining, and her entire body seemed to be full of vigor. That's excellent. There are 4 more. You had so many. What did you say? You'll have more later on. This is very unexpected for me. This is a priceless treasure. This is amazing." The very beautiful Mei Shuiyan couldn't contain her excitement. She had spoken those words incoherently, and had no control on her welling emotions at this moment. Then, the lady suddenly held Jun Moxie's face, and gave him a firm kiss. Jun Moxie spiraled into a maddening confusion. Huh? These 4 pills can get you this excited? What will happen, when I give you hundreds of these? However, he was completely unaware that such amazing things hadn't even existed in the legends. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was the greatest shortcut for the Tian Fa forest. And, that too came with immense risks. Moreover, the world outside Tian Fa didn't even have the option of such risky means. Those 4 heaven-seizing divine pills had left Mei Shuiyan feeling extremely pleased. After all, this meant that the fighting power of the beast kings of Tian Fa would increase by 3 to 4 times. Jun Moxie felt her soft lips, and her indescribably dreamy scent. The mind of that handsome young man had been sent fluttering by that kiss. It was like he had been sent soaring to the clouds. However, his first reaction was, "Damn. I'm being assaulted indecently. This young master is being molested by this young lady. I was pushed back and tortured when I had done something like this. Was it that unbearable? Am I, Jun Moxie, going to suffer at the hands of this woman? Am I going to fail?" Therefore, his second reaction was, "No. I can't lose to her. I have to return to being indecent. I have to get back my advantage." Therefore, he acted without thinking, and turned his head to kiss her back. Mei Shuiyan was suddenly shaken from her state of pleasant surprise. She didn't understand how to act on her own ecstasy for a moment. And, she couldn't help but give Jun Moxie that kiss. But, that kiss suddenly felt inappropriate. She felt an electric shock through her lips, and her face became red. It was hard to say how fast her movements were. But, Jun Moxie was left to kiss empty air instead of her. In fact, he even made a shameless kissing sound while kissing empty air. However, the two of them were almost in each other's face at this moment. The two pairs of eyes weren't that far apart as they stared at each other. The atmosphere was filled with a kind of indescribable feeling. It was very awkward, it was uncertain, or maybe it was like time had stopped. The two of them were stupefied in that moment, thoroughly stupefied. Even time and space seemed to have become still in this moment. Jun Moxie looked at the beautiful, amazingly beautiful face of Mei Shuiyan. Her big and charming eyes were looking into his. Her eyes were startled at first. Then, they became shy and embarrassed. Then, red clouds slowly started to appear on her graceful face. They then slowly spread across it, till they had even spread across to her white jade-like neck. Her rosy red lips trembled. They looked like small red cherries that were enticing him to indulge in a taste. Jun Moxie felt hot blood rush straight to his forehead. He panted as he lowered his head. The opposite party possessed tyrannical strength. However, he still covered her small lips with his own. His two arms moved out of instinct, and tightly held her delicate body. In fact, he had somewhat bound her very tightly in a barbaric manner while his tongue was nimbly trying to entice her. It was unclear how it happened, but his tongue eventually burst through the lips it had been besieging. Her small and nimble tongue evaded in panic, but he chased after it. In fact, he spared no effort as he pursued after the retreating enemy. Mei Shuiyan had never expected him to be that bold. She had only seen Jun Moxie's eyes lose focus when he had panted heavily. It must be said that she had never experienced this before, but her instincts had predicted a crisis. And, this had left her to feel uneasy. It was then that her eyes had gone dark, and her lips found themselves covered by something soft. She was about to cry out, but was stopped because a slippery tongue had dug its way inside in a nimble manner. In fact, it had gone a step further, and had started to squirm about the vicinity. This was the first time Mei Shuiyan was experienced such a thing. She certainly possessed unique Xian strength and cultivation. But, she was only a woman at that moment. Moreover, she was a woman who had never experienced such a feeling before. Mei Shuiyan felt her mind rumble and shake in the face of this greatest of enticements. It then went blank, and she forgot to struggle. She had even forgotten her unrivaled Xian strength. And, she merely stood stunned inside young Master Jun's embrace. She didn't even know how to react to any of this. Then, two big hands slipped down her waist, and followed her delicate back until they boorishly grabbed her posterior. They then started kneading them in different ways. Mei Shuiyan instantly snapped back from her confusion, and recalled what had happened in the past. "Little guy, come home with me. I'll peck your ass every day." She instantly became back to her senses, and felt shame and anger welling inside her. And, the entirety of her power burst out from her body in a sudden movement. The explosion of her strength had resembled the detonation of a bomb. However, Jun Moxie was immersed in the soulfulness of the tenderness. And, his mind had wandered off to thoughts that would be considered unsuitable for children. However, this was when something entirely unexpected happened. He suddenly found his feet leaving the ground, and he was sent out flying. Young Master Jun's body resembled a kite without a string as it went whooshing out of the room, and fell into the far end of the courtyard. His body turned half a circle, and it seemed as if his spirit had been detached from it. He got no time to protect his body, and he fell down in a very graceful pose with his posterior lowered like that of a swan. He had felt an endless tenderness a moment ago. However, he felt as if his posterior had blossomed into a flower the next moment. This huge contrast made Jun Moxie extremely dissatisfied. But, he hadn't even had enough time to stand up when he suddenly remembered what had just happened. And, his whole body was instantly drenched in cold sweat as a result of this realization. Crap! This one mistake will cause me everlasting sorrow. How could I have been this rude? How did I lose my mind into offending a person one simply shouldn't? My life is done for. Her strength is at par with the unreasonable Venerable May's. Moreover, she's that stubborn and unreasonable Venerable May's sister. She assaulted me. She thinks she's too strong. She assaulted me before. And she's assaulted me again. But she gets tyrannical when I try to get back. She's got no sense of justice. Oh heavens! Oh Mother Earth! How is this happening? There was a loud explosion when he was whining inside. Mei Shuiyan's reddened face was brimming with anger. Mei Shuiyan had been very embarrassment on the account of the 3 incidents, especially this third one. Consequently, her anger had rushed out like a powerful tornado. In fact, it had rushed out like a violent tornado. This, how? I say, you. Why did you assault me in such an indecent manner? Jun Moxie tried to gain the upper hand by striking first with that question. I assaulted you. Mei Shuiyan's face turned dark as she raised her hand with the intention of moving into action. What is this? You're a grown man and I'm a woman. And I assaulted you? Where does this even come from? Don't you feel any shame in saying this? Jun Moxie turned his body. But, his posterior was still on the ground since he hadn't stood up yet. Then, the young master gave a salivating grin. I didn't do it on purpose. I admit that I made a mistake. You, me, want to take responsibility. I want to take responsibility for it. You, fu *k off. Mei Shuiyan found it ridiculous, and also felt ashamed. Her face had become hot. She wanted to beat him up ferociously. But, her heart softened for some unknown reason when she saw him in his incomparably mischievous form. Consequently, she didn't move to attack him. Instead, she merely stomped her foot and snarled at him. Jun Moxie seemed to be begging for a pardon. So, he didn't dare to say much. He stood up after rolling and crawling. Then, the young master escaped whilst cowering like a rat, and disappeared without a trace. I finally escaped. Good heavens! But, why didn't she hit me for what I did? Has she also fallen for this young master? Mei Shuiyan stamped her feet, and covered her face. How did that happen? What's the matter with me? Why did I let him escape? This isn't like my usual self. Elder sister, what happened to you? Did that brat provoke you again? The Snake King rushed over fast with a whooshing sound. Then, she suddenly cried out right after she had finished speaking, Ah! Elder sister, you, what happened to you? That was because the Snake King had discovered her elder sister blushing like a young girl who was deeply in love with a man. In fact, her elder sister had covered her reddened face, and was stamping her feet. She didn't even know how to act properly in this moment. And, the Snake King had been left petrified by this. Good heavens! How many years have we been sisters for? Have I ever seen elder sister behave like this? Don't tell me, did that brat molest elder sister? Has his guts grown so big? No one in the entire Tian Fa forest would ever dare to do such a thing. I can't even dare to think about such a thing. This is, utterly unbelievable, isn't it? There was a whoosh sound at this moment. Mei Shuiyan didn't say a word. She merely covered her face and escaped into her room. It seemed as if she felt like dying. Then, Guan Qinghan came over to inquire about what had happened. But, she only saw Green Hunter standing gaping and speechless in the courtyard with a strange expression on her face. Therefore, young lady Qinghan couldn't help but ask out of concern, what happened? What happened to Sister Mei? Nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. The Snake King replied somewhat hastily. It was a long while before she was able to recover from her shock. She then spoke up in a somewhat involuntary manner, it's nothing at all. She then stamped her foot and continued, "Damn. I'll go see elder sister." Then she also ran into that room. She hadn't forgotten the relationship between Guan Qinghan and Jun Moxie. So, how could she dare to talk drivel at this time? Moreover, she had only conjectured matters at this point. But, she wasn't certain. Could that Jun Moxie have such guts? But elder sister's behavior was very strange this time. Moreover, those sounds indicated that. No, that's out of question. I have to confirm this first. How can we allow that humongous debauchee of a brat to get away with this if that's the case? Guan Qinghan raised her frowned eyebrows. Her stomach was full of suspicions at this moment. What happened here? Why does the atmosphere seem so awkward? She had seen neither Mei Shuiyan nor Jun Moxie since she had come out late. But, she had still heard some sounds. She had particularly heard Mei Shuiyan's loud and angry "Fu *K off." In fact, it would have been strange if she hadn't heard it. It seems that Moxie has somehow offended her. I'll have a talk with Moxie tomorrow. They're our guests. And, it's important that we treat our guests well. Guan Qinghan frowned and returned to her room. That Moxie's character is too violent, too violent. Some change needs to be brought therein. It wasn't long before the dead bodies were cleaned away by the guards along with any traces of what had happened. Therefore, the scene of this incident had again turned into a peaceful picture. That was so nice. It was so fragrant. That was very soft, it was insanely soft, very pleasurable. Jun Moxie pondered on the feeling he had just relished as he rushed towards the aristocratic hall even though the encounter had been a very dangerous one. But, Jun Moxie thought it was worth it. Totally worth it. It felt so great. Forget about everything else, that mouth was very sweet. It was even sweeter than the sweetest honey on earth. It was too good. Even the aftertaste of it feels so good. Moreover, the satiny and warm touches of that tongue. That incredibly soft and indescribable feeling. It was indescribable. I can't even write that beautiful feeling down. It was the best. Young Master Jun Moxie continued to stare blankly like a lost person as he moved on the road in an infatuated manner. His very soul was shaking. In fact, he had basically sleepwalked to the aristocratic hall. It was fortunate that nobody was waiting to ambush him there. Otherwise, it would have been very easy to kill Jun Moxie while he was en route. After all, this had been the hitman Jun's moment of least vigilance over the course of both of his lives. In fact, it could even be said that he wasn't vigilant at all. The young master had already made a determined vow during that time on that road. I take this vow, no matter what, no matter how, no matter by which means, this one. I want to. I will, absolutely. I really, really want to make her my wife. It doesn't matter what her identity is. It doesn't matter how great her Xian strength is. It doesn't matter what her. I will make her my wife. I don't have a concrete reason. And, I don't need a concrete reason. Moreover, she can't even say no to me. Humph. I'll even blackmail her every chance I get. I don't care how shameless it gets. It could be said that he had despised the backwardness of the feudal system of this world in the past. But, it suddenly seemed very attractive to him. After all, taking 3 or 4 wives or concubines was a very normal thing to do for the men of this world, especially the young masters of the affluent families. In fact, it was like it was their birthright. However, Jun Moxie suddenly bumped into a serious problem as he pondered on this matter throughout his journey. And it was a serious issue at that. Or, a very logical issue to be more accurate. He was closely associated with various women. But, Dugu Xiaoyi was unruly and headstrong. Moreover, she was too young. So, she didn't know much about things. This meant that she wasn't fit to be the seniormost wife of his household. And, Guan Qinghan was too cold and aloof. So, even she wasn't best suited to head the harem. But, Mei Shuiyan was an extremely beautiful woman who possessed ultimate talent. Moreover, she was also peerlessly capable. This obviously meant that she was the best pick for the senior-most wife. Okay, it's you. Do you think of running away, my beauty? You'll be my lovely wife. Jun Moxie made a snapping sound with his fingers as he fluttered into the aristocratic hall. However, the worries of his heart eased down when saw Tang Yuan stuffing himself with food. The young master then asked a few brisk questions that concerned his plans. But, the young master neglected everything and fled soon after, since the teary-eyed Tang Yuan had lifted his robe to show the areas of his body that had been mistreated. What's the difference between looking at that and a fat lard of pork? Moreover, this is a living lard of pork. That is too nauseating. However, Fatty Tang felt that he had been entrapped into suffering the most bitter of hardships. And, Jun Moxie was the one behind all of it. Therefore, Fatty had wanted to go over the entire matter so that he could complain to him with tears of blood. Fatty had obviously planned on obtaining the greatest of benefits from that. In fact, he had hoped to get at least a few million beautiful silver taels for his ordeal. But, how could he have expected that young Master Jun would disappear before he had even finished with setting up the base for it? He had merely left with a few hateful words, "Fatty. I had somehow gotten into a good frame of mind today, but your fat belly has ruined it. So, I'm going to take away 10% from your profits over this month." Fatty was stunned at first. He then gently caressed his huge and drooping belly in silence for a while. Is my belly that formidable? Then, he suddenly thought of something, and screamed as miserably as a dying pig. I'm a victim here. And, you still want to take away my share of the profits. Where's the justice in that? I deserve a minimum of 100,000 in silver for what I've been through. Oh heavens! Oh Mother Earth! Kill me! The experts of the illusory ocean of blood had been sleeping peacefully at the residence of the Golden East City's Huang family. They believed that sending only 1 out of the 8 of them was more than enough for such trivial tasks. What would they possibly think of dispatching 2 people? It was like going for overkill in their opinion. Success was 10,000% guaranteed. It's a pity that nothing is certain in the world. There would always be 1 or 2 faults even if things seemed somewhat certain. After all, nothing was ever absolutely certain. Everyone was prepared to hear the good news when they woke up. But, they inquired, and were told that their 2 people hadn't returned. They hadn't returned over the course of the night. This was clearly unexpected. But, no one paid it too much mind to it. Maybe the bone-tempering pills were stored far off. So, retrieving them could have taken some time perhaps. After all, those 2 men are true great master-level experts. Anyway, they would be able to escape even if they ran into an enemy they couldn't beat, wouldn't they? Those 2 should be able to escape and return without any issues even if their strength fell short. As for the prospect of them not being able to escape. Is that even possible? Who in the regular society would possess such strength? That is a ridiculous question. Therefore, no one worried. They waited till afternoon. But, those 2 still didn't return. In fact, it was like they had vanished. It was as if those 2 had melted into the air. And, this finally sent everyone into somewhat of a panic. Things don't look very encouraging. Senior Huang, the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood, Huyan Shao, frowned as he tapped his fingers on the table beside him. It doesn't make sense that the old 5th and old 6th haven't returned as of yet. We've waited this long, and they still haven't returned. I'm afraid that they might have run into an unavoidable and terrible mishap. Does this mean that the aristocratic hall truly has some great power behind it? Is it possible that even the experts from my illusory ocean of blood are no match for this power? The Huang ancestor frowned. His white eyebrows somewhat trembled on his gloomy face. He then spoke up after a long while. We're very clear about the aristocratic hall's strength. They only have 1 disciple of Hong Meng Chen, and some guy who is a winemaker. And, both of these men are only at the Sky Xian level. So, there's nothing to worry about when it comes to these two insignificant Sky Xian experts. Moreover, there's no one else there apart from these two people, no one of extremely great capabilities. There's a possibility that the two of our men might have run into a much more powerful enemy. But, it couldn't have been at the aristocratic hall. Could such a power belong to those three families? Hu Yanxiao frowned. No. Tianxiang Empire's might is the greatest amongst the nations of the continent. And, it also has the highest number of Xian experts. But, it's hard to find even a few spirit Xian experts throughout the empire. So, there's little to no scope of a stronger existence. Senior Huang frowned since he was in a gloomy mood. Then, a malicious light flashed in his eyes as he spoke up in a hateful tone. Such a powerful existence has to be from the Jun family, that is if one even exists in the first place. In fact, only the Jun family can have such a powerhouse. The Jun family. Can a family that was nearly oppressed to extinction by the Silver Blizzard City have such a powerhouse inside it? Isn't that extremely outrageous? Hu Yanxiao didn't seem to be in agreement. The young lord mustn't forget that we had received news some time ago. A black-clothed and masked expert had appeared at the Southern Heaven City. He was even said to be unrivaled throughout the world. I don't believe this man to be an unrivaled powerhouse, but he was at least as strong as Yun Bichen. Old 5th and Old 6th possess great master-level cultivation. But, they were trained behind closed doors. And, the difference between them and someone who has reached that level by gaining experience whilst fighting in the regular society isn't small. Therefore, they don't have enough combat experience to fight such an enemy if they were to fall into a trap upon being caught off guard. In fact, it is quite possible that they could have suffered serious losses in such a case. The Huang ancestor murmured in a low voice, "It seems that I may have underestimated him. What do you think should we plan to do if the Jun family genuinely has such a strong expert behind them?" Hu Yanxiao asked as he frowned deeply. Those bone-tempering pills are probably being refined by that mysterious expert. And, that's the most important aspect in this matter. In fact, Father had urged me that we should do everything we can to make such an individual, if one exists in the first place, join us at the illusory ocean of blood. Moreover, he said that we must get along with this man even if we can't make him join us. That's because he won't be hostile to us that way. And, this would mean that the experts from the elusive world of immortals and Great Golden City won't be able to take advantage of that. So, won't our plans fail if we get into a conflict with him? Hu Yanxiao felt his head ache as he spoke. Our illusory ocean of blood can't suffer in this instance. Regardless of what kind of an expert that man is, the Huang ancestor flashed an evil smile as he continued slowly, "We'll wait till midnight. And, I'll personally move out if those two still don't return. I'll go to the Jun family and take a look at what kind of a tiger's lair it is in reality. Let's see what kind of an expert is hiding there. Is he genuinely unrivaled in this world? Is he genuinely worth his name? He. You must be extremely careful, Senior Huang. You mustn't kill that man if you run into him. After all, we need those bone-tempering pills," Hu Yanxiao hastily spoke up. He wasn't worried about the Huang ancestor facing some mishap. After all, the Huang ancestor's strength was considered amongst the top 10 inside the illusory ocean of blood. And, this meant that he could humbly be called, genuinely unrivaled, in the regular society. This old man will obviously behave himself. But, the situation has already become hostile now. I won't let the others take advantage of the situation if I can't recruit him for our use. He'll obey me and prosper. Or, he'll oppose me and die. The Huang ancestor's glare became dark. Then, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes as he snorted. The Tianxiang city stood tall in the dark of the night. In fact, the city seemed like a huge giant which had been standing there since antiquity. Two figures were staggering forth from a distance. They eventually saw the pitch-black outline of the city, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they relaxed and fell to the ground. these two people were the same ones who had escaped that bloody fight earlier, Mu Xuetong and Han Yenmeng. They had fled far via many remote areas. And, they had suffered a lot during this time, and had been left thoroughly exhausted as a result. The last 1 month had been particularly tough. And, that's because they had been repeatedly ambushed and hindered by experts of the Xiao family. Consequently, these two had constantly been fleeing in a state of panic and terror. Mu Xuetong was somewhat better. After all, he was at the Sky Xian level, and had traveled far and wide in the society. Therefore, he was able to endure for longer periods of time. But, the Silver City's princess, Han Yenmeng, was in a miserable state. It must be mentioned that this little girl was the divinely pampered little princess of the Silver Blizzard City. She had always had an easy life. She had never suffered through such a bumpy journey. Moreover, she had constantly been in danger of being ambushed and brutally slaughtered this entire time. Plus, she was merely at the insignificant Gold Xian level. So, it could be reckoned that she would have died countless times by now if Mu Xuetong hadn't been at her side. They had arrived at Tianxiang City by pure luck. It was mostly thanks to the extensive experience Mu Xuetong had gained whilst traveling through the world in the past. They had changed their appearance and route countless times. In fact, things had gotten to a point that they had to make a bumblebee sting the little princess's beautiful face to ensure a better disguise. They obviously had to repeat this bumblebee stingy trick whenever the induced swelling started to recede. The two had also been using a special liquid on their faces to tan their skin dark and glossy. And, these methods had somehow helped them in crossing the mountain passes. The two had also kept sound-altering pills in their mouths throughout the journey, they had never taken them out. In fact, they wouldn't dare take them out even when they had confirmed that they were alone and safe. They were so afraid of being caught by their enemy that they had gotten habitual of these things. They had been extremely cautious the entire journey. However, they had still left many tiny and unintentional clues along the way, and had been almost discovered as a result. They had been attacked by many enemies at one instance. But, they were fortunate that they were far away from the Silver City at that time. After all, this was the reason why they hadn't encountered too many experts at that time. Mu Xuetong had fought with everything he had, and had managed to kill them in order to make their escape. However, that instance had also exposed the hidden trails of their escape route. Consequently, the Xiao family's experts had soon blocked off the roads leading to the Tianxiang city. The two didn't know how long they had been wandering for. However, they had finally arrived near their destination. And, they knew that there was at least one individual in this city who would protect the two of them. Therefore, they breathed a sigh of relief as they loosened up. But, Mu Xuetong still hadn't forgotten that the magnificent Jewel Hall was also located inside the Tianxiang city. It could be reckoned that the venue might have some members of the Xiao family. In fact, there was a possibility that the Xiao family might have gained complete control over it. And, this meant that they couldn't dare to be careless by means. In fact, it seemed that the final moments leading to safety were also going to be the ones of the maximum danger. They couldn't relax until they had met with Jun Wu or Jun Moxie. After all, any lax or careless on their part could consign them to eternal damnation. In fact, their carelessness could even foreordain the entire Silver City to doom. The Xiao family had been preparing for this revolt for many years in secret. Therefore, their secret strength had become considerably overbearing. Mu Xuetong felt extremely sorrowful as the thought of it crossed his mind. The Han family had always trained their children to exercise the utmost tolerance towards the members of the Xiao family. In fact, they tried to be empathetic, and tried to help them in every possible way. And, that's what helped in increasing the Xiao family's strength. The Xiao was also an industrious and conscientious force. They always took care of matters and shouldered every responsibility with determination. They were truly ironclad allies of the Han family. But now, Mu Xuetong smiled bitterly. The Silver Blizzard City was a colossal force. But, the truth would remain hidden from everyone since the Xiao family was possibly in control. Even the ruling Han family of the Silver City had been turned blind and deaf to everything. The Silver City had secret contacts in every major city of the vast continent. And, this meant that any node of this vast network could be used to send information to the Silver City. But, he couldn't dare to use them. And, that's because the backbone this information network was controlled by the Xiao family. The Xiao family was controlling everything that was outside the Silver Blizzard City. Consequently, this massive information network had become a hindrance to his mission. It was needless to say that he wouldn't get any help. Moreover, he was also worried about his location being betrayed. After all, he was shouldering the responsibility that pertained to the very rise or fall of the Silver City. And, this meant that he couldn't dare to show any carelessness or recklessness. Mu Shuetong controlled his breathing as he slowly stood up with difficulty. He took out 2 packets of millet from his chest pocket. He handed one to Han Yen Meng as he spoke up in a warm tone, "Little Meng, eat this and recover your strength. We'll go the city in order to try and find Jun Wu Yi or Jun Moxie in some time." Han Yen Meng's face had become dark and glossy due to the application of that substance. But, one look at her previously beautiful face was enough to tell that she had lost a lot of weight over the course of that journey. In fact, she had become shriveled. The course of this escape had taught this naive and adorable young girl the true meaning of the word viciousness. She had never even dreamed that the elders who always acted so genially towards her would be perpetrating such contemptible acts in secret. They didn't stint at anything in order to get her killed. Consequently, the little girl had been left to feel as if her whole worldview had been toppled in an instant. The physical toll and the heavy physiological strain of this journey had made it difficult for her to breathe. She appeared nearly stupefied as she took the packet from Mu Shuetong. The little girl brought the millet to her mouth, and took a bite. She then chewed it painfully. The sour taste of it started to make her sick at heart, and she couldn't help her tears from flowing out. Mu Shuetong sighed and looked at her with pity. "She's a pampered princess of the Silver City. This little one has been loved and pampered by thousands of people. How can she endure such suffering? That Xiao family is the one to blame for all of this. That damned rebel family. You must finish it, even if it's hard to eat and digest. You must eat this unpalatable thing so that you have enough strength to press on." They ate their dry rations, and rested for a short period. They then felt that a portion of their strength had restored. Well, they could at least hasten at a normal pace now. So, the both of them slowly stood up. However, a complicated feeling arose in their hearts when they looked at the Tianxiang city in the distance. Who would have thought that the very future of the Silver Blizzard City would have rested on the Jun family one day? The same Jun family which was once brought to devastation by that very Silver Blizzard City. Isn't this too ridiculous? Mu Shuetong would have found it laughable if it had been mentioned at some instance in the past. But, that situation had become fact nowadays. This was the only straw these two people could grasp at in order to save their lives at this time. "Let's go." There was a whooshing sound as they forced themselves to rise. Then, their silhouettes flashed, and they disappeared into the night. It was nearly midnight. Mei Shuiyan sat in front of the dusky lamplight with her chin rested on her hands. She nearly seemed unconscious as the lamp's light flickered in her spellbound eyes. The powerful Venerable Mei had been commanding the lands with her supreme authority for God knows how many years. So, one could well imagine her bearings. However, she had never experienced this feeling of palpitating with fear before. That sudden kiss from Jun Moxie had fallen like a stone in the calm and still lake of her heart. And, it had suddenly given rise great waves in her still lake-like tranquil mind. In fact, the ripples that had started from the spot where that small stone had fallen, had moved outwards by now. Moreover, they were showing no signs of stopping. Snake King had been very concerned. So, she had asked her a few questions about the matter. But, Mei Shuiyan had refused to acknowledge her. In fact, her expression had become quite unsightly. That had scared Green Hunter. Therefore, the Snake King had escaped like a wisp of smoke, and had gone to talk to Guan Qing Han instead. That look on elder sister's face is enough to induce the pressure necessary to kill a person. I'll be done for if she gets mad at me. After all, the pretty dogs end up being endangered when one kind find an ugly one for their meal. Ah! What kind of an analogy am I using? Anyway, staying here is certainly not as much fun as listening to Guan Qing Han talk about the scandalous ways in which Jun Moxie used to behave. Just imagining this guy's past behavior is extremely laughable. It is certainly very enjoyable. Jun Moxie continued to strive and suffer as he refined the pills. His skills must have improved since he didn't fail so many times this time around. He had successfully refined a bunch of pills inside the furnace. Afterwards, he sent out his spirit sense around the Jun residence while remaining hidden inside the Hongjun pagoda. And, his spirit sense covered the entirety of the massive residence. Those two experts from the illusory ocean of blood disappeared from my house last night. So, their follow-up operation should happen tonight. Therefore, Jun Moxie couldn't be careless by any means. After all, those people from the illusory ocean of blood may not have been much in Mei Shuiyan's eyes. But, they were still genuine great master-level experts at the end of the day. And, Jun Moxie knew in his heart that he wouldn't have been able to deal with those two black-clothed masked men if it hadn't been for Mei Shuiyan's actions. He had refined 6 more of those pills that night. Jun Moxie had finally learned of the ferocity of these pills. Therefore, he obviously didn't intend on satisfying the Tian Fa forest's needs first. After all, that would be akin to concentrating on the details while ignoring the fundamentals. One of these 6 pills was intended for his grandfather. 1 each was meant for Jun Wu-yi, Solitary Falcon, Hai Chen Feng, and Song Shang. And, Bailey Luo Yun would also get one of these pills if he were able to complete his assigned goals within the agreed time period. Most of these individuals hadn't reached the Spirit Xian level. And, this level of strength was a minimum requirement when it came to the consumption of those pills. But, Jun Moxie was confident that they could be advanced to that level in a short period of time. We can only look down at the world with arrogance if our side strength truly advances. It could be said that Jun Moxie was brimming with confidence since he had these 3 pills now. He had only refined one of them till now. But, Jun Moxie was confident that refining the other 2 wasn't that far off. That was because Jun Moxie could clearly feel his progress. In fact, he could faintly sense that he had reached the peak of the Sky Xian level. Moreover, he felt that the Spirit Xian realm was only a step away. This increase in his strength also represented that his ability to refine these pills would enhance substantially. The 2 children could still be seen immersed in their training below. The 2 mute kids were practicing the sword style he had shown them, even in the darkness of the night. In fact, the 2 kids never seemed to get exhausted. It was unknown how much sweat they had been pouring out of their bodies every day. Jun Moxie sighed in the secrecy of his heart. The hard work of those 2 kids could shock anyone. But, their innate aptitude was far too inferior. They had taken the 10 years pills only a short while ago. But, their current strength was still too low to give them the bone-tempering pills. Moreover, they couldn't speak or write. So, it was very difficult to communicate with them. They can't speak. Jun Moxie's eyes flashed as he remembered something special. It was a very unique ventriloquism skill. Learning this may take some time. But, won't the problem be solved with ease if I can pass on this skill to these 2? And, this would be particularly useful with these 2 kids since they can't speak at all. In fact, I believe that these 2 kids will be able to make some sounds once I've taught them the basics of this technique. And, all the problems will cease to exist once that has happened. Yigu Han sat cross-legged at a distance from the 2 children. His face was expressionless, and body motionless. However, his mind was swirling in the thoughts of his sword techniques. He hadn't done anything else in the past few days, he had only contemplated and practiced his sword techniques. He had taken these 2 little children as his role models. And, he had started creating and practicing a single-armed sword technique. He had decided to use this opportunity to live again for the sole purpose of creating his original sword technique. The solitary falcon hadn't had any sleep either. He was in Grandfather Jun's study room with Jun Woo-yi. It was unknown what they were discussing at this time. Everything seemed quite peaceful. Everything seemed auspicious. Jun Moxie was smiling in great comfort. Suddenly, the loud sound of an earth-shattering gust of wind arose from the distant horizon. This was accompanied by an exceptionally powerful and lively aura. Moreover, this terrifying aura was moving towards his side in an unbridled fashion. However, this aura also contained a boundless tinge of anger and murderous intention in it. This mannerism and aura was so imposing and powerful that it seemed as if it would swallow the sky and shake the earth. It was incomparably ferocious. Jun Moxie could think of only one person who could be equally or more powerful. And, that individual was Venerable Mei, the Lord of Tianfa Forest. It could be said that even the two world-shaking swordsmen from the elusive world of immortals, Rainstorm and Hurricane Great Masters, weren't at par with this individual. This kind of strength had evidently reached the pinnacle of human accomplishments. Jun Moxie's pupil contracted. He has arrived at last. This will be a great showdown. I'm sure the person approaching is Huang family's old ancestor. He was able to ascertain the identity of this individual by taking the malice and anger in that aura into account. It is utterly unrestrained, it's so blatant. This person's abilities are truly unmatched in this world. Jun Moxie sneered inside. But, the young master had spread his net. Would I be catching some big fish tonight itself? Solitary Falcon and the other two were shaken inside the study. They then abruptly raised their heads. The Snake King was inside her room. Her face was also filled with shock. She then quickly rushed out. Mei Shuiyan also frowned as her eyes flashed with resentment. But, she remained seated still and upright. There was a violent lightning the next moment as a figure appeared on top of the tallest tower of the Jun family's residence. He was dressed in glamorous purple gown. His hair was white, and he was tall and sturdy in stature. The golden embroidery on the edges of his gown glittered in the moonlight. And, this made his image bright and somewhat hazy. He was standing with his hands behind his back, and hadn't uttered a single word until now. But, the imposing mannerism that was surging from his body had already informed everyone of his arrival. Someone of his status wouldn't speak up on his own initiative at the Jun family's residence. So, he waited for someone to come out and talk first. However, this exceptional expert hadn't realized that his feet had landed upon the top of Jun Moxie's Hongjun Pagoda when he had touched down on the top of the Jun residence's tower. Jun Moxie was hiding inside the pagoda at this time. Consequently, this individual had ended up cramming young Master Jun. This had obviously left Jun Moxie to feel very gloomy. May I dare to ask the identity of this very able person who has graced my Jun family's home this late at night? This old man is Jun Xie. Excuse me for not coming out to receive you, an exceptionally deep and steady voice resounded. The person speaking was naturally Jun Xie. Old man Jun had already determined that no one in the Jun family could rival this newcomer. But, his voice was still calm, and had no hint of fear. Jun Xie hadn't faced off against many such experts. But, he had still come across many unexpected events in his long life's worth of combat experience. In fact, he was a man capable of retaining his composure even in the face of a landslide. It must be mentioned that even great master-level individuals could rarely reach this level. Jun Xie. Ha ha. You're not worthy of talking to this old man. The man on top of the tower laughed madly. The man who was daring enough to deal with my illusory ocean of blood's guards last night must come stand in front of me this instant. You don't want to annoy this old man. A sneer echoed at this time. It was accompanied by a cold voice. Illusory of ocean of blood? That's a fancy name. Are you implying that others can't even detain a thief if the said thief is associated with the illusory ocean of blood? A slim, tall, and shadowy silhouette slowly walked forth along with the echo of that sneer. His long hair fluttered in the wind. It seemed as if his eyes were filled with thunder. He stood tall like a mountain with his hand behind his back. It was the solitary falcon. Solitary falcon's nature had always been like that of an untamed steed. He had always lived on his own terms. He had genuinely despised those who used power to bully others, particularly if they acted like pretentious pricks afterwards. So, how could he not get angry and reply in an arrogant tone when he saw this person speaking loudly with extreme arrogance? Solitary Falcon had vaguely heard about what had happened the night before. So, he felt that he had missed a great opportunity. But, this new character had appeared at this time. The solitary falcon knew that he may not be a match for this person. But, he still wanted to try him out in combat. Anyway, it must be said that the solitary falcon had been left rather confused and speechless upon witnessing that old man's false big talk and loud roars. Are the three holy lands that amazing? This man's arrogance is probably unrivaled in the world. I don't even want to give a damn about you. Who are you? The Huang ancestor looked at him arrogantly. Tell me your name first. Let me confirm if you're even worthy of dying at my hands. This old man never kills unnamed small fries. I'm Solitary Falcon. Is that enough to qualify? Solitary Falcon raised his head, and looked at that old man with disdain. This old fart is like a theater actor. What, worthy of die at my hands, and this old man never kills unnamed small fires. These are the dramatic lines of a theater actor. It has to be said that the grand names of these three holy lands have gotten to the heads of these people. It's fine if you want to have a good fight. But, why are you flinging these lines around? Do you think that you're a heroine in a drama or something? Solitary Falcon. Ha ha. It may be assumed that you're the new 8th Great Master, right? I've heard of you. The old man raised his white eyebrows and roared, but, I've barely heard of you, that's about it. You still don't have enough strength to be selected into our illusory ocean of blood. Yet, you still dare to make so much noise in front of this old man by relying on that meager strength? You're still not worthy of fighting with this old man. I'd like to find out about that by crossing hands with you. Anyway, you've come here so brazenly. So, I'm assuming that you don't intend to hide your identity. I don't even know what position you hold in the illusory ocean of blood. How will I be able to distinguish you unless I know your name? Solitary Falcon snorted as he asked. I'll tell you my name, youngster. But, you stand firm afterwards, you mustn't let this old man's name intimidate or demoralize you. The Huang ancestor laughed as he faced upwards at first. Then, he glared at the solitary falcon and said, This old man is the sun which scorches 1,000 mountains, Huang Tai Yang. A snigger passed in the empty air. It turned out that the hiding Jun Moxie couldn't help but snigger. This old man's name is amazing. He's actually called Huang Tai Yang, as in the extremely **no-graphic man. And, his nickname is even interesting. After all, his nickname can easily be understood as exploits 1,000 mountains. This is a pitch-perfect match. I think it's impossible to laugh at this man. But, hearing that unreconcilable name had left Jun Moxie to ascertain that this old man was that relative of the Huang family. Jun Moxie had indeed found it very ridiculous, but Solitary Falcon didn't feel the same. It was because this funny-sounding sun which scorches 1,000 mountain, Huang Tai Yang, was a massive legend from 130 years ago. He was born with average talents, and had nothing exceptional about him. He was considered a good talent in the Huang family. But, even they didn't consider him to be very great. But, his strength suddenly increased one day, and he reached the spirit Xian level very abruptly as a result. He then traveled the world in search for opponents. He had been very fierce in those times. And it was unknown how many experts had died at his hand. Legend had it that his Xian strength was endless. It had continued to increase at a shocking speed. He had gone from being at the Earth Xian level to the breaking through to the Great Master level at very quick pace. In fact, it had only taken him a few years to become the top expert in the world once he had broken through the Spirit Xian level. Consequently, he had become a great legend in those days. He had particularly become a gigantic legend in the Xian community. Rumor even had it that he had once faced 2 Xian beast kings alone. Moreover, he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position in that encounter. The progress of his Xian strength had become the biggest mystery of the world in those days. What kind of power can make an Earth Xian expert suddenly break through to the Spirit Xian level? And, the Great Master level after that? Moreover, in a few years' time at that. This had led people to try even harder to find out about his origins. The families of his slain enemies and many other Xian experts were enough in count to fill the sky. In fact, many of them had united to take revenge. But, he had killed all of them with ease by using his own strength alone. That had continued until Huang Taiyang suddenly disappeared. Consequently, his bloody legend also came to an end. The so-called legend had vanished from the world, but it turned out that he had been absorbed by the illusory ocean of blood in reality. His disappearance had led his enemies to suppress the Huang family in order to make him reappear. The Huang family's members knew that he had joined the illusory ocean of blood. However, he never reconnected with them. And, they have enough qualifications to contact the illusory ocean of blood. So, they lost all forms of contact with him. The Huang family had lost their most powerful supporter. Therefore, they had no option but to endure being suppressed in helplessness. And, they continued to get repressed in utter helplessness until they were reduced to a regular Xian family. This was especially true for the years of late. In fact, they would have become a sunken ship if it wasn't for the Dugu family's patronage. It was a very curious coincidence that this legendary heaven-shaking ancestor of the Huang family had arrived just when Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan were messing with them. So, it's the old Huang Senior. Should I presume that the old Huang Senior has arrived here in order to re-establish this might? Solitary Falcon was stunned since he knew who Huang Taiyang was. But, his tongue was still working as harshly as before. To establish might. And, this old man doesn't mind killing a few people. Huang Taiyang looked at him with disdain as he adopted a chilling smile. His voice reverberated like that of an owl. For example, some people who have relied on their undeserved reputation to become the 8th Great Master by sheer luck. Or maybe even the worthlessly lowest-ranked Great Master who thinks that he's better than me, the greatest in the world. Solitary Falcon instantly became enraged. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Huang Taiyang. I've called you Senior to give you respect. But, don't go on bullying the others because of your rotten reputation from the past. You've become very outdated since you had disappeared from the wider society long back. But, this world isn't the one you were once familiar with. In fact, you need to start worrying about that long-expired legend of yours. After all, you wouldn't want your 200 years old reputation to be destroyed by me, would you? The Huang ancestor laughed. He seemed overjoyed, as if he had heard an extremely funny joke. His body even swayed from the laughing. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice resonated in an impatient manner. Where did this old crow come from? And, what are you croaking so late at night for? You've disturbed my deep dreams. This voice wasn't very loud, but it had nevertheless echoed like loud thunder. Moreover, it had cut through Huang Taiyang's great master-level field of aura with ease. It seemed as if a sharp sword had suddenly descended to the earth from the heavens in the dark of this murky and lazy night. Each word had sounded as if the god of thunder was giving vent to his anger. It had sounded like the slow and muffled beating of drums in the 9th heaven. But, everyone who had heard it was left to shake to their very cores. Each word had induced a tremor. A pounding tremor. In fact, it seemed as if each word had drummed at people's cores like a mallet. Who is this? Can I ask which of the other two Holy Lands people have come here? I request that you show yourself to prevent a misunderstanding from affecting our friendship. The Huang ancestor had a very cautious look on his face. That one sentence had been enough for him to assess that this person was a veteran. Those words had been simple, but he had realized that this person was extremely strong. In fact, he had even disregarded the insult concealed in this individual's words because of this reason, and had asked this question instead of retaliating. Even the tone of his voice had changed. And, that's because he had quickly judged that this newcomer's strength was extremely high. It must be mentioned that those words of insult were nothing more than a trivial matter when it came to the assurance of his safety in front of such danger. Huang Taiyang was a man who possessed hundreds of years' worth of experience. So, how could he not understand that truth? The Jun family has such an expert. And, listening to his voice leaves to judge that his strength may not be weaker than mine. Huang Taiyang was extremely shocked at this moment. It seems that I've underestimated the Jun family. This extremely strong expert and that great master solitary falcon can become a huge threat to me if they join hands. In fact, they can even pose a mortal threat to me. Huang Taiyang had arrived at the Jun family with the intention of blackmailing them for the bone-tempering pills. However, the thought had quickly dispelled from his mind. In fact, he had even started looking around for an escape route. And, that was because his sharp perception ability had made him realize that he may have walked into a great danger. He felt as if one false move could ruin everything. In fact, it could also result in his funeral. His many hundreds of years of experience in the wider society had tempered his instincts. And, the Huang ancestor had always trusted in his instincts. There was a light rustling sound as a green-clad girl appeared beside solitary falcon. She looked at Huang Taiyang in a cold manner, and spoke, "It's me." Mei Shuiyan was the one who had spoken those words of insult in the beginning. But, the person who had appeared in the open was, the Snake King. Huang Taiyang's eyes opened wide as he stared at her. He had thought that the person who had spoken out would be a great master-level expert. He had expected this individual to be old in terms of age, like he himself was. In fact, he had imagined an old lady with wrinkled skin and a hunched back. But, he had never expected that this individual would turn out to be such a beautiful young girl. He couldn't help but ask in stupefaction, "That was you?" This was the first time the Snake King and the solitary falcon were meeting after they had arrived at the Jun residence. It must be mentioned that their first meeting hadn't been on cordial grounds. Therefore, the solitary falcon had stared at her wide-eyed when he had first seen her appear at his side. His reaction would have been rather extreme if it hadn't been for his strong ability to control. In fact, he would have nearly cried out in surprise. However, he had restrained himself with great difficulty. But, the colors of surprise had still filled his eyes. How has the king of poisons, the greatest of all the snake beasts, appeared here so suddenly? What are you staring at, Falcon? So, you find it shocking that I've appeared here? The Snake King snorted as she gave him a look of displeasure. The issue is, how did you show up here? Solitary Falcon was stumped. He stammered as if his mind had short-circuited. Shouldn't she have followed her senior back into the Tianfa forest? So, how did she suddenly show up at the Jun residence? Isn't this place too far north from her southern territory? I followed you to here, he. The Snake King chuckled. Oh. So, that's what happened. He looked at the Snake King, and traces of wonder filled his eyes. He then thought about when Jun Moxie had gone missing for 2 days at the southern heaven city. Is it possible that he had gone to the Tianfa forest, and had ended up charming the Snake King in that time? He's indeed a vigorous man. Could he be called a vigorous man? No. Even the best of men couldn't pull this off. It seems that young Master Jun had met the Snake King in those 2 days. Moreover, they must have taken a fancy to each other, and would have fallen for each other. Thereupon, the Snake King would have gotten emotional over their relationship after Jun Moxie left Tianfa. So, she must have followed him through our journey here. Moreover, I even remember that Jun Moxie used to vanish many times in those days. So, it turned out to be a matter of a lover's tryst. Damn, this playboy. He even managed to fool around with a beast king. Solitary Falcon had even drawn an outline, the dialogues, and the overall script for a drama in his head in such a short period of time. Moreover, he had even developed the connecting threads. And, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that those things would have possibly happened in that manner. Solitary Falcon truly wanted to prostrate himself in admiration at this moment. Who could have seduced such a beautiful woman even if she had hailed from the mortal society? But, that young Master Jun has quietly managed to seduce a beast king from Tian Fa. He's a very valiant man. His skill and charms are truly extraordinary. It had to be said that the Solitary Falcon's line of thinking was a bit excessive. But, it wasn't very far from the truth, he had merely mistaken the youngster's real target. These two individuals were talking as if no one else was present there. However, Huang Taiyang was a great master-level powerhouse from one of the three holy lands. He was an extremely skilled person from the secret world. But, his questions had gone ignored and unanswered. A person with such an identity and cultivation had been given a cold shoulder, and was left to the side. Huang Taiyang tried to endure this insult at first. But, the other two were merely talking after meeting each other, and weren't giving him any importance. This obviously made the Huang ancestor very angry. His anger eventually broke out, and he roared. Then, he spoke up in a malicious manner, "You brats! How dare you give this old man no face? How dare you act like this old man isn't present here? This old man will show you how fierce he is." A "who" sound was heard as the silhouette of the ignored Huang Taiyang flew down from the top of the tower. His white hair started to move behind him. And his hands made strange revolving gestures in the air as he fluttered downwards in a frustrated manner. Everyone present on the scene suddenly felt a very strange sensation the moment his figure dropped down. It was a very abrupt feeling, everyone had suddenly felt that they had lost control over their bodies. This move seemed very awkward, even their mouths and noses felt blocked to the point of suffocation. And, they couldn't help but be shocked as a result. That charging move by Huang Taiyang had seemingly moved away the air from this area. And, that big courtyard had seemingly become a vacuum zone as a result. In fact, it seemed that the central point of this anomaly had become some kind of swirling vortex of Xian Qi. And, they felt as if this vortex was seemingly attracting their bodies to plunge towards itself. However, an individual would surely be left to the mercy of Huang Taiyang's manipulations if they were to fall into this vortex. The results of this technique were somewhat similar to that of the word cage. But, their relative strength differed by a massive margin. After all, this technique hadn't reached that level wherein the attacker would only have to raise their hand to deal with an enemy. But, this move was still capable of shocking everyone. The four people present in that area circulated their Xian strength at the same time. The one with the lowest strength amongst Jun Zhantian, Jun Wuyi, Green Hunter, and Solitary Falcon was at the Sky Xian level. Therefore, everyone had managed to react in time. However, the weaker ones would lose control if they were to fall into the range of this attack. The Jun father and son knew that they weren't strong enough, and would only be a burden to their side if they acted rashly. So, they quickly turned around, and ferociously tried to escape the swirling vortex's dominion. The Solitary Falcon waved his hand in order to toss the two away from the vortex's range. Jun Zhantian turned his body around once he had escaped to safety. However, he saw the hair of the Solitary Falcon and the Snake King fluttering in the air. They had already begun fighting Huang Taiyang by this time. The two of them had made similar kinds of movements. The Solitary Falcon had spread his arms, and had started to rotate in order to counteract the formidable pull from the center of the vacuum area. His two bird-like claws were making screamed sounds in the wind. The Snake King was revolving in the opposite direction. Then, she suddenly became motionless for a second. Her body then shot up in the air, and charged at Huang Taiyang in a manner similar to that of a slithering snake. That wind screamed violently as the solitary falcon rose into the air. He had shot up like a bird of prey. He rose to a good height first. Then, he suddenly swooped down the next moment. These two individuals had attacked from both above and below, like a soaring falcon and a venom-spitting snake. Moreover, their collaborative attack became nearly seamless in a flash. The fatal combination of the falcon and the snake. Huang Taiyang shouted in a sharp tone, "Those are insignificant moves. This is only like the splendor displayed by a small pearl." His body suddenly started to revolve in a strange manner. It was like he had turned into nothingness. However, the entire sky was suddenly filled with millions of densely packed fists the next moment. In fact, it seemed as if millions of people had shot their fists forwards. Solitary falcon roared, "Ghostly falcon." His body flew upwards as his claw bore down in torrents in an earth-shattering manner. A green light flashed in the Snake King's eyes as this happened. Then, several hair-like thin dark shadows shot out from her body. They then rocketed towards her enemy. They had charged towards his arms, legs, and his head. Huang Taiyang became flabbergasted for a second. Then, he snorted coldly, "How can there be so many snakes in such a cold winter season?" His hands flapped, and those numerous shadows were sent flying in all directions. However, the Snake King and Solitary Falcon had approached close to his body by now. There was a bang, as the three people were sent flying in three different directions. But, the three people hadn't even stopped moving backwards when they suddenly reversed their directions in unison. This led to the formation of dozens of their afterimages. Then, they again swept towards the same area in a manner so violent that even thunderbolts wouldn't be able to dissuade them. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi were on the same side as the Solitary Falcon and the Snake King. They could faintly see the three people's kicks and punches at first. But, they had barely blinked when the speed of those three increased rather exponentially. In fact, it was almost like the three had suddenly turned into shadows, and had gotten merged into one entity. There was only the violently screaming and ripping gale now. And, this gale was charging towards the north, south, east and west. These three individuals went fighting from the ground to the air. And then, from the air to the ground again. Whatever place they crossed, turned into a mess. The flowers and leaves would scatter into the air. However, they would then be turned into weapons that would be used to attack the enemy. The flowers, the leaves, the bamboo shoots, everything would be turned into weapons to be used for injuring one's opponent. In fact, these items were being used to such effect that they could even kill an individual. Solitary Falcon and the Snake King were known for their speed and agility. The Eighth Great Master's ferocity was matchless, while the Green Hunter was peerlessly venomous. Falcon and Snake are natural enemies. But, these two had combined their attacks in such a manner wherein their weaknesses were being concealed by the other's strengths. It must be mentioned that these two individuals were coordinating their moves for the first time. So, it wasn't fully seamlessly too honest. But, their combined powers were still rendering an effect that was enough to contend against an existence greater than the Great Master level. However, the speed of Huang Taiyang's movements was astonishing. It wasn't less than those of the other two by any margin. His Xian strength was very profound. In fact, it was far stronger than those of his two opponents. His two opponents had certainly collaborated to form a seamless pair. However, Huang Taiyang still hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position. An average person could never jump into this fight between these three people. After all, these people were launching innumerable attacks in every moment. However, they were also resisting innumerable attacks within that same frame of time. Jun Zhantian's Xian level of Spirit Xian middle ranks was the strongest amongst those watching the fight. But, he still couldn't distinguish who the enemy was, or who was on his side. So, it would be pointless if he were to hastily rush in to provide assistance. After all, his involvement would only be superfluous since he wouldn't be able to provide any real help. The Huang ancestor was indeed deserving of being called a great expert who had made his name famous for hundreds of years. His strength was genuinely extraordinary. He had never been on his back foot ever since he had begun fighting the solitary falcon and the snake king. In fact, he had even had an upper hand in the beginning. But, the solitary falcon and the snake king's cooperation had started becoming increasingly better with the passage of time. And, the two had started fighting even more harmoniously as a result. Their moves had quickly started to become increasingly seamless. Consequently, they had started to succeed in suppressing Huang Taiyang. In fact, they were even able to take initiative on their own. But, defeating the Huang ancestor was still a rather difficult matter. Huang Taiyang had remained calm during this entire time. He had consolidated at every step, and hadn't become anxious or mad. In fact, the corners of his mouth had slowly turned into a sneer. It seemed that Huang Taiyang was assured that he could still beat the Jun family and achieve his aim if they only had these two experts in their support. Solitary Falcon laughed whilst being intoxicated with the battle. This is truly satisfying. I can fight to my heart's content. However, the solitary falcon's body came to an abrupt standstill in mid-air as he roared this sentence out. Then, he quickly charged back into the fray. It turned out that the solitary falcon had met with a powerful and resolute palm attack. However, he had still decided to attack instead of moving to his defense. Suddenly, a bloody aura burst out of the solitary falcon's body as he prepared to face the tyrannical pressure from such an exceptional expert. His hair fluttered as he charged recklessly while disregarding his own safety. In fact, the solitary falcon was geared to take on nearly 80% momentum of Huang Taiyang's ferocious attack in doing so. However, the enormous pressure the Snake King had been facing would also reduce because of his actions. But, how could a beast king from Tian Fa accept an advantage at someone else's expense? So, she gave a loud hiss as her body turned a cruel green in color. Then, her body rose to the sky like a javelin. She had attacked right on top of Huang Taiyang's head. However, her body suddenly split into 8 images when she arrived close. Then, the 8 Snake Kings attacked at the same time. Huang Taiyang's hair and beard flew upwards as he shouted, "Good, come on." His palms thunderously shot up to attack. The corners of the Snake King's mouth curled into a sneer. There was a bang as her body flashed. Then, the Snake King's pretty silhouette covered the entire sky. Someone watching from the side would have felt as if the entire battlefield had been filled with images of the Snake King. Huang Taiyang was startled upon seeing this, and couldn't prevent his eyes from exposing a trace of shock. The solitary falcon was also charging downwards at this time. The cruel sneer hung at the corner of his mouth had made it evident that he was descending for a ruthless strike. After all, there was only one area he could use to complement the Snake King's killer move, the sky. Therefore, the ghostly falcon descended. Huang Taiyang roared at first. Then, he smirked in anger as he counterattacked with everything he had. There were successive bangs, and a thunderous flash as the Snake King's 9 palms resolutely struck their target. They weren't false strikes in any way. And, they fiercely struck the Huang ancestors back in an explosive manner. Meanwhile, the solitary falcon's 7 claws forcibly grabbed his chest. Huang Taiyang laughed wildly as he made no attempts to evade these attacks. In fact, there was a bang. Bang. Bang, as he used 3 palm attacks to repel the solitary falcon. Meanwhile, his leg kicked out like a tornado to repel the Snake King. The Snake King issued a stuffy groan, but she counterattacked with a kick of her own. Therefore, the 3 individuals ended up sustaining injury at the same time. But, those 3 individuals were considered and revered as tyrannical personalities amongst the many peak experts of their age. So, how could they endure such a thing? They went berserk, and roared out at the same time. They then charged in to attack again. In fact, they had decided to attack with everything they had. The 3 roars echoed as these 3 rushed to the highest heavens. This led to a sudden change of situation in the sky since the clouds above the Tianxiang city had dispersed in reply. And, the depth of the night sky was revealed as a result. Explosive sounds were resonating from time to time. The Snake King's cold curses, the solitary falcon's maddened laughs, and Huang Taiyang's loud roars were also echoing amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a very loud bang sound was heard. This sudden and loud sound elicited a very tyrannical reaction. In fact, it seemed that the entire Tianxiang city had been subjected to violent tremors. This loud explosion was accompanied by a surge of irresistible power. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi were watching the whole thing from the sides. However, they were blown away to a distance of more than 30 meters. Then, there were loud two bangs, as their backs hit the walls. In fact, the impact had even knocked the wind out of their systems. The shadows of the three people smashed down like meteorites. Solitary Falcon stumbled as the three people fell down. He took 2 steps back, and tried to stand his ground in a forceful manner. But, his chest had been struck by a ferociously powerful attack from Huang Taiyang. And, the backward momentum induced by that attack was still a bit too strong for the solitary Falcon to nullify. Therefore, he couldn't prevent himself from retreating another 2 steps. However, he was able to hold his position thereafter. His face had become slightly red, and somewhat pale. Blood was slowly flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, it seemed like the glittering colors of his passion. The Snake King had descended like a kite without string. She had flipped several times as she had tumbled through the air. Then, she had landed on the ground whilst staggering. Her pretty face had turned pale by now. Her legs had seeming gotten rooted to the ground, but her upper body was still reclining backwards. And, this was forcing her face to look upwards. Meanwhile, her long hair was floating behind her head in strange manner with hissing sounds. Huang Taiyang also fell to the ground loudly, and spun twice. His previously neatly combed hair was in a complete mess now. It now draped over his shoulder in a malicious manner. His face belied his fury as he let out a roar. Then, he violently waved his arms, and dozens of purplish objects fluttered down from his body like butterflies. It turned out that Huang Taiyang wasn't able to block the moves of the solitary Falcon and the Snake King in one instance during the battle. Consequently, he had faced the 9 palms and 7 claws. He possessed an excellent cultivation. So, his tough body could bear those strikes. But, his purple gown had been shredded in 16 places by that attack. And, the vestiges of those 16 strikes had detached from his robe, and fallen to the ground since the 3 people had finally separated. They floated down. The shredded purple gown resembled a beggar's clothes now. However, this had also exposed the soft golden armor he was wearing inside. Golden rays were flickering on it. Jun Moxie had been hiding while the fighting was taking place. However, he was left to gasp cold air at this time. The young master was well aware of how terrifying the attacks of Solitary Falcon and the Snake King were. But, those ferocious 16 gown-shredding attacks had seemingly had no effect on the Huang ancestor. What is this guy wearing? That supple golden object must have had some role to play in this. But, the old man's strength is very profound. Moreover, the toughness of his body has also reached an extremely shocking degree. It's not surprising that Mei Shuiyan had said that my exceptional and quick attacks would be useless against a genuine great master-level expert. Even my exceptionally sharp sword would bear no fruit against someone that strong. I must admit that even my sneak attack might not work against this Huang Taiyang. There's actually something as strange as this in this world. Jun Moxie rejoiced in secrecy since he felt that he was fortunately to not have used his divine sword in order to mount a sneak attack. Otherwise, he would have received the shorter end of the stick post his endeavor. Huang Taiyang silently bowed his head to look at his now shredded purple clothes. He then looked up heavily. The old man smiled in a manner that didn't make it seem as if he was smiling. Then, he spoke in a dark manner, "This is remarkable. This old man hasn't sustained an injuries in God knows how many years. But, you brats have somehow achieved this result. This is a strange and new feeling. Ha ha ha, I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. He stopped and looked at Solitary Falcon. Your reputation isn't undeserved, Solitary Falcon. This old man admits that the 8th Great Master's reputation isn't undeserved. But, it's a shame that you've to die right after receiving this old man's acknowledgement. It's honestly a lamentable matter. Solitary Falcon laughed and sneered, whether I die or not, or even when and how I die, has nothing to do with whatever you say or believe in. Huang Taiyang ignored him, and looked at the Snake King in a malicious manner. He then put on a dignified expression as he said, "You're also quite remarkable, young girl. This old man hopes that his eyes haven't gotten weaker with age, but you must be the distinguished Snake King of the Tianfa forest if my guess isn't incorrect. You still dare to call me a young girl even though you know I'm a beast king from Tianfa? You've got big guts, Huang Taiyang. You're too cocky. You're barely 200 years old. Yet, you're still acting like an elder in front of me." The Snake King showed no quarter as she mocked back. Ha ha. The Snake King is an old being. But, your age equates to its human equivalent when you appear in this human form. Therefore, the Snake King from Tianfa doesn't look a day older than 30. But, this old man has spent 200 years living through the springs and autumns in this flesh. So, it won't be right if I didn't call you a young girl, would it? Don't tell me that you want this old man to call you a fishy-smelling snake instead. The Huang ancestor laughed evilly as he spoke those malicious words. Disgraceful. What are you saying? Are you saying that I smell fishy? The Snake King had the appearance of a girl who hadn't even reached her 20s. So, her corresponding temperament wasn't calm enough. And, this trait had particularly been exposed since these words had attacked her physical defects. After all, women have always had a love for appearing beautiful. Therefore, Huang Taiyang's words had suddenly infuriated her. I had thought that the Jun finally had climbed up the ranks with the backing of a mysterious master. And, I had taken that to be the reason why they had dared to oppose our illusory ocean of blood so blatantly. But, I've now found that it was the Snake King from Tianfa who was backing them. He. I guess that's a good disguise to work with. However, it's a pity though. After all, that name could have left this senior to dread 200 years ago. But nowadays, the Tianfa forest became yesterday's news a long time ago. It doesn't even have enough qualifications to be considered a holy land anymore. Moreover, you people are nothing in front of the strong experts of my illusory ocean of blood. In fact, you're nothing but an insignificant snake. Don't tell me that you think you're a dragon or something. Ha ha. Huang Taiyang's expression became increasingly eccentric as he mocked her. The Tianfa forest may not be as strong as it used to be in the past. But, the thieves trained by your illusory ocean of blood still aren't much in the eyes of my Tianfa. A light flashed in Green Hunter's eyes. It was evident that she was looking for an opportunity to attack. That old man's words had already managed to annoy her. So, how could she go without giving vent to her anger? But, the Snake King appearance at this place has genuinely come as a shock to this old man. A very bright light flashed in Huang Taiyang's eyes as noticed that the Snake King's right hand was trembling in anger. So, he then spoke up with the intention of making her even angrier. I've heard that the Jun family's brat is so shameless that he didn't even spare his own sister-in-law. People say that he has even taken her virginity. In fact, he didn't even seem regretful about his actions. But, it seems that the brat commands genuine skills when it comes to dealing with women. Ha ha ha. The ancestor Huang's glare became dark as he continued, I had heard that the despicable brat had gone to the Tianfa forest some time ago. Don't tell me that the Snake King was also swindled by that brat. Did he take advantage of the Snake King as well? Is that the reason she couldn't prevent herself from following him here to this Tianxiang city? You're not stinting at anything. In fact, you seem to be using your power to gain favor with him. Well, you can't be blamed for this. After all, you've taken the appearance of a beautiful woman. And, that brat must have turned up in front of you as a Prince Charming. I suppose. Ha ha. But, does that lowly debauchee of the Jun family have enough skill to satisfy someone as distinguished as the Snake King? This old man can introduce you to some people who can satisfy you if he's falling short. Ha ha ha. Infuriate. Huang Taiyang's intention was to infuriate the Snake King. You're disgraceful. You're a mean and lowly person. You still fancy to call yourself a man from the three holy lands. I will kill you. The Snake King was furious, and her body was about to shoot out. But, Huang Taiyang laughed heartily as he prepared to welcome the attack. After all, this was exactly what he had intended. He was more powerful than the both of his opponents. But, the solitary falcon and the Snake King complemented each other very well. They could form a formidable force if they coordinated with each other. And, that would increase their effective strength output by 2 to 3 folds. There was a possibility that he could still defeat them despite their teamwork. But, he would have to pay a heavy price for it. Therefore, he had decided to provoke one individual. And, he would use this opportunity to kill that said individual in a single stroke. Consequently, the situation would fall under his control. This was also the reason why he hadn't hesitated while unraveling his identity, and hadn't put a check on his filthy words. However, he hadn't expected for it to work this easily. After all, this was a commonly used trick. There had been a lot of contempt in his body language when those words of provocation had left his mouth. However, he had then begun concentrating the entirety of his bodily strength since he was preparing to face his enemy. He was prepared to go to any lengths in order to kill the Snake King in a single stroke. There was still a chance that he may not succeed in killing her. However, he wanted to injure her so severely that she'd be rendered incapable of fighting afterwards. After all, the situation would fall under his control if things worked out in this manner. Huang Taiyang's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. His murderous intentions had been revealed. The sound of tiny explosions echoed as his Xian strength concentrated in one place. All these aspects were a precursor that he had readied this entire strength and skill to make a decisive move. Wouldn't allow the Snake King to escape from his grip. After all, this kind of an opportunity was extremely rare to come by. His plans were on the verge of materializing. The figures of Huang Taiyang and the Snake King were about to come in contact. However, a graceful figure suddenly frittered into the sky at this time, and shouted, "Go back." The Snake King heard this individual's command, and she followed the voice in spite of everything. She retreated, and returned to her original place in a flash. Moreover, her body language had shown no traces of hesitation or disobedience in doing so. Huang Taiyang stared blankly for a second. Then, he raised his head to look at the source of the sound. However, he suddenly discovered that a lustrous palm shadow had arrived before him. And, he suddenly lost his breath due to the overwhelming shock of this moment. This person has been hiding on the sidelines this entire time. But, I was completely unaware of it. Who is this person? This makes it rather obvious that this person's strength isn't lower than mine. Suddenly, pangs of extreme remorse aroused in his heart. It seems that the person who had spoken out at the beginning, was none other than this individual who has showed up at this time. However, I had mistakenly believed that it was the Snake King's voice. Consequently, I stopped paying attention to the sounds around me when the Snake King appeared. Who would have imagined that the enemies had been concealing such a supermaster this entire time? How terrible would things become if this person was to team up with the solitary falcon and the Snake King? He quickly retreated as these thoughts crossed his mind. However, that single palm shadow had already changed into a densely packed palm mountain by now. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed as that incisive palm strike charged through the air. It turned out that this individual's attacking speed had exceeded the speed of sound propagation. Numerous palms flashed and rumbled through the air. It seemed as if they would destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It appeared as if the doors of the hell had burst open, and millions of demons had come out. This strike was certain to kill. This one strike was akin to the fatal blow. It could be said that Mei Shuai-yen had been feeling extremely gloomy this entire time. She hadn't intended to undertake this task at first. However, she had decided to reveal herself in this critical moment. Besides, Huang Taiyang's words had made her very angry. Damn it! Who was he referring to when he was talking about the using a woman's body part? Was this old fool making an indirect remark at me? Thereupon, the beautiful Mei Shuai-yen rushed out while spitting anger. She also brought 999 palm strikes along with her. Mei Shuai-yen launched this attack. However, she suddenly felt as if the gloominess that had been plaguing her heart had been erased to some extent. And, she somehow felt much better as a result. In fact, it seemed that beating up someone in this tyrannical manner was a good way to give a vent to the anger which had been locked inside her heart for a very long time. Therefore, Mei Shuai-yen didn't let up. And, Huang Taiyang's body turned into a punching bag as a result. A proper punching bag at that. It could be said that Huang Taiyang's tragedy bore a certain aspect of similarity to Li Ju-tian's. After all, both of them had landed in similar situation because of one person, Jun Moxie. That's because, he was real reason why Mei Shuai-yen was angry in both cases. Huang Taiyang was caught off guard in the face of these attacks. He continually retreated backwards. But, could the speed of his retreat ever match Mei Shuai-yen's frightening momentum? Their strengths had anyways differed by a significant margin. Moreover, Mei Shuai-yen had also consumed the vitality linkage pill a while ago. And, her speed had ascended to a terrifying level as a result. Bang! Bang! A series of flesh-pulping sounds echoed as a flurry of palm attacks landed on the old man's body. In fact, these sounds were similar to the explosive sounds that are caused by firecrackers. Huang Taiyang screamed in pain as his body flew out like a kite without a string. Eventually, he lost control over himself, and started to spurt blood from his mouth. His strong and unbreakable body had sustained serious injuries by the first round of his counterpart's attacks. There were blood stains at the corner of his mouth by the time he somehow tottered his way away. In fact, he looked like a ghost. He then asked in a mournful and distorted tone, "Who are you? Who the hell are you?" It was a pity that Huang Taiyang got an even more ferocious volley of attacks in reply. These attacks weren't merely wild and intense, they were extremely deadly as well. Huang Taiyang screamed while confronting this shadow of death. He hadn't even been able to see this man's appearance until now. Instead, he only seen a vague silhouette, and had heard that clear and melodious voice. However, he was receiving waves upon waves of attacks. In fact, he had been taking a series of heavy blows. Huang Taiyang had never even dreamt that a human body was capable of reaching such a level of supremacy. His entire body had suffered bad injuries, be it vital parts or not. He used to believe that he had an indestructible body, but it had showed no resistance capabilities in the face of these attacks. However, his body wasn't the only thing had was suffering. Even his spirit was experiencing only one kind of sensation at this moment, pain. He hadn't tasted this strange feeling for the last 100 years or more. Therefore, he had gradually forgotten of its existence. And, this was the reason why this sun that scorches 1,000 mountains had become so unbridled and arrogant with the passage of time. However, he was finally getting to taste this long-forgotten flavor of fear again. He had assessed that his assailant didn't intend to take his life. After all, his opponent's strength was enough to kill him whenever he wanted to. Huang Taiyang wasn't aware of the reason why this individual was acting in this manner, nor could he understand why this individual wasn't trying to kill him. However, he could tell that this individual was enraged, and was only trying to venting their anger on him. Huang Taiyang had certainly figured that this individual hadn't intended on killing him. But, the old man also knew he wouldn't be left with enough strength to escape if these half-hearted fatal attacks continued to rain on him in this manner. After all, these attacks would end up crumbling his fighting abilities even though they wouldn't kill him. Huang Taiyang made an effort to arouse his Xian strength. Then, he roared and swept skywards. However, his back was struck with a series of 4 palms as he was rising. But, could this also be regarded as a lucky incident? After all, wouldn't he be able to escape by using the momentum provided by these strikes? Jun Moxie had been watching the fight from his place of hiding. However, he shouted out in excitement at this moment, "Don't let him go. Catch him alive." Solitary Falcon and Snake King leapt forward at the same time. They then chased after Huang Taiyang at a lightning speed. However, they weren't acting upon the young master's desire. They had done so because this damned Huang Taiyang had tried to kill them a moment ago. And, this had already tied a knot of hatred in their hearts. So, they obviously wanted to kill this old man in one fell swoop. This was particularly true for the Snake King. Mei Shuiyan had rescued her when she had made that mistake. Else, she was bound to suffer a severe injury. In fact, she would have probably seen a major decrease in the layer of her strength level because of that injury. And, that would have meant that she may have lost her qualifications for taking on a human form. Moreover, this dubious old man had also attempted to slander her reputation with her words a short while ago. The Snake King was obviously very angry. So, how could she let him go when she harbored such a grudge against him? It must be said that the Solitary Falcon and Huang Taiyang didn't have any deep-seated feud. But, this was a great opportunity to pulverize an already defeated enemy. So, how would he not wish to kill a man who wanted to kill him? Huang Taiyang jumped upwards and got away from this shadow of death's range of attack. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, he then discovered that the dreadful white figure had disappeared without a trace. That white figure hadn't pursued to attack him. His mind could help slacking off to some extent since that shadow of death had left. But, he had realized one thing very clearly, this place can turn out to be a very painful venture. He hurried towards the wall. He secretly swore that he wouldn't return here if his strength was still lower than that of the Jun family. Facing this indescribable strength, is like offering myself on a platter. Suddenly, he noticed something obscure in front. The Solitary Falcon's powerful claws were approaching to grab his skull. Huang Taiyang howled in anger when he saw this. It's true that he wasn't in good condition at this time, but he still didn't need to fear the Solitary Falcon. Therefore, he also counter-attacked. Solitary Falcon snorted and smiled. Then, he forcibly directed his claws downwards. The claws of both the parties clashed. And, Huang Taiyang was left to yell out in a maddened frenzy. It turned out that he wasn't able to beat the Solitary Falcon. Moreover, the top of his shoulder had been drenched with blood due to this clash. But, this was also reasonable from one perspective. After all, he had already suffered Mei Shuiyan's numerous palm attacks. But still, he was lucky that Mei Shuiyan had only given vent to the gloominess of her heart. He would have turned into a pile of mincemeat if she had desired to kill him instead. In fact, there was a good chance that he would have ended up becoming meat sauce. However, he had suffered severe injuries even though he had gotten somewhat lucky in the overall. In fact, his internal organs and meridians had already suffered damage. But, he still placed himself too highly. Therefore, he hadn't given much importance to this clash with the Solitary Falcon. In fact, he believed that he'd be able to defend at will, like he would have under normal circumstances. Moreover, he had felt that he would also be able to counter-attack the Solitary Falcon in order to force him back. But, things weren't as easy as he had taken them to be. And, he wasn't able to rally enough strength to parry. Huang Taiyang suffered at the Solitary Falcon's claws. And, another deadly wound was added to his body. But, he still managed to summon his Xian strength in order to rush towards the wall with half-blooded madness. But, the Snake King was already waiting for him there. She smiled coldly and said, "What happened, old man? Why are you in such a hurry? You can leave after you've paid the price for your filthy words." It was needless to say that her hands and feet attacked at the same time. The Snake King was very similar to Mei Shui Yan in some ways. So, how could her strikes not be deadly as well? Moreover, she had intended to go for the killer move. Huang Taiyang felt very tragic in this moment. He was very regretful. In fact, he regretted this beyond measure. After all, he had decided to charge into the Jun family all by himself. Then, he had even put forth a challenge in a majestic and awe-inspiring manner even though he didn't have any backup. He had even tried to flaunt his overbearing strength. But, how would he have known that he had poked a massive nest of hornets by doing so? The hornets had stuck onto his entire face as a result. Moreover, the sting of these hornets weren't merely fierce, they were poisonous as well. Huang Taiyang howled in misery as his blood splashed out. After all, he received 13 tight palms and 6 leg shots from the Snake King. However, this man still lived up to the name of 3 holy lands. And, that's because he still had some strength left. He swept in the sky, and hurried to escape. Moreover, his speed had accelerated to an extent that was rarely seen. The solitary falcon and the Snake King were known for their speed and agility. But, these two got angry when they saw him escape at that speed. And, that's because they had realized that they would fall short. The Snake King and solitary falcon were overwhelmed with shock to see him escape. Huang Taiyang truly deserved to be called an existence above the great master level. He was hit by Mei Shui Yan's numerous attacks first. Then, he was struck by the solitary falcon. After that, he was badly beaten up by the Snake King. However, he surprisingly still had the strength to escape at such a speed. It must be said that his skills were frightening. He was genuinely an existence superior to the great master level. Solitary Falcon and Snake King had realized that Mei Shui Yan hadn't intended on killing this old man. However, they harbored tremendous rage towards Huang Taiyang. One must have the ability to finish matters if intent on starting a feud. Huang Taiyang had already received a series of wild and ferocious attacks from 3 great experts. And, he had sustained hundreds of injuries. However, he was still all set to escape away. This was genuinely appalling. But, Huang Taiyang was already a spent force now. Huang Taiyang's figure quickly shot up high into the sky while blood dripped from his body. He flew over 18 to 20 meters, his golden armor was shining quite conspicuously under the bright moonlight. Solitary Falcon and the Snake King couldn't catch up with him at this time since he had covered this much distance. After all, the Huang ancestors' speed was too fast. In fact, no one except for the extremely beautiful Mei Shui Yan could catch him now. Huang Taiyang turned around while fleeing, and gave a sharp roar, "You brat of the Jun family. You've mounted such a sneak attack on this old man. I swear to take my revenge. I swear to not be called a man if I don't flatten the Jun residents. Moreover, you've mounted a sneak attack on me whilst remaining hidden in the sidelines. This old man won't let you off. This old man will show you what courting death means for having the cheek to do such a thing." He was aware that his life wasn't in danger anymore. But, his defeat and ill treatment that evening had still left him feeling sullen. Therefore, there was no way that he wouldn't attempt to take revenge later. Huang Taiyang's body had been dropping to lower altitudes throughout his flight. After all, he had used up a lot of his Xian Qi. So, he was falling rather quickly as a result. He gasped for air from his nose and mouth at the same time, and took off again the moment his legs touched the ground. The old man had enough strength to make his escape by fly jumping 2 or 3 times. Huang Taiyang's mind was brimming with malicious thoughts and plans of vengeance. He had walked the wider society for 200 years. Had he ever suffered such a humiliating defeat before? There had been times in the past where he'd been entangled with other families who harbored deep hatred towards him. He had often been surrounded by hundreds of experts. However, he had always killed 7 of 8 of them by charging into their ranks. And, he'd then make an unhurried escape from the battle. However, he had never expected that this seemingly harmless and insignificant Jun family would nearly take his life. A flame of seemingly endless rage was burning inside his chest. And, his severe internal injuries had filled his mind with even more hatred. He had even counted, I was attacked by no less than 200 palms in quick succession. It's also fortunate that this old man had come alone. Wouldn't the others from my faction been beaten to minced meat here? Huang Taiyang had forgotten that the last of these individuals hadn't intended to kill him. Instead, he only remembered that he had been attacked by over 200 palms. His hatred was extreme. In fact, it was irreconcilable. The old man would certainly give vent to his hatred. In fact, this hatred was so extreme that it had been engraved in his mind forever. His feet were barely a hair's breadth away the ground. He would leap into the air the moment the tip of his toes would touch the ground. I'll annihilate the Jun family. How can a family from the regular society ever provoke the anger of a holy land beyond the mortal realms? He couldn't make any reprisals at this moment. In fact, he was still running away. But, his mind was flooded with pleasurable thoughts of the indescribable tortures he would inflict. He was even imagining the various methods he'd use to torture and humiliate the Jun family's members. I'll pay them back 100 times for today's humiliation. No, 1,000 times. 10,000 times. 100,000 times. He didn't wish to make reprisals for his family's enmity alone anymore, he also wanted to do it for the injuries he had suffered. I can't tolerate this. I won't let them off. The Jun family's members won't be the only ones. Even the members of their wives' families, visitors and friends, anyone who has any relationship with the Jun family, all of them will suffer from my revenge. All of them will suffer my bloody revenge. The Huang ancestor had sworn this. He considered for a bit. Then, he shouted out, Jun family. I'll trample all of you in the future. I won't be considered a man if I allow even a single dog to slip away. So, you people must enjoy the amount of time you have left. Ha ha ha. That cruel roar had shaken the entire night sky. However, a cold voice replied at this moment, you won't be considered a man. That's not even a funny joke. Do you think that you can still be considered a man? You befuddled fool, do you think you can leave alive? A genuinely scorching sun appeared in front of Huang Taiyang along with those cold words. The extremely bright sun rays filled his eyes. This glowing sun emitted bright multicolored rays in all directions, it was undoubtedly far more dazzling than this Huang Taiyang, the sun who scorches 1,000 mountains. Those countless multicolored rays of light issued uncountable sword auras as they lit up the dark night sky from high above. Then, those glowing sword lights merged as they flew towards Huang Taiyang's weak throat like a lightning. It was going to strike him in mid-flight. That sword strike had ingeniously grasped the most opportune moment to approach him. In fact, its angle of approach was so mischievous that this 200-year-old supreme expert, Huang Taiyang, felt like cursing. In fact, he felt like cursing in the most malicious language. However, he didn't have time to do that. In fact, he wouldn't have wasted whatever little energy he had left on cursing out loud even if he had gotten the time for it. And, that's because he wouldn't have been left with any time to react if he had done so. The person who had struck that fatal blow was obviously none other than Jun Moxie. Young Master Jun had been hiding for quite a while in wait for such a great opportunity to spring his ambush. So, how could he let such an opportunity slip by? He had cultivated a very sharp sense of assassination in his previous life. And, it had helped him determine that Huang Taiyang had lost his strength a fair amount of time back. And, this meant that he could kill this old man as long as he was able to take advantage of the proper opportunity. I may never get such a rare opportunity again if I miss it at this time. Therefore, Jun Moxie had decided to attack with everything he had. It was needless to mention the speed, the angle, and the opportune moment. after all, Jun Moxie had even considered the air resistance before he had launched this attack. Therefore, Jun Moxie was very confident. Even the greatest assassin of this generation, Chu Chi Hun, couldn't have produced such a divine sword attack. This sword attack was the absolute best any assassin could achieve. This sword attack was akin to a legendary strike for any assassin. This was a sword attack which would deliver a fatal blow, and kill for certain. Not only would it chop at its target, it would chop them to extinction. Mei Shuiyan was standing afar, and was observing everything. So, she had obviously seen that splendidly shining sword attack. It had reached the pinnacle of skill. That breathtaking sword attack had left her amazed. But, it had also left her to feel somewhat ashamed. She implored herself, and realized that even she wouldn't have been able to exploit this opportunity with such perfection. That Jun Moxie's swordsmanship, or specifically, his assassination swordsmanship has surprisingly reached a level of such wondrous perfection. However, a doubt also emerged in her mind: this brat is an assassin by his very nature. Or, he's a born assassin. Otherwise, how could a brat who is not even 18 years old be capable of issuing such a perfectly resplendent sword attack? Even the people who possess hundreds of years of cultivation won't be able to hide from such a sword attack despite having reached the great master level of above. Venerable Mei, the most powerful individual from Tian Fa, also felt somewhat inferior to that sword attack. Don't tell me that he can kill a great master level exert by using his mere sky Xian strength. However, this is happening right now in front of everyone present. Huang Taiyang's toes hadn't touched land at this moment. However, his toes could feel the approaching ground. It was close, there was only a tiny gap in between. But, that tiny gap seemed a world away. The entire body seemed like a tilting candle that was trying its hardest to fall down. In fact, he had exhaled the air he had just gasped in, and was waiting to take another gulp in order to escape. But, it was in that tiny space of time that this killer sword attack had suddenly made its appearance. This space of time was infinitely subtle, but it was enough for this deadly sword attack. Huang Taiyang issued a shriek of despair. He didn't even have the time to think about making his escape at this time since this sword was about to strike him in a moment. His body faced upwards with the final burst of strength. He hit his chest with his fist, and sent the aura in his dantian shaking. This instantly aroused the last remnants of aura within his body. Then, a column of blood rushed forth from his mouth, and shot towards the attacking sword like a javelin. He knew that would lose the greater part of his Xian strength because of this move he was making. In fact, he would never be able to restore his strength to its current peak even after his injuries had been cured. But, he had no choice in the matter. That was because this was the only way he could save his life. After all, a big hole would be pierced into his throat if he didn't do this. What would be better, losing half of his life's worth of cultivation, or losing his life? Even a 3-year-old child could answer this. And, this was Huang Taiyang, a man who cherished life very dearly. A hope of living on is often the greatest desire of old men. He had already lived for over 200 years, but he wanted to live for 200 more. He still hadn't enjoyed the beautiful things of life to his heart's content. He still wanted to maintain the pinnacle of his glory. Therefore, he had preferred to cripple himself if could somehow escape with his life. After all, one needn't worry about firewood as long as the forests are around. The sword light had approached so close that it had even incited a knot of cold inside Huang Taiyang's neck. The blood arrow suddenly shot forth. It passed the sword light, and went towards Jun Moxie. However, the young master merely tilted his head. The blood arrow nearly hit his ear. It then went whooshing by the sides of his temple, and sent his hair flowing. Then, it flew into the empty sky. However, Huang Taiyang had managed to distance his body from that deadly sword attack in this brief moment that wasn't even enough to blink one's eyes. But, his body was still dropping to the ground. His toes eventually reached the ground as his body descended. However, they faltered. Therefore, his heels hit the ground with such force that lots of dirt was stirred upwards. This dirt then shot towards Jun Moxie and Huang Tianyang's body like numerous concealed weapons as the old man's body glided on the ground at a very sharp speed. In fact, the reactionary effect his body produced against the ground was similar to the one produced by a swordfish gliding through the water's surface. His back pressed tightly against the ground as his body went sliding. This sliding motion exhausted the remaining of Huang Taiyang's strength as slid to nearly 150 meters on his back. In fact, he had slid so fast on his back that the friction produced against the ground had resulted in a strange green smoke. His skin had been scorched as a result, and was emitting a strange smell at this time. That extreme speed of sliding had scorched the skin on his back. He wasn't thinking about where he was sliding to at this time. In fact, he wasn't thinking of anything. The old man was only shooting backwards like an arrow. Then, there was a bang, since a wall collapsed as his head hit the Jun family's boundary wall. He left a huge gap in the wall after hitting it. Then, he went whooshing further into the Jun family's courtyard. This was the place he had just fought in. This was the place where he had fought the solitary falcon. This was the place he had bravely forced the Snake King to retreat. But, it was also the place where he had faced his greatest humiliation. However, the most interesting part was that the Huang ancestor hadn't realized this point at this time. And, that's because he hadn't had enough time. He knew that he had evaded the sword. But, his keen perception had made him realize that the sword was still chasing in order to kill him. The sword's cold and piercing aura had tailed him closely. It was circling his eyes, throat, and other places. And, it would pierce his body the moment the opportunity would arise. Huang Taiyang's escape had come unexpected to his enemy when he had retreated in an attempt to fight for his life. Consequently, he had escaped with his life for the time being. But, his enemy hadn't given up on chasing him down. Huang Taiyang's sudden return to the courtyard had surprised the solitary falcon and the others. This old man was cursing us so jubilantly a moment ago. So, how come he's come crashing back through the boundary wall like this? Is here to kill us while we're off guard? Aren't his guts too damn big? Solitary Falcon and Snake King had defended against Huang Taiyang's attacks with everything they had. But, they had still fallen somewhat short. Moreover, the energy they had consumed in this fight wasn't low. The fight had certainly lasted for a short period of time. But, those two knew that they had revolved around life and death for each moment of that fight. In fact, this fight had been far more dangerous than the one they had fought outside the Tian Fa forest. After all, an expert stronger than the Great Master level wasn't an easy opponent. Therefore, the two of them had snatched this time to circulate their aura instead of rising into the air and looking on with hope. Consequently, they had missed that marvelous scene from a moment ago. Moreover, they could have never thought that Huang Taiyang would run into an assassin as tyrannical that the supreme assassin Chu Chi-hun by some curious coincidence. Huang Taiyang had been forced to retreat while cutting a sorry figure since he hadn't chosen a proper escape route in his panicked state. Consequently, had knocked through the wall, and had returned to where he was before. However, everyone's doubts were cleared the next moment as a white-clothed figure followed after Huang Taiyang's retreating body. This figure didn't even stop for a moment, and rushed in through that big hole the Huang ancestor's retreating body had created in the wall. In fact, this figure had flown through the chaotic dust and smoke in a graceful manner at lightning-fast speed. Moreover, the sword in his hand was shooting out dazzling sword lights. It was approaching while piercing through the air. The man holding the sword was handsome and tall. His entire body was emitting a cold aura, and his face had a dark and icy expression. It was Jun Moxie. Huang Taiyang gave a loud roar. Then, his body seemingly revolved in the midst of retreating. After that, he changed his direction and continued to retreat with urgency. His body was still rubbing against the floor. But, his body had started to leave a trail of the mangled bits of his flesh after he had made this turn. His sleeveless armor had protected certain areas of his body. However, the rest of his body was exposed, such as his shoulders, thighs, hips. And, that frantic whirl he had made a moment ago had left the flesh on these areas to get grinded. Consequently, it seemed as if the ground had been stained with the mangled flesh of a pig that was being slaughtered by a butcher. Jun Moxie's sword hadn't stopped. His facial expression seemed calm and collected. The murderous intent in his eyes was still as vigorous as before. He was a man who could subject himself to cruelties in order to achieve something. So, one could well imagine the level of fierceness he was capable of showing his enemies. He would never allow this person to live on. In fact, his sword's tip had remained less than a foot away from Huang Taiyang's throat even though the latter had changed directions. Huang Taiyang wanted to issue a loud scream, but he couldn't find his voice. His eyes opened wide, and it seemed his pupils would explode. The corners of his mouth were already dripping with saliva. His feet were constantly brushing against the ground at a rapid pace since he wanted to get away. In fact, he was striving so hard that the hardened ground had been etched with trails of his footprints. This had also kicked up much dust in the air. He was trying to use the reactive force from the ground in his futile attempts to escape. But, an increasing amount of the flesh on his shoulders, thighs, and posterior had started to become like minced meat. He attempted to pick up pace while retreating. In fact, these dregs of meat had seemingly started to melt on the ground. This powerful expert from the illusory ocean of blood was even stronger than the great master level. However, an onlooker would find no flesh on his thighs and shoulders if they were to look at his body. Instead, they would only see his bare dense bones. In fact, even a thick layer of those bones had worn out by now. However, the Huang ancestor wasn't feeling any pain. And, that was because his mind had been enshrouded in the possibility of his death. In fact, he would get about to chopping off his head without any hesitation if he were told that he could escape by doing so. And, that's because he had already fallen apart, he had thoroughly fallen apart. That sword was like a bone-eating maggot that was chiseling away at his body even though it was persistently aiming at his throat. That expert was even stronger than the great master level. However, he hadn't even had time to get up. Instead, he had been forced into such a horrible situation. He could have decided to resist that sword's attack if he had been in his peak condition. Perhaps, he could have clamped that sword between his chin and collarbone, and could have struck back at the attacker. He could have done that with his strength. But, his body had lost the stamina required for something like that since he had suffered from 200 continuous attacks. He knew that he would die if his throat was pierced by that sword. Therefore, Huang Taiyang was struggling to look for any opportunity to stand up, or fight, or even escape. Even the slightest opportunity. However, he had never expected that this man's sword would tail him so closely and terrifyingly. It was needless to talk about an opportunity of standing up, he hadn't even had a chance to blink. The strongest expert of generation. An expert who was stronger than the great masters. An apex expert who roamed the world free and unimpeded in his days. However, he had been brought to such a pitiful condition by an unknown youngster at this time. It was sorrowful, extremely sorrowful. It was the Huang ancestor's sheer will to live which had made him skid along against the friction in his attempt to escape. However, the unceasing friction from the ground meant that he was leaving behind a pool of blood amidst the green smoke that was arising from the burns of friction. In fact, it could be assumed that Huang Taiyang would die on the spot even if Jun Moxie were to stop his pursuit. After all, the old man was unlikely to persist once his mind had loosened up by any margin. That was because the blood in his body had more or less flowed out by now. However, Jun Moxie didn't stop. In fact, he showed no indications of coming to a stop. He genuinely hated it when someone threatened him. And, the Huang family's Huang Taiyang had committed this greatest sin. Jun Moxie's intentions had changed from his initial ones, he didn't wish to kill this man anymore. Instead, he wanted this man to grind himself to death. The sword pierced with a whoosh, and Huang Taiyang again dodged it narrowly in desperation. However, his golden armor couldn't bear the strain anymore, and got ripped away from his body with a "cheek" sound. And, this resulted in the formation of a new pile of blooded flesh on the ground. But, this pile seemed entirely intact. After all, it was the flesh which had previously been preserved by his sleeveless armor. He had lost the flesh above and below his vest area long back. Therefore, the flesh of his vest had basically ended up becoming like an object that was suspended in midair. And, this meant that it was bound to fall down at first contact once it had lost support of that golden armor. It was an extremely shocking and bloody sight. It's finally time. Jun Moxie took a long breath. The sound of a small bell's tinkling was heard as he sheathed his sword in its scabbard. Then, he coldly looked at Huang Taiyang, and the corners of his mouth turned into a sneer. The Huang ancestor finally breathed in relief. It was unknown where he found the strength from, but he jumped up to stand. The old man wanted to turn and scram, but he found he had no strength left. He tried to move his aura to heal himself. But, he found that his 200 years' worth of hard-earned Xian strength had disappeared as well. Huang Taiyang turned pale with fright, and looked down. However, he found that his chest seemed deflated. In fact, it seemed like there was a big cave in its place. He screamed in pain as one of his hands dawdled to the side. Then, his stomach suddenly fell through. And, he could shockingly see the ground through it now. His spine was the only obstruction to the line of sight. But, even his spine was bare on its side, there were no ribs left. Huang Taiyang stared wide-eyed. What's the matter with me? How can I see the ground through my own body? What happened to my body? Where are my internal organs? Where the hell's my back? Where have they gone? He turned with difficulty to look at his own back. Then, he screamed out loudly. After all, he had discovered that his back had disappeared. Or it could be said that it had been grounded to extinction. Only a thin layer remained of his thighs and posterior. He then turned at a loss to look at Jun Moxie, and asked, "Where's my flesh?" Jun Moxie frowned as he coldly replied, "It has turned into such a lowly trash that it can't even be fed to the dogs." Huang Taiyang gave a blank, "Oh." in reply. In fact, it seemed that he had understood things very clearly. There was a snapping sound as he showed that sign of understanding. This was the sound of his fracturing spine. And, he was forced into a sitting-like position because of this. It must have been very painful. But, his face didn't seem to be reflecting it. Instead, his expression was still as blank, and he looked stupefied for a moment. Then, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. He then muttered in a low voice, "He, when I was young. I had gone to the Valley of the 9 Hidden Lands in those days, he. Inside, there were 4 people fighting to the death. And, surprisingly, all of them were great master-level experts. They were next to done for by that time. And, I had promised to fulfill a single wish for each one of them. I had vowed that my flesh would be shredded until I died in case I didn't keep my promise. They believed my oath. So, they made their Xian Qi flow in reverse, and transferred it into me because they were at death's door. Consequently, I became a peak expert between dawn and dusk. I first became a sky Xian. And then, I went to the great master level from there. Then, I became even stronger. But, I didn't fulfill a single oath I had made to them. Any living man has more work than he can handle. So, who would be interested in fulfilling a dead man's wishes? The death mentioned in the oath I had made was the cruelest of ways to die. But, it was also the most impossible way to die, he. His eyes shone as he smiled in pain. He then spoke dully, "Is this cruel death the repercussion of the oath I had taken? Is that what this is? Is that what this is?" Huang Taiyang could only speak till here when his head tilted. It then snapped as he died in silence. Then, there was a pop, since his spine wasn't able to support his head anymore. So, it broke, and the Huang ancestor's head came down rolling. It rolled for a while before it came to a rest with Huang Taiyang's eyes looking lifelessly at the dark sky. He was the peak expert of his generation. He was stronger than the great masters. However, he had still been forced into this position by a sword. In fact, he had died after he had grinded his flesh to nothingness. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui stared blankly at the scene. Their eyes were fixed straight ahead. Both these men were great generals, and had commanded millions of soldiers over their careers. So, what kind of gory sights had they not seen? But, they had never seen something so damned. Moreover, the man in this particular instance was someone who only existed in legends. In fact, he could be considered a supreme master. However, they couldn't help but shudder when Huang Taiyang had spoken out about his oath before his demise. Was this the providence? Is God genuinely watching over us? Are we all on the heaven's path? The corners of the solitary falcon's eyes trembled as he said with a sense of obscurity, "Is he dead?" The Snake King's stunned eyes were staring at that dismembered corpse on the ground. She then spoke up in a matter-of-fact manner, "Could he still be alive after something like this?" Solitary Falcon trembled with uneasiness. Then, he embraced his own shoulders and rumbled, "Damn it. This is such a fucked up way to die. What kind of a messed up oath did he take back then? Why did he take such an oath? Damn it. You brought this upon yourself. What kind of an oath would bring upon a death wherein even the corpse wouldn't remain intact?" The Snake King took another look at the corpse. She couldn't bear it, and retched. She then covered her mouth, and ran away. In fact, her present speed of movements was far superior to the one she had displayed in the fight a while ago. It had genuinely reached a level of greatness at this time. Jun Zhantian had a complicated look on his face. He stood still for a moment. Eventually, he said, "Let's clean this man and give him a nice burial. The grudges die with the person itself. He must be buried nicely. After all, he was a great master of his generation. It's not morning yet. So, everyone should get some rest." Then, Old Man Jun and Jun Wui turned away, and walked away in silence. The strengths of both these men had upgraded very recently. And, their strengths had now reached a level where it was hard for them to find a suitable opponent. The cultivation they now possessed had provided them a certain level of seniority in the society. Therefore, they were rather proud of their strength. But, their cultivations were still insufficient to participate in this battle. And, the Jun father and son were somewhat disappointed because of this. Then, there was the matter regarding the Snake King and Mei Shuiyan. However, Jun Moxie hadn't taken the initiative to introduce them to his family. This indicated that these two individuals were some very mysterious personalities. And, Old Man Jun had obviously understood this point rather clearly. Therefore, he ignored this matter, turned to his room, and went to sleep. Mei Shuiyan stood not far away. Her white dress fluttered as she sighed, "What a pity. An expert above the great master level, died here instead of a battlefield. Human nature is so sorrowful." Jun Moxie smiled and said, "Human nature is indeed sorrowful. After all, a person who was even above the great master level turned out to be a man of such despicable character. But, never mind. Miss May, you can't expect everyone to be like you. It's very rare for big-hearted saints to appear on this land. TCH. Anyways, I would prefer to commit suicide if we were to rely on people like Huang Taiyang to save this continent." Mei Shuiyan glanced at him. She then sighed and said, "One must consider the strength of the continent. After all, we only have a very few people who possess such staunch strength. And, every minute factor can determine the difference between victory and defeat. Moreover, there are even fewer individuals who possess the kind of strength he did. If those outsiders invaded the mainland, entire continent may." Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. He then sneered, and said, "The rise and fall of the continent is none of my goddamn business. So, Don't talk to me about these irrelevant issues. What difference would it make if those outsiders invaded our lands? It will be a life and death struggle if worst comes to worst, that's all. Don't tell me that each of those outsiders is above the great master level in terms of strength. I won't be able to kill the most powerful ones in case they invade. But, I can still slaughter the weaker. Damn right. The can be foo asterisk ked with once the bird has taken the flight from the nest. How could you even say that? Mei Shuiyan felt slightly annoyed. The success or failure of this battle will affect the next 10,000 years. In fact, the entire mainland would be in trouble if those outsiders were to succeed. You belong to mainland. So, how can you not feel any sense of responsibility towards it? Sense of responsibility. I obviously feel some. But, may I offer a piece of advice? Don't compromise on the basic principle of this society for the sake of this goddamned battle. Blind compromises will only help your opponent in proceeding forward in a step-by-step manner. After all, you may be trying to look at the bigger picture here, but others might not be capable of doing the same. Therefore, some disputes will always be there. Take this case for example. It was possible that he may have returned to take revenge if I hadn't killed him. Consequently, the illusory ocean of blood and the Tian Fa forest would have become archenemies. And, the disputes would have only gotten bigger and bigger. And, the number of dead Great Masters level fighters would have been a lot more in that case. Jun Moxie gave her a cold look. Miss May, I'm telling you this in all seriousness. Even a land full of Great Masters can lose if defeat is to come. And, even a single silver Xian can notch a comprehensive victory if defeat is not written on the cards. I'm never afraid of a powerful enemy. But, I'm very fearful of fools and pigs. And, those on our sides are extremely stupid. Anyway, can anything be taken for granted in a world full of such fickle-minded people? In fact, it's quite possible that the pillars of heaven's mountains may experience another landslide. And, it's possible that those damned aliens might get smashed underneath it. Therefore, they aren't necessarily a matter of concern at this moment if you think about it. So, you might as well think for yourself if you have so much time to think. You must try to look for a charming and handsome husband who can handle you. This is a serious matter, and it's also a major event in every individual's life. Young Master Jun pumped some air into his chest at this point, for instances. Me. In fact, you're also aware that I'm an elegant, talented, and good-looking person. I'm like that tree which stands bravely in the face of strong winds. I'm chivalrous and sharp, courageous and king-hearted. I possess enough talent to overshadow the heavens. This proves that I'm your best match. Besides, you even launched an indecent assault on me last night. So, you ought to take some responsibility towards me now. And, you must know that this young master didn't make a ruckus over that issue for your sake. This also goes to that I'm a very elegant and noble man. Mei Shuiyan blushed for a split second. Then, her finger stretched out towards this shameless man as her whole body started to tremble. However, she had been rendered speechless. She was unable to speak up for a while at first. But, she eventually said, You. How can you be so shameless? You have no teeth. Mei Shuiyan had moved unhindered in the entire world throughout her life. It could be said that there was rarely a subject that she didn't know about. No matter how or what was said, Mei Shuiyan always had her own opinion on the matter. In fact, she was capable of refuting people's opinions to a point where they would be left speechless for a comeback. However, the matter of love and marriage was the only thing that could leave her embarrassed and speechless. This was obviously limited to Jun Moxie alone. In fact, it could be assumed that she would have slapped anyone else into a meat sandwich if they had dared to say something like this. What? No teeth? How is that possible? Jun Moxie retorted as he flashed his teeth. And, the 2 rows of his teeth sparkled in the moonlight as a result. It must be said that they were white and spotless. He then smiled mischievously, this young master has a mouthful of healthy teeth. I didn't even eat sugar in my childhood. Moreover, I've never had bad teeth habits. I brush my teeth twice or thrice a day. And, I don't have a single tooth that has decayed. So, how can you say that I don't have teeth? Miss May, you even felt my teeth last night. So, how do you not know that I have teeth? Oh, by the way. I've heard assaulting people in an indecent manner is the most shameless thing one can do. So, how can you even say that I'm shameless? How can you possibly say the opposite of the truth? This young master is the one who has truly suffered the losses here. In fact, you must take responsibility towards me. Miss May, you should think about it. Anyway, you were also harassed similarly. After all, you were kissed, and groped as well. I was surely helpless in that situation, but I'm willing to accept fate. After all, I've always been an honest and upright man. Jun Moxie finished his speech in an ambiguous and rampant attitude. Then, he said, "Good night," in a refined tone. He then hummed a folk tune with satisfaction as he joyously went to his room to sleep. The young girl, Mei Shuiyan, could only watch him leave from behind. However, his silvery teeth were making crackling sounds. The level of this person's shamelessness has genuinely transcended my expectation. How did I come across someone this shamelessness? Oh heaven! Oh Mother Earth! I'm going to die from excess anger. God, please give me another expert like Huang Taiyang. I need to vent my anger. It was hard to say why Mei Shuiyan's prayers went unanswered. Perhaps God did not hear it. Or perhaps they were very expert of Huang Taiyang's strength. However, Mei Shuiyan knew Jun Moxie's words had come as a solemn reminder of one thing even though he hadn't mentioned it very specifically: the battle for seizing the heavens isn't to be taken that seriously. Preparing everything for this battle has become my own bondage. It's become my weakness. In fact, the three holy lands are contending amongst each other. So, it is possible that they may not be of much use at this time. Jun Moxie had said it in a very confusing manner. In fact, he had said this in a very vulgar manner. But, his intentions were very tactful. For instance, Toady. I should have killed Huang Taiyang with my own hands. Mei Shuiyan's anger slowly faded away as she thought about these things, and slight smile appeared on her face. It seems that this guy is earnestly thinking about me. The sun came out as usual the next day. The world was precisely the same. It didn't matter who had died yesterday, or how many people died yesterday. The next day's sky still shone brightly above the lands. Huang Taiyang hadn't returned last night. And, this had left the illusory ocean of Blood's people rather panic-stricken. The Huang family was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. It must be mentioned that these two places were far apart. But, Huang Taiyang was strong enough to make a round trip in a time period as short as an hour. However, a full night had passed by now. So, sufficient time had passed no matter how one looked at it. However, Huang Taiyang hadn't returned the entire night. He had spoken out in a confident manner before he had left: "That man is just a country clown. I should be enough on my own. So, why do we need to send so many people? This old man will be back before dawn. You people should arrange the wine for celebrations." In fact, he had strongly refused the illusory ocean of Blood's people for accompanying him. The Huang family had even started to prepare delicacies and drinks that very night. After all, they had hoped that their ancestor would return victoriously. So, they had intended to celebrate the glorious deed of their ancestor. But, the eastern sky started to brighten up as time passed, and everyone started becoming impatient. Everyone had started to look desperate by the time the sun came up. Everyone felt as if something heavy and gloomy was pressing down on their hearts. After all, there had been some major sounds of activity the night before. And, this was especially true when Huang Taiyang had battled the other two great master-level experts, Solitary Falcon and Snake King. After all, the lands had been sent shaking by the impact of their collisions. And, even the people inside the Huang family's residence had felt it. In fact, the soles of their feet had even felt a few vibrations in the ground beneath. Therefore, it was obvious that Huang Taiyang had come across an exceptionally powerful opponent. Moreover, Huang Taiyang hadn't yet returned. Therefore, all the speculations were slowly moving towards the possibility of the worst-case situation. The other four great masters from the illusory ocean of blood had proposed to send reinforcements, but young Lord Huyen Zhao had strictly rejected the idea. Huyen Zhao's reason for calling it off was quite simple: Senior Huang is the most powerful man amongst our team. So, we won't go forth if he can't settle this matter and return safely. After all, we won't be able to resolve this matter if he couldn't. There's a possibility that he may not be able to match his opponent. But, what if he fails to escape his opponent? I'm afraid that it will be useless even if all of us follow after him. In fact, we will only add to the casualties. Therefore, everyone will patiently continue to wait. Huyen Zhao's justification was invulnerable. After all, this was a fact. Therefore, they didn't dare to act blindly even if they were worried. However, Huyen Zhao had thought of another reason. Senior Huang's inability to complete this task will be proof that the Jun family's strength has reached a point where it's extremely difficult to shake them. Moreover, they had what those bone-tempering pills my illusory ocean of blood urgently needs. And, their expert seems unfathomably strong. Therefore, it is best if we don't get combative against this hostile enemy. We will feign politeness and participate in the auction. Then, we will take possession of those bone-tempering pills. We must focus on the situation at hand. And, we must think of the future matter when the time arrives. Besides, what could this remaining team do if Senior Huang is genuinely dead? How could they possibly match the opposition? Let's pretend to play the deaf and dumb for now. And, pretend as if we didn't even know about it. After all, we can't take revenge on our own even if we wanted to. Moreover, this old man was always going about his own ways to show off. He was arrogant and bossy. In fact, he didn't even give me any respect even though I'm the young lord. Damn it. Damn, what was that old man's worth in front of the other super experts of the illusory ocean of blood? How did he even presume himself to be that great? The young lord of the illusory ocean of blood was somewhat deriving pleasure from the other's misfortunes. However, this emotion obviously didn't show up on his face. They had first been made to handle the insignificant Huang family's matter when they had arrived. And, that had delayed many things for their cause. This was obviously left the young lord very dissatisfied. After all, did that insignificant Huang family deserve such a favor from the illusory ocean of blood? However, the Huang ancestor had still employed these members from the illusory ocean of blood for his own family's matters instead. That was truly unbearable. Where do your family and children stand? Are they above such an important matter of the illusory ocean of blood? This was a complete disregard of the present situation. It was very short-sighted of him. Senior Huang wouldn't have died if this Huang family hadn't messed up things. I will have to take responsibility for this once we return to our holy land. The young lord then looked at the Huang family with a somewhat ill-intended expression as this thought crossed his mind. Then, the young lord said, "We mustn't lose out at this auction. A precious pill will be put up for auction at this auction. So, the amount of gold required for bidding would be tremendous as well. Huang family's lord, how much gold can you put up for this auction? I believe that there's many estates your family can sell in order to get us some more gold. After all, a shortage in supply of gold will result in our failure. And, that will affect the outcome of the battles the illusory ocean of blood will fight. And, that will have a negative impact on the future of common people across the entire world. So, I believe that the Huang family will not stint from rising up to this responsibility, right?" Huang Jun, the lord of the Huang family, heard these words, and his nostrils flared in anger. He was left agonized and stupefied for a moment, and was unable to say anything. Why didn't you say this in our ancestor's presence? Our ancestor has been gone for longer than expected as of now. In fact, we can't be sure whether he's out of trouble, or perhaps, is already dead. However, this young lord has immediately turned hostile towards our family. You didn't speak up about taking advantages of our family over this auction before. But, you suddenly want us to sell of our estate since you've noticed that our family doesn't have enough strength to resist you. Moreover, this auction is obviously an important matter as far as the illusory ocean of blood is concerned. But, what does my Huang family's money have to do with it? How can our small family and small business afford the illusory ocean of blood's expenses? Let's say that we are willing to contribute to the illusory ocean of blood, but, tell me once, what relationship you have with the world's people. Do you genuinely consider yourself the savior of this land? Besides, how could our Huang family shoulder the responsibility of the world's future? Would we sitting in front of you like this if we were capable of controlling the future of this continent's people? He pondered and cursed for a long time. But, he finally couldn't dare to refuse. So, he stammered, "May I dare to ask the young lord, how will we go about resolving that matter with those three great families? How will you go about resolving that matter with the three families?" The Huang family's lord has asked a strange question. Huyen Shao smiled politely, as the saying goes, a man's work is his own. This was the Huang family's matter from the start. We were only the pedestrians who were passing by like a friend. So, how could I say much about this topic? Moreover, this young lord has already done enough from the standpoint of a friend. After all, Senior Huang wanted to break our laws by participating in worldly disputes. But, this young lord didn't forbid it. And, that's because Senior Huang was born in the Huang family. Therefore, it was fine if he wanted to contribute in his family's matter. However, other people aren't required to do so. Lord Huang Jun, the rise of any family has always depended on their own strength and abilities. Let's presume that we made an exception for you this time. But, what would you do the next time around? Therefore, the Huang family's lord must display his courage during these torrential times. After all, it's very inconvenient for the people of illusory ocean of blood to get involved in this. Moreover, I've only asked the Huang family's lord to raise some money for the welfare of the entire mainland and its common people. And, I must state that this isn't for the sake of the illusory ocean of blood. So, I hope that the Huang family's lord hasn't misunderstood it. But, I must say that the Huang family will obviously rise and stand proud in this world if it's capable of crushing those three major families at once. In fact, it would be a tale for the legends. Huang Jun was struck dumb by this. You're not even going to take my family's life and death into account when it comes to paying for your expenses? What is this logic? Is this how the people of the three holy lands think? They look down on the society of common men with disdain. Huang Jun couldn't think about much at this time. In fact, there were only 3 words in his mind right now: we're done for. Crush those 3 great families at once. It's easier said than done. How many forces across the entire world are capable of matching the strength of these 3 great families? None apart from the 3 holy lands. Maybe the Silver Blizzard City. Moreover, the Jun family also happens to be one of these 3 great families. And, the Jun family's strength is unfathomably deep at this time. Is the young lord of the illusory oceans of blood also terrified because he can't see through it? Anyway, forget about the 3 great families at once. We can't even dare to offend half the strength of any of these families. Ah. You came here, and started to instigate us against those 3 great families. You told us to not submit to them. It was your words of courage that have brought about this situation of endless lethal trouble. Moreover, the entire world is waiting to watch a good show now. But, you suddenly get terrified by the opposition's unfathomable strength at the last minute, and decided to idly stand aside. Isn't akin to unadulterated fraud? Even a fraudulent man isn't so fraudulent. This is the highest level of fraud. Your hollow words have consigned my Huang family to eternal damnation. First you cheated us like this. Now, you even want us to sell our property and give you gold for the auction. Oh, and it is for the future of the common people. Fu *k this. Even the thieves aren't this shameless. But, this young lord's attitude makes it seem that he might destroy our entire family if don't comply with his request. The young lord was talking in a very gentle manner at this moment. However, Huang Jun harbored no doubts of the possibility that this young lord would lift a butcher's knife if he was to be refuted. However, this great man doesn't think anything of the common people. And, he won't stint at destroying my small family for the sake of his objective. Moreover, there's still a chance that I can fawn a favor from the illusory oceans of blood if they're able to buy more bone-tempering pills from the Jun family. Therefore, Huang Jun didn't dare to make any sounds. This case was very similar to that of a certain nation which had once attacked a much stronger one upon the instigation of its supporter. However, the stronger nation eventually charged out for a full-fledged counterattack. Consequently, the weaker nation got defeated, and ran back to its supporter in hope for some backup. However, the supporting nation turned around, and started to talk about world peace instead. Could one possibly think of drawing support from such a backstabber? This was Huang Jun's tragedy. The lord of the Huang family prayed every day, but his prayers went unanswered. He wanted to cry, but found no tears to shed. He had completely fallen apart. He even had an urge to lift a knife, and cut open his abdomen. Jun Moxie had barely fallen asleep when he was disturbed into waking up. Moreover, it was his third uncle this time. Jun Wui had personally arrived, and had lifted his quilt. Jun Moxie looked down at his shiny white thighs, and couldn't figure whether he ought to laugh or cry. Luckily, he had changed his habit of sleeping naked. Otherwise, this man would have seen everything. Third uncle, you only tell me what I'm supposed to say to this? It was grandfather the last time. And, this time it's you. Will you still come over and lift my quilt so rudely once I find a wife someday? Are you two men are fond of lifting another man's quilt? Are you addicted to this? Shut up. Quickly get up, and come with me. There's a serious matter. The thick-skinned Jun Wui gave a fierce slap on his nephew's ass. The slap landed on the young master's butt with a bang. So, he covered his butt in reflex, but jumped up to stand. He then put on his clothes with a whoosh, and tailed after his third uncle even though his face still looked hazy with sleepiness. Jun Moxie reached Jun Wui's courtyard, and saw the two people who were standing in front of him. But, he got so shocked that his sleepiness disappeared in a flash. This is too unexpected. How is this possible? You too. Why did you come here? And, how did this happen? Jun Moxie looked at the man and woman who stood in front of him. Then, he attentively stared at them in order to identify them. And, he finally recognized them after a while, Mu Shuetong and Han Yen Meng. However, both of them had bruises over their entire bodies. They looked extremely exhausted, and their clothes looked no different from those of a beggar. This was poles apart from the impression Jun Moxie had in his mind when it came to these two people, the refined and cultured Mu Shuetong, and the smart and beautiful Han Yen Meng. What is going on? Is it possible that Silver Blizzard City's people are dead? Jun Moxie asked in a rather schadenfreude tone. No. Not dead yet. But, more or less dead. Mu Shuetong snorted as his eyes revealed a deep hatred. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Jun Moxie. We've come here with the hope of joining hands with the Jun family in order to annihilate the Shao family. What does the third young master think of it? Mu Shuetong was aware that the third young master of the Jun family, Jun Moxie, was the key to their current prominence. Therefore, he had turned to face Jun Moxie while mentioning this. Join hands? Annihilate the Shao family? Ah! What an awfully interesting proposal. Jun Moxie's eyes flickered. He straightened up, scratched his chin, and muttered something. Then, he suddenly sneered, we could also sit here in safety while the two of your families fight. Then, we could go and reap the benefits. After all, wouldn't it be more convenient for us if we were to wait for the Shao and Han families to battle it out? Mu Shuetong was stumped as he looked at Jun Moxie in a cautious manner. In fact, he had been somewhat shaken within. This youngster has managed to speculate that there has been a great and unforeseen change in the Silver Blizzard City. In fact, he has even pointed out the key change. I guess that you didn't even return to the Silver City. Instead, you were ambushed on the way. Then, several of your Han family's experts sacrificed themselves in order to give you a chance of making an escape. I must say that it isn't easy to be so decisive, he. After that, you must have wandered around the world, but couldn't dare to go anywhere they could find you. So, you wandered around, and eventually came here to the Jun family. Jun Moxie's words cut like knife. The Jun family is the only one which can protect you at this time. So, you intend to draw on our strength to suppress the rebellion. Then, you plan to act like the Han family has helped us in carrying out our revenge, am I right? No one will have a problem with such a situation, and the Han family will continue to rule the Silver City. Uncle Mu, I can even guess that this is your private plan, right? But, I must say that you've come up with a great plan. Mu Shuetong was startled by this. He suddenly straightened up. How did you guess this? The fact that you made an appearance here makes it rather obvious. Moreover, how could you have been chosen to represent the Han family? Your status isn't enough for this task. We can certainly consider that Han Yen Meng is the Silver City's princess, but this matchup of you two people is still too inconsequential. In other words, you wouldn't have come here like this unless you had zero other options left. Jun Moxie shook his head. Mu Shuetong's expression changed. He became settled, and he quietly asked, what else have you guessed? Jun Moxie flashed a faint smile, and sat down. There are many things one can see from this. But, it's a pity that the things I've guessed aren't very good for the Han family's sake. The Shao family has already initiated its rebellion. But, they would have needed to have control over the formal intelligence. They'd have gradually taken over the various intelligence nodes, and would have eventually proceed to replacing the entire intelligence network of the Silver Blizzard City. In fact, they would have replaced every position with their own people. And, this means that the Han family will be blind and deaf to everything as long as no one from the Shao family speaks out. Then, their next step would be to eliminate the people who could help the Han family from a position of influence. Jun Moxie continued to smile as he proceeded. I believe that some of the Han family's people would have been dispatched on missions over the past few years. But, this would have been done in an organized and planned manner. However, these people would have only been able to return to the Silver City if they were lucky. Else, they would have been left stranded outside in the world. These occurrences would have surely caused a commotion in the world outside. But, the Silver City's lord would have been sitting in peace inside his headquarters. He would have been completely unaware of this. And, that's because the Shao family would never tell them. The storm would eventually fade in time. Then, they would deal with the next lot, slowly and steadily. They'd wait for the right opportunity to take over the rule. But, the Han family will be sleeping peacefully even when this forceful change of rule will occur. And, that's because the Shao family will make it seem like they're giving everything they've got to handle matters properly. Perhaps the Han family's heart will fill with appreciation at the thought that the Shao family is a loyal and hardworking subordinate which is spending its blood and sweat. They'd even consider them genuinely reliable. In fact, they'll probably give the Shao family more power because of the guilt that's instilled in them because of the matters of the past. This will continue till the Han family finally becomes witless and unguarded. And then, it'll be slaughtered. Jun Moxie smiled, am I right? Mu Shuetong took a deep breath while looking at him. You're right. You're completely right. Now, how did you guess this? Does this even require an explanation? This is how I'd handle matters if I were doing it myself. Jun Moxie smiled. His eyes filled with a mockery. You've been living in that mountain for too long a time. You've lived like a prince. You have forgotten the ways of the world a long time ago. Take these incidents for example, the exposure of the Shao family's conspiracy, the maiming of the Shao Han. Shao Buyu's death, and the maiming and killing of the other member of the Shao family members, all of this had happened in front of an army of 20,000. Therefore, the news of this must have spread far and wide in the world. The Silver City should have responded there and then if it were under the Han family's control. They would have had the Shao family's members under a house arrest at first. Secondly, they would have sent a large number of strong experts to escort you back to safety. And, the heads of the three families from the Silver City would have eventually come face to face in front of the entire world. However, you didn't receive any news from the Silver City throughout your journey. Why? The entire world knew about it. So, didn't you people ever suspect why the Silver City doesn't know? Why haven't they responded? Why? Don't tell me you didn't think about these issues. You didn't come to know about this throughout your entire journey to the Silver City. Instead, you advanced step by step towards on the path of your doom, and fell into the Shao family's trap. There's no need for you to say anything. I understand everything now that I've seen you two here. But, what I find puzzling is that your party had spirit and sky Xian experts. They were renowned throughout the world, and were very powerful experts. So, how could they be such idiots? Don't tell me that none of you suspected that something was even a little bit wrong. Weren't you on your guard at all? In fact, you would have needed to travel for only 2 days after that incident at that southern heaven city. And, you should have determined that there was an ambush ahead if you didn't receive any news from the Silver City by then. You should have gone underground to hide at that point. Then, you should have figured a way to disguise yourself so that you could return to the Silver City. But, you people never thought about it, and walked into the ambush set by the Shao family instead. I had never expected you people to be so naive, careless, and stupid. Perhaps you're not foolish. Perhaps the long-standing legendary reputation of the Silver City has clouded your thinking. And, that's perhaps why you didn't think about it. Consequently, you naively journeyed along whilst thinking that you were safe because you hadn't passed on any messages of your return to the Shao family. And, that's when the Shao family suddenly attacked you. But, I have no choice but to think how ridiculous and funny it must have been. Don't tell me that you forgot who controls the Silver Blizzard City's intelligence network. Jun Moxie had spoken this entire sequence as if he had seen it happen with his own eyes. However, his analysis was nicely in agreement with the facts. Mu Shuetong was left dumbstruck after hearing those words, and started to drip with sweat. Jun Moxie is absolutely right. And, that is a fact. Mu Shuetong and the deceased third and fifth elders had considered that the Shao family was very far-sighted. They had taken the Shao family to be as ambitious as cunning wolves, and had felt that they needed to be eradicated as quickly as possible. But, they had never thought that this entire calamity could have been avoided. They might have had to make some sacrifices, but the casualties wouldn't have been as disastrous as they were now. Everything could have been avoided if those men could have thought about what Jun Moxie had said. Mu Shuetong gave a long sigh. He finally resolved himself, and looked up. He then said with all honesty, yes. The Silver Blizzard City is in a precarious position of immediate danger. The Shao family's revolt will burst forth the moment they deem the time to be fit. Only the little princes and I have managed to survive amongst that group of over a dozen people. We escaped, and have come exhausted to the Jun family in search for help. I don't know whether we have the qualifications for negotiating an alliance, but I still hope that the Jun family sees that the Shao family is a common enemy. Hence, I hope that you render us your assistance. He took a deep breath and continued, the Shao family is enemies with the Jun family. But, the Han and the Jun families have no enmity. In fact, the Shao family had wanted to wipe out the Jun family in those days. But, the city's lord wasn't even averse to going to war in order to stop that from happening. Basically, it was because of the city lord's interference that those schemes were put under a check. Therefore, the Jun family needn't have any complaint against the Han family. And, I don't mean to threaten or plead for favors with what I'm saying at this time. I only wish that the third young master considers everything that is at stake. He gulped and continued, also, the third brother and our eldest princess have feelings for each other. The eldest princess lives her days on the snowy peak in hope. In fact, she's been foolishly living in hope for 10 years. She has yearned for her love for so many years. Don't tell me that you have the heart to watch as she falls into the Xiao family's hands to be humiliated and ravaged. Jun Wuyi was terrified, and emotionally moved. He opened his mouth to speak. However, Jun Moxie suddenly waved his hand in order to interrupt his uncle before he was able to speak up. He then gave a meaningful look to Mu Shuetong, and, this is why you've come to ask for our help. We can promise that. But, Uncle Mu mustn't speak of a cooperation. After all, your talks of cooperation don't carry enough weight. After all, deciding to cooperate isn't a child's play. Moreover, we can certainly talk about this aspect of collaborating at a later stage. But, that's only after I've met the Lord of the Silver City for a discussion on the same. Dealing with the Xiao family is obviously a cherished dream of our Jun family. But, they don't pose any threat to the Jun family as the situation currently stands. Moreover, this matter also implicates the Han family. After all, they share a millennium-old heritage and alliance with the Xiao family. Therefore, the Han family must show their sincerity if they genuinely intend to cooperate with us against the Xiao family. Our Jun family has the right to take revenge against the Xiao family. And, we also have the strength to do so at this time. But, we don't have any obligation to throw our lives on the line for the Han family's sake. The truth is certainly the truth when it comes to it from the perspective of human emotions. However, reality also finds its place with certainty. And, I hope that Uncle Mu can understand that. Mu Shuetong breathed a sigh of relief. He then said, that is natural. And, I'm sure that the city's lord would never treat the Jun family unfairly. You can rest assured regarding that. Jun Moxie smiled, but didn't speak again. Jun Moxie was this kind of a person. That's right. It may be something that I sincerely hope of doing, but I'll only do it when I think that the time is ripe. Moreover, I'll only have a single objective in my mind while doing it, I'll do it for my personal revenge and desire. But, I ask that you show your sincerity in case you wish to mix your personal interests with mine. After all, I have no obligation to work for both mine and someone else's interests. I'll only do something for myself I'm setting about to it. And, I'll do it with a clear conscience. That's all. I can admit that I'll deal with the Xiao family even if the Han family doesn't approach me with a good reason to help them out. But, I'll only do it after the Han and the Xiao family are finished fighting it out. After all, I'm sure that this would mean less trouble and many other advantages for my sake. Moreover, it is important to know that even the highest echelons of the Han family are still in the dark regarding the Xiao family. Therefore, the Jun family may have to bear the entire burden alone if it rushed in recklessly from the outside. In fact, it might even lead to a counterattack from the Han family since it's unaware of the truth. The risk is too great to be worth it. However, things would be clear and simple if we got involved after the two families have fought it out. After all, we would only have to deal with the Xiao family in that case. And, that too would a Xiao family whose strength would have been depleted. So, why would we wish to get involved at this time? Jun Moxie knew that even Jun Wuyi and Mu Shuetong understood this reasoning. Therefore, Jun Moxie's words that, you've come to us for help. And, we'll promise to do so. But, don't call it a cooperation, were very understandable. Moreover, Jun Moxie's approach had even won him some appreciation. Jun Moxie had acceded to those concessions because he had considered Jun Wuyi's honor. Perhaps it could be said that he had given due consideration to that beautiful woman who lived in the snowy peaks. After all, she hadn't even stinted to risk her life for the Jun family. Han Yen Yao. Otherwise, how were the Han and Xiao family any different in the Jun family's perspective? Weren't they both Silver Blizzard City? Wasn't it the Han family which had encouraged the Shao family's arrogance? Would the Jun family have been blooded and slaughtered like chickens if it weren't for the Han family? Oh, and you mentioned that you suppressed the Shao family's plan later. You want my admiration for that? You want me to help in this situation of yours because of that? I spit on that argument. Why didn't you do it earlier? Didn't you wait for the Jun family to cripple before you cracked down on the Shao family's plans? Didn't you do that with the intention of giving some sense of revenge to the Shao family? Didn't the Shao family give vent to their? Didn't that mess the life of our Jun family's people? Moreover, our Jun family possesses enough strength to reap the spoils of the war between your two sides as long as we wait on the sidelines and watch. And we could easily avenge our hatred in one go by doing so. But, when will these operations start? I can't wait for it. We could reduce the damage to a great extent if we were to start earlier. Mu Shuetong breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Jun Moxie. So, he quickly spoke up in excitement. He knew that Jun Moxie would certainly set some conditions on the Han family in the light of this matter. And, he also knew that these conditions would be very harsh. However, anything would be fine at this juncture. Jun Moxie was nothing like Jun Wuyi. In fact, Jun Moxie was a person who wouldn't act without any incentive. That youngster didn't have the slightest trace of a noble character. The operation, there's no urgency for that. It's important for our side to handle a few things around here at first. Our present strength isn't feeble, but it isn't enough to shake the entire Silver City yet. We'll suffer many casualties without any gain if we act rashly at this time. Jun Moxie smiled and continued, moreover, I don't think the Shao family will act anytime soon. So, we can still wait a bit. Why wouldn't the Shao family make a move anytime soon? Mu Shuetong didn't understand this, neither did Jun Wuyi. You mustn't forget that the Shao family has lost 4 spirit Xian experts of late. And, that's a huge loss to their overall strength. The Shao family still has enough strength to annihilate you and carry on. But, they would suffer a lot of casualties in this bargain. Therefore, they need to recuperate from this loss in strength. The Shao family wants to rebel because they wish to overtake the Silver City's reigns. And, they also wish to take over everything the Silver Blizzard City has gained in the past. They might be able to win if they move right now. But, it'll be a miserable victory. In fact, they would even feel that they let your Han family off easily. The Shao family won't make a move till they have absolute assurance of victory. After all, they would have allowed your team to return to the mountain, and they would have annihilated you afterwards once you were all gathered in the same place. Why else would they have ambushed you halfway? Jun Moxie proceeded with his analysis in a calm manner, so, we can say that the Shao family isn't fully prepared yet. This event is certainly an emergency for the Han family. But, isn't it the same for the Shao family? You are at a loss when it comes to what's to be done next. But, the Shao family is certain to be more vexed. Therefore, we needn't worry too much since we can prepare with ease. Moreover, we can let the Shao family let their guard down. After all, this will allow us to strike like thunder when the right moment comes. And, we will consign the Shao family to eternal damnation with no hope of recovery in one strike in this manner. Mu Shuetong nodded heavily. However, his mind had been eased to a great extent. It is often the case that an individual involved in a matter gets confused about some details, while a spectator's vision remains very clear. Jun Moxie's analysis had made him realize that the situation was indeed very bad. But, he had also realized that it wasn't as bad as he had imagined, everything wasn't covered in darkness yet. Therefore, he turned around to look at the little Princess Han Yenmeng. However, she had already fallen asleep on the chair. The entire journey had been very laborious, and they had staggered the entire way in panic and fear. And, she had borne the entire brunt of that unbearable journey. However, her mind had relaxed when she had heard young Master Jun Moxie agree to help them. She had thought of saying something, but had been overcome with exhaustion. She had opened her mouth to say something, but had ended up falling asleep instead. Mu Shuetong gently and carefully put her on a bed. A tender feeling arose inside him as he saw her sleeping. He then said, "This entire journey has been full of bitter hardships. But, the little princess, she didn't utter a word of complaint throughout the journey. She has accompanied me through this entire difficult journey. She's very..." Jun Moxie also couldn't help but sigh. He had been chased to be killed throughout his previous life. So, he knew that feeling quite well from past experiences. "But, I had been through a very tough training. However, this little girl didn't have the experience I did. Getting here must have strengthened her. She certainly had Mu Shuetong along with her. But, it would still have been very difficult. I need to know the exact strength of the Silver City's Han family. And, this includes the hidden experts. I also wish to know about anyone who might have gone to the three holy lands from the past generations. And, the same goes for the Shao family's members." Jun Moxie organized his thoughts, and asked that question. One can only emerge victory in every battle if they know themselves as well as the enemy. We've decided to fight now. So, we can't neglect any factor which might affect the outcome of the war. Even the smallest of mistakes might result in our annihilation. That Huang Taiyang from the Huang family is a prime example of that. He had rushed in blindly, but got buried here because he begrudged one of the strongest experts of an era. Therefore, Jun Moxie had planned that they must remove every threat beforehand. They would take every factor into consideration before going in even if they weren't able to remove every threat. This was the only way they could defeat the Shao family in one move. In fact, there was a chance that they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of even a single slip-up. The total number of Sky Xian experts in the Han family. Mu Shuetong hadn't even finished speaking when Jun Moxie interrupted him. "You don't need to take the Sky Xian experts into account. Only Spirit Xian and above have to be counted, only the fighting strength of the Spirit Xian experts and above. Oh, the Silver City has 9 Spirit Xian elders who are present there throughout the year. Also, there are 3 elders in the law enforcement hall who belong to the Han family. And, each one of them is at the Spirit Xian level." Mu Shuetong smiled bitterly. "These are the numbers we have left over after our losses in that ruinous battle. We also have the Lord of the City, Han Zhanmeng, and the Lady. Both of them are at the Spirit Xian level. The Lord is at level 4 Spirit Xian, and the Lady is a first-grade Spirit Xian expert. And then, there were 4 other elders who had gone off to the snowy peaks in seclusion. But, no one knows their exact location. Then, there's the old Lord as well. But, he's been away in seclusion for 20 years, and hasn't been seen ever since. And, I don't have any knowledge regarding those who have gone to the 3 holy lands." Jun Moxie calculated in silence with a serious expression, "So, we can use 14 Spirit Xian experts in that case. Moreover, those 4 elders and the old lord aren't included in this list. But, they could be considered as possible help. What about the Shao family? The Shao family has around 11 Spirit Xian elders now. There are 3 in the law enforcement hall, 6 of them are elders. And, the couple who leads the family. Plus, they also have about 5 people in seclusion. Moreover, I had heard that they had 5 or 6 more who had gone down the mountain several years ago. However, they didn't return for reasons unknown. However, a higher number of the Sky Xian experts are also under the Shao family's command." Mu Shuetong's recalled the relative strengths of the 2 sides as he spoke. That's to say that the high-end strength of both sides is nearly the same. Both can use around 14 experts, and have an additional uncertain number of experts. The Shao family has made many schemes, but the Han family has the profound mystery of an advantage in the old lord of the city. Each can more or less counteract each other in terms of strength. But, the Han family will be in a bit of a disadvantage. The subordinate is strong and the senior weak. So, it's not surprising that such a situation has arisen. Jun Moxie lightly snapped his fingers, and his complexion became profound. However, the Shao family is acting secretly, and the Han family is out in the open. And, this is somewhat unfavorable. Mu Shuetong nodded seriously, that's right. So, we must find a way to inform the Silver Blizzard City about what's happening. Else, things will turn out very badly. After all, the Han family's guard is completely down. So, I fear that it'll cost them very dearly. It's not very easy to plot against a spirit Xian, Jun Moxie smiled lightly. Then, he continued in a cynical tone, one doesn't even need to move their hands to deal with a target once they've reached the spirit Xian realm, even a glance is enough to incite a reaction. So, what could a spirit Xian expert do if they wanted to kill someone? The Shao family would have moved into action if it was that easy to kill a spirit Xian. Why would they have waited for so long? After all, don't they have enough to battle it out in a one-on-one case? Mu Shuetong reddened with embarrassment. He knew this, but he hadn't thought of it owing to his concerns and confusion. However, his eyes suddenly shone at this moment. Moreover, the Shao family might have an undiscovered traitor within the Han family. That was the case with the 7 swords as well. We may not be able to defend against this aspect. But, when it comes to the fight, that's something which regards the fight. So, there's no need to think about it now. Jun Moxie stood up. He looked sleepy and tired. His cheeks were sunken deep, and there were deep rims around his eyes. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. In fact, he was extremely exhausted. You're staying at the Jun family now. So, be at ease and recuperate. And, take care that no one finds out about your whereabouts. I will take care of everything else. Jun Moxie took a deep breath once he had walked out after helping Mu Shuetong settle down. Jun Wuyi also walked over to his side from behind. He then asked in a serious manner, Moxie, are you sure about this? His eyes were brimming with worry. The Han and the Shao family had over 10 spirit Xian experts watching over each of them at this time. And Jun Wuyi was well aware that the Jun family didn't have enough strength to get involved in such a fight as of yet. Jun Wuyi obviously wanted to rescue Han Yenyao. He even wanted to help the Han family out with their predicament. But, he didn't wish to sacrifice the Jun family's current strength. It must be mentioned that he was fine with sacrificing himself. But, he couldn't sacrifice his family. And, this cost would be even more unacceptable if it included sacrificing Jun Moxie. Therefore, Jun Wuyi would never agree to do this in case Jun Moxie had only promised to help because of him and his emotions. Relax. I know what's going on, third uncle. The Shao family owes our Jun family a very heavy debt. That last time was only intended to settle some of the interest rate. But, we'll settle the full account now. We weren't able to settle it the last time since the time wasn't right for it. But, the time has come now. So, we'll sort this out properly. Third uncle, I've got a feeling that the structure of the entire society will change if we get involved. The bones of the dead will pile as high as mountains. Jun Moxie seemed unusually calm and steady as he said this. Then, he clenched his fair fist, and slowly raised it. It seemed as if he wanted to stir chaos in the world. In fact, it seemed as if he wanted to hold the world in his palm. An indistinct trace of a densely bloody light was flitting in the abyss of his pupils. It's time that this world sees a change in its ruler. We will use the Shao family as our stepping stone. Then, we'll point our sword at the world, and ask, who's the mighty hero? Millions. Don't be so violent. Jun Wuyi thought of saying something, but didn't say anything in the end. However, his sentence still came as a solemn reminder to Jun Moxie. I don't want the Jun family to suffer any damage for my sake. I would prefer, not avenging this enmity even if the damage suffered is very minor. Jun Wuyi was gazing at the dimly lit courtyard of the Jun family in a profound manner. One could see deep emotions of attachment on his face. One begins to understand the value of family once they've suffered a loss. And, losing someone dear gives rise to regrets. And, one can't truly be happy if they can't bear their regrets. Third uncle. Jun Moxie's face had an expression of uprightness. Do you believe that the Shao family took revenge because of you? Do you believe that they took their anger on anyone related to Jun family because of you? The Hall of Hell had engaged in so many immoral activities. But, would they have wrenched so many families apart over just you? Would they have treated those children so badly, that they were left neither dead nor alive? Do you think that you are the only one to be blamed for this? Do you feel that these things wouldn't have happened if it weren't for you? Is that why you are under so much pressure now? Jun Moxie suddenly turned around, his tall figure appeared even more desolated in the dark of the night. He said, "Don't say this. Don't say this again. Why shouldn't I say this? You're anyway not letting it go. You are holding on to all those sins, and you're blaming yourself for them." Jun Moxie smiled. "Third uncle, your current opinion is very silly. But, there's much that you haven't thought about. Our entire Jun family has inflicted so many sins on millions of people. In fact, even that the Hall of Hell's deeds are insignificant in comparison. Even Shao family's deeds are insignificant in front of our Jun family's crimes. It won't be an exaggeration to say that the Jun family is worst of the lot. In fact, there's simply no comparison." "How can you say this?" "Moxie, I know that you regard yourself extremely highly. You've always looked at the heroes of this land in askance. And, you've always talked rudely about them. But, this is because of your natural instincts. So, I ignore it. But, you're an offspring of the Jun family. How can you say this about your own family?" Jun Moxie wrinkled his brows. He felt extremely uncomfortable at his own words. "Have I said something wrong? This is the truth. However, you and grandfather. In fact, the entire Jun family has never accepted this. Perhaps they don't dare to accept this. But, it is the truth. Grandfather has led his army to victory since the day he draped his war cloak and ventured to battle. Do you think that the enemy soldiers who died under his iron hooves were small in number? Do you accept that there must have been hundreds of thousands of our men who would have died in this process?" Jun Moxie spoke in a calm manner. But, there was tinge of cruelty to it as well. "Moreover, father, second uncle, both my elder brothers. You also fought in the battlefield, third uncle. It can be said that countless soldiers from our side have died because of the Jun family. And, this fact is independent of the causalities from the enemy's side. We can reckon that millions of soldiers must have died in the total. Have you ever considered this?" Jun Moxie glared at him and said, "Your argument is lopsided. The Jun family bathed those battlefields in blood for the sake of the Tianxiang Empire and its people. Sacrifices in the battlefield are unavoidable. But, this is an ideal destination for a soldier. How can you compare this martyrdom with the selfishness of Shao family? Are these two aspects genuinely incomparable? Soldiers hope to sacrifice their lives for the sake of their country. In fact, they wish to pay their country back by dying in the battlefield. But, what about their families? What about their children? Don't tell me that the children should also die with their father like heroes in the battlefield. Why should their children bear the consequences of their father's martyrdom? Why should they be forced into selling themselves into slavery and prostitution?" Jun Moxie sneered back in reply. "Millions of soldiers died for the sake of our Jun family over the past many decades. However, the families of those soldiers would have been wrenched apart financial troubles because of the Jun family, isn't it? So, how many sins should our Jun family be shouldering in that light? How many orphans and widows were bullied and humiliated because of our Jun family? How many daughters from good families were forced to go into brothels for the sake of the Jun family and its military affairs? Third uncle, you're right to say that our Jun family and Shao family are essentially very different. After all, the Shao family had done those things for the sake of their hatred, while the Jun family did it for their righteousness. But, this is the only difference between the two. However, it doesn't matter whether it was for selfish hatred or righteousness. After all, the consequences of both are the same, cruel and bloody. And, no one can deny this point. One successful military expedition is built of a mountain of bones. So, what about the career of a military general? Jun Moxie continued in a wicked tone, this matter exists regardless of whether you accept it or not. The hatred and sufferings of those countless family members are graded on the hands of the Jun family. And, I believe that executing each member of the Jun family with 1,000 cuts will be insufficient to give a vent to their anger. In fact, it would be useless even if we were to die 1,000 deaths. But, what difference would it make if you were to take responsibility of all these sins? What would it change if you suffered throughout your life, decided not to marry your entire life, and started drinking wine to forget your worries until you went crazy? What is that going to change? Wouldn't our entire Jun family commit suicide if all of us were to confront these matters by following your example, third uncle? How else would you face the grieved ghosts of those countless people? Jun Moxie sneered, these sins have anyway been committed. You're already shouldering the sins that had originated because of the Shao family's actions. But, don't tell me that you can't handle the grieved ghosts who those who died in the battlefield. Especially the souls of those countless orphans and widows who suffered bloody tragedies because of it. Do not say this. Stop saying these things. Jun Moxie was covered with cold sweat from head to toe. He staggered for one step before he was able to stand firm. I've already said what I had to. So, third uncle should consider these matters by himself. This blame is third uncle's to shoulder if he deliberately wishes to bear it. After all, you are the current lord of the Jun family. So, you understand the kind of responsibility you must bear better than any other person. Do you think you should bear this blame? But, I think that you will let the entire Jun family down if you bear this burden. And, you'll also let yourself down. Jun Moxie smiled in a fierce and mischievous manner. He then sneaked away since he had said enough. Jun Moxie's heart had been tied in this knot for a long time. And, Jun Moxie had always looked for an opportunity to open this. But, he felt that it would be better to let it sediment a bit since the effect would be better that way. However, that was already upon. Therefore, no further delay could be allowed. Mu Shuetong had knocked at their doorstep today. This meant that the Silver City's matter was on the eve of unfolding. But, what would happen after the Shao family was annihilated? It was quite possible that Jun Moxie's temperament would intensify this burden he was feeling. And, that would eventually lead to a calamitous result for him. After all, these series of tragedies were caused by the romance between Jun Moxie and Han Yenyao if we were to see things from a different point of view. Jun Moxie and Jun Meng had died in the battle. Jun Moxie's two sons, Jun Moyu and Jun Mocho had also died in the battlefield. Jun Moxie's mother lay in coma till this date. Jun family's honor and prestige had declined from its days of glory. Moreover, one couldn't neglect the Hall of Hell's heaven-angering actions either. And, it could be said that Jun Moxie and Han Yenyao were responsible for all this. Even the extermination of the entire Shao family wouldn't allow Jun Moxie's temperament to be happy with Han Yenyao if he wasn't able to put these thoughts aside. In fact, his guilt would only burden his heart more when they'd be together. However, why had Han Yenyao disappeared to those snowy mountains 10 years ago? In fact, she hadn't even hesitated in cutting herself apart when she had heard that Shao family wanted to kill the entire Jun family. But, why? Who was to be blamed for this? Han Yenyao. But, which woman on this earth wouldn't wish to experience true and unforgettable love? Which woman wouldn't wish to have her dream love? Which girl wouldn't wish to experience that feeling of being lovebirds in the night sky? He was a talented young man, and she was a beautiful young maiden. Weren't they an ideal match? A match made in heaven? This is what every young girl dreams of. She must have been overtaken by passion upon meeting the love of her life. And, how could she be capable of counteracting this intense passion in the light of that joke-like engagement which had been set in her childhood days? Besides, Han Yanyao was only 16 or 17 years old at that time. What can a girl of 16 to 17 years understand? How could she have told herself to forget her personal interests for the sake of family responsibilities? How could she think of these things when her heart was overwhelmed with emotions of romance, and a possibility of being with her beloved for the rest of her life? Moreover, she was the daughter of the Silver City's lord. So, what matter could her father not take care of? She must have figured that her father would have to go back on his promise to the Xiao family if the worst came to worst. And, even the Xiao family was rather unlikely to object. In fact, they wouldn't dare to object. So, should Jun Wuyi be blamed? But, that is even more nonsensical. Jun Wuyi didn't know about Han Yanmeng's origin at that time. He only believed that she was a rich maiden from a noble family. Therefore, Jun Wuyi obviously wouldn't have had any scruples about it. After all, the Jun family was very powerful and influential in Tianxiang in those days. And, which girl from a rich family wouldn't want someone like Jun Wuyi for a husband? It can be said that there weren't many families in the regular society who were capable of coming up with a suitable match for Jun Wuyi in those days. In fact, no family's maiden was capable of matching up to Jun Wuyi. However, the Xiao family had already arrived at the Jun family's doors by the time Jun Wuyi became aware of Han Yanyao's true identity. And, things had already become irreversible by then. These two lovers soon found themselves separated by thousands of miles. One was in Tianxiang, while the other was in the snowy mountains. And, they were helpless. However, the Xiao family came looking for their revenge. And, they came very quickly in the most unexpected of manners. And, one tragedy followed after the other in quick succession. Eventually, this legendary blood general Jun Wuyi sunk into a quagmire of guilt. And, he was never able to extricate himself from it. He had sunk into passiveness. So, was it Xiao Han's mistake? It seemed that there was some wrong in his actions in some ways. His actions were surely a bit over the top. But, he didn't have much of a choice. After all, could any man in this world put on a gentleman's hat if his fiancée were to elope with another man? Could such a man come forwards in generosity and say, "It is okay. You have my blessings"? Such an individual could only be considered a saint. Consequently, Xiao Han came to take his revenge. After all, the Xiao family's descendants sat at the top of this world inside the Silver City's snowy mountains. However, some Jun Wuyi from the regular society had dared to snatch his wife. This was tantamount to the daughter-in-law of the chief minister eloping with the son of a village clerk. So, how could they not think about taking revenge over it? Therefore, everything rolled on like the wheel of history. It was inevitable. So, who was to be blamed in this case if not these people? The peculiarities of the fate? The human nature? But, that's even more ridiculous. There was nothing wrong in this matter. The crucial point was to see which side one would take. Anyone who stood on the Xiao family's side would wish to take revenge from the Jun family. In fact, anyone who heard the story would recommend the same. The Silver Blizzard City possessed enormous might. So, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to handle the Jun family? And, why would someone submit to the humiliation since they possessed the power to extract their revenge? After all, it is not in a man's nature to swallow one's anger and smile thereafter. Jun Moxie was well aware of his own psychology, to be honest. He would have chosen to exterminate the entire Jun family if he had been in Xiao Han's shoes. Why would he have cared about the city lord's anger in these circumstances? Why would he have cared about Han Yanyao's acts of self-mutilation? You've already decided to elope with another man. So, why would I care if you mutilated yourself? We'll talk after I'm done slaughtering them. Anyway, it's not like the lord of the city would make my entire family pay in blood for killing off the Jun family. However, one would find that Jun Wuyi was innocent if they were to stand on his side. We didn't know anything about that woman. He met her by chance. how would he have known that this would bring such a brutish disaster? Is there no sense of justice in this world? How would he have known that his entire family would have to the price for his romance? Besides, how would he have known anything about the woman before he had started dating her? He asked, but she never told him about her identity. However, the Xiao family massacred a massive number of people in the light of this matter. In fact, it even implicated so many innocents. However, we have the capability to take revenge now. So, why shouldn't we retaliate? Consequently, their side of the story would make things even more muddled. This situation was extremely muddled. Everyone considered that their actions were upright. However, that's because everyone had a different perception in this matter. However, any individual would notice that each of the three parties were at fault if they were look. Han Yanyao's mistake was her willfulness. After all, she should have told Jun Wui about her identity when the two of them started to develop feeling for each other. Then, she should have returned to the Silver Blizzard City, and should have asked her father to take control of the matter. Consequently, these events of the future might not have happened in that case. And, this would have stood true regardless of his approval or disapproval. But, Han Yanyao had decided to act willfully. And, these calamities eventually arose because she had wanted to amuse herself with romance for a short period of time. Xiao Han's mistake was obviously the biggest of them all. His first mistake was that he had butchered countless innocents. In fact, he had brought about an endless slaughter. However, his gravest mistake was that he should have killed the entire Jun family at that time itself. He shouldn't have left behind any cause for future trouble. After all, even a single seed can have the power to bring out the most awful vengeance once it blooms. Jun family had a total of 8 immediate family members at that time. He had killed 2 sons and 2 grandsons. And, he had crippled one more son of the family. Moreover, the family's daughter-in-law was left so grieved by this incident that she had lay in coma for next 10 years. The entire family had fallen apart. Only one old man and one debauchee were left behind. However, such extreme anger and hatred would give rise to the kind of enmity which wouldn't allow them to live under the same sky as their rival. In fact, they would try to take revenge generations after generations. And, that would only give rise to oceans of blood. It would have been impossible for them to understand each other's perspective. But, it was possible to destroy the other. The Han and the Xiao family were able to establish the Silver Blizzard City since the Wheel of Time had turned in their favor. So, why couldn't the Jun family become a superpower if fortune favored them? Consequently, the Xiao family was eating the bitter fruit they themselves had sown the seeds of. In fact, all the 3 parties involved were being forced to swallow the bitter fruit they had sown the seed of. This 3-sided bitter consequence was obviously helped along by the involvement of many other elements. For instance, the Emperor of Tianxiang had also made a mistake. His mistake was to plan on drawing support from the Silver Blizzard City's strength in order to cripple the Jun family's military strength. After all, the Xiao family's plan to destroy the Jun family wouldn't have gone as smoothly if the Emperor hadn't helped along. In fact, the Xiao family certainly wouldn't have been able to take out 4 or 5 generals across 2 generations of the Jun family. The result of this matter was exactly what the Emperor of Tianxiang had deeply desired. But, this had also given rise to irreconcilable hatred in the heart of Jun family's members. The royal family's involvement wasn't bright as day. But, old man Jun had faintly guessed it anyway. He certainly didn't wish to face this truth, but Jun Moxie had taken these events to heart. However, there were no concrete evidences of the royal family's involvement at present. And, young Master Jun was very clear on one point: he would not make a move unless he had concrete evidence first. After all, he was afraid that he might have to face his own grandfather in case he didn't have concrete evidence at hand. However, another major element had come from within the Silver Blizzard City itself. And, that was the Xiao family's prolonged desire to seize the throne of their city. Their plan had included 2 major tactics: to seize control over the military might, and to undertake a peaceful evolution strategy. This so-called peaceful evolution was basically a conspiracy against the Han family. And their intention was to proceed by inducing their own people in the Han family's line of succession. The Shao family could only achieve this by marrying off their own sons with the daughters of the Han family. Therefore, Shao Han and his nephew, Shao Feng, were set up to marry Han Yanyao and her younger sister. And their plan would have succeeded if Jun Wuyi hadn't got involved in the matter by accident. However, the Shao family's plan of many years turned into a soap bubble because Jun Wuyi popped up. So, how could the Shao family not hate the Jun family? How could they not wish to exterminate the Jun family? This was also the main reason why the Shao family's lord hadn't stinted while using his entire strength to bully and suppress the weak. However, the Dongfang family also got involved into this mess as time passed. And the Shao family's strength suffered a major decline as a result. Therefore, their plan to seize the military power was forced to a stop for some time. And this stayed the same for nearly 10 years. However, the Han family's other daughter, Han Yenmeng, also grew up to become an adult during this period of 10 years. Therefore, their plan of peaceful evolution got an opportunity to recur. But, it's a pity that God's plan supersedes our own. Their delegation to the southern heaven city was faced with many unforeseen events. The third and the fifth elder hailed from the Han family. However, the developments on that trip had made them realize that their age-old brothers from the Shao family had been conspiring behind their back this entire time. This obviously meant that the Shao family's peaceful evolution tactics were doomed for failure. In fact, even their plan to seize the throne was no longer a secret. Therefore, they had only one alternative left, to lie in ambush out of desperation. And, all of this had happened because of the Jun family. The Shao family's arrangements were eventually successful in this instance. And, they were able to keep the upper echelons of the Han family in the dark. Moreover, only 2 of the Han family's members were lucky enough to escape that besiege, Mu Shuetong and Han Yenmeng. Jun Wuyi and Han Yanyao would come out as the victims if one were to analyze everything that was mentioned above. After all, they were the victims of the Shao family's power and anger. Jun Moxie had only heard her name, and had never gotten to meet her in person. However, he already had a rough idea what Han Yanyao, his third aunt's temperament would be like. She was sure to be a very daring and unique woman. Otherwise, she would have never dared to do those things. Therefore, Jun Moxie could guess that she would probably slash off her neck if she were to find out about Jun Wuyi's remorse over his family's sufferings. I persistently waited for you for so many years. I didn't stint to risk my life for your sake. I didn't even hesitate to go against my family for your sake. I only thought about you. This chaos has finally settled down, and I was finally able to meet you again. I had always dreamed that everything would be wonderful once we'd reunite. I had hoped for conjugal bliss. But, why did you have to say, we can't be together because I feel guilty over what my family has had to suffer? What is this shit? Everyone knows that you have suffered, but didn't I suffer too? Therefore, it was necessary for Jun Moxie to untie this matter for Jun Wuyi. This affectionate couple was probably the source of all these misfortunes, everything. But, this entire guilt mustn't be put on their hands. After all, this notion of guilt is the heavens' way of toying with men. The heavens deliberately manipulates situations, and implicates guilt on men for its private amusement. Even a peerless man can become unwise if he starts to harbor sentiments of guilt. Moreover, such an individual often starts to overthink things that weren't even their fault. And, this leads the said individual to blame themselves for things that weren't even their doing. Consequently, Jun Wuyi would have brought another tragedy upon himself if Jun Moxie hadn't untied this knot for him before the Silver City's matter was sorted out. The timing was unsuitable tonight. But, Jun Moxie had no other choice. There was no need to explain much on this point. After all, Jun Wuyi's mind had spiraled into chaos after Mu Shuetong and Han Yanyao had come looking for help. Many things had become clear, and it had become extremely difficult for Jun Wuyi to calm his thoughts. In fact, he couldn't prevent himself from thinking about landing a fatal blow to the Xiao family, and rescuing Han Yenyao thereafter. However, it would have been hard for him to turn around at dead end if that knot of his heart hadn't been untied by then. After all, his heart would have been brimming with the feeling of guilt and atonement. So, he could have easily made irrational mistakes for the sake of his atonement. Therefore, Jun Moxie needed to dispel these thoughts from his mind before they arose again. Otherwise, it could be reckoned that Jun Wuyi's temperament would have doomed him in case it had persisted. This task would have obviously been far beyond the reach of this insignificant character named Jun Moxie in that case. In fact, even the author would have failed to straighten out this mess if he were to show up in person. Tonight was certainly not the most suitable time, but it was the last chance. The guilt of one's heart can only be cured with a stronger guilt. So, there was only one way to cure these kinds of heartfelt guilt, the medicine of a stronger guilt. Jun Wuyi felt guilty for his sins in this instance. So, wouldn't it make sense to make him feel even more guilt over something else? Therefore, it was necessary to tell him that the glorious reputation of his past was also built on grave sins. Consequently, he was informed that he had committed endless sins the entire time. In fact, his entire family had committed countless sins over the generations in their line of work. One would be able to see this angle if they were to read this. But, one would be doomed to feel a twinge of guilt if they couldn't read this. However, Jun Moxie would run out of methods if this didn't wake Jun Wuyi out of his trance. Therefore, Jun Moxie left once he was finished talking. And, that's because Jun Wuyi needed some time to calm down, and think carefully. He needed to think clearly. In fact, all the wealthy people in the world, all the great people in history, gained power and reputation on the foundation laid by their sins. This is true for every king. And, even more so for a monarch. One country's peace and prosperity is bound to be established over another, it always builds its foundation on the sorrow and misery of many. Peace always comes after the war. Let's assume that someone is doing business. But, rival businesses will always try to cheat their counterparts. The shrimp will eat the small water plants. The small fish will eat the shrimp. The big fish will eat the small fish. Then, there's that frightening shark. There's always many losers in the world of business. People commit suicide. They go bankrupt. They lose a family worth of fortune. They squander their property. They fight and scheme against each other. They try to annex each other's business. And, this continues till someone emerges the winner with enough wealth to satisfy the needs of a nation. It's pretty similar to a game of Monopoly if one looks at it. In fact, even this would be far from the end of this game of business. After all, this business battle would probably just pave the way to the next one. And, this wealthy winner of the first game of Monopoly would likely become the stepping stone in the next round. This is the very reason why no one should sit idly. After all, who would cling on to their riches if there would be no pickpockets around? How would the wise police authorities be established if there are no criminals in the society? How would the honest men manifest if there are no corrupt officials running amok? How many rabbit does a young tiger eats? Is the rabbit guilty? Should the tiger eat till his belly is fully satisfied? The weak becomes prey of the strong. And, the strong is always honored. This is how the world works. This is the fact. Anyone will realize this if they try to see with clarity. But, one won't be able to understand this if they don't possess clarity. There are always two sides to a thing. After all, people always have their own viewpoints. Pick up any book for instance. The protagonist will always seem correct when one sees things from the perspective of the protagonist. In fact, the protagonist will even appear very bright and frank. But, one will feel that even the villain was correct if they think from the said villain's point of view. So, don't read a book to find happiness. Instead, try to find the tyranny. Author's note, I'm trying to flatter the people who've been considering Xiao Han as a moral and upright man. A real man. The young master Jun Moxie was done with his admonishing. So, he patted his buttocks in a carefree manner, and went back to get some sleep. However, third master Jun Wue remained standing in the cold and windy night like a silly imbecile as the night dew continued to fall on his tall figure. The sky had begun to brighten by this time. Jun Wue's entire body was exposed to the dew. His head was covered in hoarfrost, his eyes appeared confused, and his brows were wrinkled. He seemed to be lost in bitter thoughts, and his body was standing motionlessly. The moon had descended, and color of the sky had gradually begun to brighten. Therefore, the people inside the Jun residence had also started to wake up one by one. Then, they started to bustle about. However, they'd take a look at third master Jun, and would see that his entire body was getting drenched in dew while he stood motionless. So, no one would dare to disturb him by asking why. Instead, they'd tiptoe past him, and would slip away from one side to another. The sun was gradually rising. The golden sunrays eventually broke past the dense fog, and shot into the courtyard in front of Jun Wue's eyes. Ha ha ha. Jun Wue suddenly burst into laughter. In fact, he laughed so crazily that his eyes filled with tears. He then crouched on the ground, and started to beat the ground with his hands. However, he continued to laugh wildly still. He was laughing crazily and willfully. His usually emotionless face had turned red from laughing excessively. In fact, his body was trembling from all the laughter. His eyes had even started to flow with tears because of it. However, it didn't seem like he was going to stop. Ha ha. So, this is what it is about. There's nothing completely right or wrong in this world. The hero of this country is no more than a sinner in the other country. Therefore, I only need to be worthy of my own family. Everything is okay if I can live with myself. After all, why should I care so much if I haven't let my own conscience down? He was still laughing like a madman. His entire face was smeared with tears. Then, he suddenly knelt down to the ground with a slam, and faced the east, eldest brother, second brother. And, my brothers in arms. Wue had managed to live on. Are you happy for your third brother? Haha, don't worry. I'll treat your children like my own. I will strive hard to make up for it. I will try hard to do something about their lives. But, I won't do it for anyone else. I will only do it for own conscience. He heavily thumped his head down on the ground. Then, he slowly stood up, faced the morning sun, and screamed. It seemed as if this scream had marked the end of 10 years of gloom and depression. Old man Jun comfortably looked on from a distant place. He then stroked his beard to lean towards one side as he said, has he finally figured it out? Jun Moxie stood by his side. He smiled in a mischievous manner as he said, it seems like he's figured it out. He has finally figured it out. Well then, it is good. It is good to figure things out. Grandfather Jun nodded again and again. He appeared very satisfied. The knot in Jun Wue's heart had always been old man Jun's greatest worry. But, he had no means to solve this issue. Old man Jun had always remained calm on the surface, but he had always been very worried in his heart. So, he couldn't help but feel happy when he saw that his son had finally accepted things and moved on. What trick did you use? I had also tried in the past. But, they didn't seem to work. Old man Jun asked out of interest. I didn't use any tricks. I only told him the truth. Jun Moxie seemed very pleased with himself. Therefore, he smiled in delight as he said, I basically told third uncle that, the 6 of you generals from our family have fought in many wars. So, you've obviously ruined and stripped apart countless human lives. And, which of those countless soldiers didn't leave behind a widow or orphan children? So, how would you redeem yourself from all those sins if they were to be accounted for at once? Then, third uncle realized this. Ha ha. It is true. Ah. All those were sins. Grandfather Jun hadn't expected to hear this. He then pensively looked up to the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. He then sighed, countless orphans and widows, ah. Grandfather Jun hadn't even completed his sentence when he suddenly placed his hands behind his back in a seemingly discontented and saddened manner. He then walked away. Jun Moxie was struck dumb by this. Crap. No way, right? I've barely fixed the one over there. Don't tell me that I have to fix another one over here. The young master followed after his grandfather with eyes full of anxiety. But, he got kicked in the backside by the old man instead. Get lost. Why on earth are you following me? Do you think that you are capable of bewitching me like you did with your third uncle? What could you possibly say for that to happen? Jun Moxie laughed mischievously as his heart suddenly calmed down. Then, he squinted his eyes, and took out a tiny jade bottle. Grandfather, you misunderstood. I was following after you to tell you that you need to eat this supplement. What is this thing? Old man Jun tightly grabbed the bottle in the palm of his hands as he asked. He knew that his grandson wouldn't give him some ordinary item. Therefore, it wasn't necessary for him to know the facts of the matter beforehand. And so, he took the bottle first. This is the vitality linkage pill, Jun Moxie replied in a mysterious manner. Taking one pill can increase the speed of the Xian Qi's flow in your meridians by 3 times. Can this supplement genuinely speed up the Xian Qi flow by 3 times? Is it such a legendary thing? Old man Jun's eyes suddenly opened wide. It does, in theory. Jun Moxie scratched his head. How is it possible? This kind of thing exists on this earth. Old man Jun was thoroughly astonished. In fact, he was so shocked that he couldn't even think of anything. You should find a place to absorb its efficacy. Take the solitary falcon along for safety. There are 2 pills in this, one for each of you. Give him the second one when you're finished consuming the first one. It should be enough to act as compensation for keeping guard. After all, we obviously can't order him around like a servant of the family, Jun Moxie suggested. Okay, I will go at once. Old man Jun stared at him. You little bastard, why didn't you give this amazing thing to me earlier as your filial piety if you had it with you? I could have put up a great and powerful show in last night's fight. Ah, that would have been a great fight. When would I get such great chance again? Jun Moxie's head started to sweat. No, I couldn't dare to give you this earlier. In fact, merely listening to your words has given me a scare. It's fortunate that I didn't give you this pill yesterday night. Otherwise, you would have gotten yourself finished like a flash sale if you had gone up to fight. That man was even stronger than the great master level. So, even a 3-fold increase in the speed of your Xian Qi wouldn't have been enough. That's disgraceful. What nonsense are you spewing? You think your grandfather can't handle himself? Old man Jun got agitated. Old man Jun knew perfectly well that it was needless to mention about the prospect of him facing off against Huang Taiyang. But, Jun Moxie had mentioned it out aloud. And, this had injured old man Jun's self-esteem to some extent. After all, his damned grandson had laid his failings bare. Jun Moxie cried out in fear, and disappeared with a whooshing sound. Old man Jun ferociously spat on the ground, and said, "You damned thing. You ought to know who you're talking to, I'm your grandfather." He then went ahead to look for solitary falcon in excitement. The rest was rather simple to explain. The 2 excited old men animatedly went to find a secret place in order to upgrade their strengths. The people from the illusory ocean of blood didn't come knocking on their door for the several days that followed. The people from the Silver Blizzard City didn't show up either. And, Tianxiang's royal family showed no signs of movement as per usual. Therefore, Jun Moxie sensed that the situation of restlessness had temporarily settled down. So, he felt happy about it, and decided to immerse himself in his work. However, he didn't spend much time in his alchemic work. Instead, he mostly put his efforts in trying to allure the beautiful women with his supposedly romantic talks. But his obscenities were met with cold shoulders. And he was left to feel very dejected as a result. However, the magnificent jewel halls people visited several times during these days. But Mu Shuetong and Han Yen Meng had been hidden by the Jun family in an efficient manner. Therefore, they weren't able to discover those two. And so, they had no choice but to bid farewell and leave. Moreover, the Jun family was no longer the kind of force the magnificent jewel hall could roll between their fingers at a moment's thought. So, how could they have dared to act rashly? Princess Ling Meng had also visited several times in order to meet Yi Gu Han. But, she never met Jun Moxie. However, Guan Qing Han told Jun Moxie that Princess Ling Meng lost a lot of weight. She had also become very silent, and her face had seemingly become layered with worries. In fact, she had seemed very different from before. She used to be good friends with Duge Xiao Yi and Sun Xiao Mei. But, she hadn't been interacting with these two women of late for reasons unknown. Jun Moxie mere frowned when he heard about it. However, he didn't take it seriously, and returned to his work. Little girl Duge Xiao Yi obviously couldn't abstain from running to the Jun family's residence from time to time. However, the little girl's eyeballs would inevitably seem to be dripping wet when she'd come over to see Guan Qing Han. She would generally have 3 to 5 different questions for Guan Qing Han. But, those questions would always revolve around the same topic. For instance, did you cook it yesterday? Guan Qing Han would usually be left to flush with anger at the end of it. This had made it rather obvious that the little girl's evil intentions hadn't subsided yet, she was still wishing for an opportunity to cook rice. Jun Wuyi's state of mind had undergone a sudden and drastic change. Even his facial features had also transformed rather heavily. He was particularly active these days. He had personally taken charge of Jun family's affairs. He had even prepared a list of people who were to be invited in the adoption ceremony. Fatty Tang was also busy with the intensive preparations for the auction. And, it could be estimated that it would happen in a day or two. However, something happened suddenly this morning. In fact, it was an unexpected and huge event. This event had even aroused extensive attention from all the influential families of the capital. Even the Xian families which had come from faraway places were left stunned by this. And, that was because this matter had once again been related to the most trending talk of the capital, third young Master Jun. This incident happened at the south gate of Tianxiang's capital. And, the other party involved was the second prince's well-known companion from the Qing family. Young Master Cheng, Qing de Chao. This incident wouldn't have been a big deal if this was everything there had been to the matter. But, the worst had come to worst. But, he had also brought the second prince along with him over this matter. It was no secret that someone was bringing large quantities of herbs to the Tianxiang city from the southern Heaven City. In fact, Tianxiang city's medicine tycoons and merchants had been waiting for this with their sleeves rolled up for action. News had been coming over from time to time regarding this shipment of herbs. And it was being said that this batch of herbs even contained millennium-old ginsengs, top-notch vermilion fruits, tricolored mushrooms, and many other rarely seen and precious herbs. Moreover, figwort roots, purple zoysia vines, unwitherable flowers, water nephrites, and many more of such treasures were also said to present therein. This much would have still been fine. But, the real terror lay in the fact that each of the herbs in this batch was legendary in its own merit. These herbs were items which had existed in the legends. However, they had only seemed illusionary to anyone who had tried to look for them. They were said to exist, but remained absent nonetheless. In fact, it was said that they could an individual immortal. That immortality part was obviously an over-exaggeration of facts. But, they could certainly grant a longer lifespan. However, the things that had only existed in the legends were finally materializing before people's eyes. Moreover, their quantity wasn't very less either. How could this news not excite the hearts of people? Everyone's senses had been battered by a frightening wave of self-interest. And, they had obviously overlooked some basic things in their greed. Such as: who owned these herbs? What kind of a background would such a person or party have? Young Master Cheng Deqiao obviously presented this good news to the second prince the moment he received it. After all, this was a good opportunity to flatter the second prince. Besides, the second prince had surely been bragging about his prowess in the sheets over the past few years. But, his body had somewhat been deficit in that respect. The second prince had never said anything about it, but he had always felt bitter from within. After all, lacking vitality was something that could even terrify the most awe-inspiring of men. Therefore, the second prince had never raised his head in front of his wife. Basically, he hadn't been able to raise the head which stood above his neck since he couldn't raise the one below his waist. However, it was believed that these legendary herbs could cure every defect. So, it was possible that his golden weapon wouldn't fall before the battle as usual. Instead, it would exhibit its great grandeur. In fact, there was a possibility that it would show such awe-inspiring might that his wife may not even be able to retaliate in the face of its prestige. Henceforth, he may even be able to woo the women in a fair and authoritative manner. This defect wasn't visible from the outside, but the fact was, he felt inferior among the other men wherever he went. And, this was especially true when a bunch of men gathered together to talk. After all, wouldn't the topics revolve around? And, he would obviously suffer much embarrassment if he didn't know what he was supposed to say. After all, a man could only raise his head once the thing below could be lifted. Therefore, the second prince's eyes turned blue when he heard this news. And, he immediately issued the highest command: get me those herbs at any cost. Use silver to get them, use gold, use beautiful woman, use power and status to press them down. Steal and fight over it if nothing else works. But, get those herbs which can induce the desired raising effect. Do anything and everything. Don't stint from spending extra money. Go to any length to get those things for me. This kind of task was naturally handed to Qing Deqiao since he was capable of handling this properly. It must be mentioned that even the most trusted advisories of the second prince weren't aware that he suffered from this defect. And, how would this royal prince be able to show his face if this news spread out by mistake? Therefore, this was something that other people simply mustn't know anything about. The reason why Qing Deqiao was aware of this matter rested in a certain incident. They had gone for hunting outside the city. And, the second prince had to urgently urinate. So, Qing Deqiao stood guard while the prince was urinating. And, this was when Qing Deqiao accidentally found out about this thing. And, that's because he hadn't heard the loud sound that is usually produced when a torrent rushes forth. Instead, the sounds had resembled the noiseless trickling of a slender stream. Qing Deqiao had gotten extremely curious at that time. So, he had sneakily stretched his neck to glance at the second prince. And, he was surprised to see that second prince's sword looked very dejected. It couldn't even stand up to task of urinating in a proper manner. It was merely trickling the liquid out in a small stream. It seems that the second prince's weapon can't stand tall. In fact, I'm afraid that he might end up peeing in his pants. Consequently, Qing Deqiao knew about the second prince's defect. And, he had been very mindful about this aspect ever since. Therefore, young Master Qing instantly knew that it was a perfect opportunity when he heard about the news of these herbs. It must be said that Qing Deqiao wasn't 100% idiot. He made discreet inquiring about the two people who were coming over to deliver these herbs, and found out that they weren't to be trifled with. No kidding. How would those two men be capable of coming this far if it weren't rough and tough? Wouldn't they have been hacked into two before they had even covered half the route? It's understandable if you two shouldn't be messed with. But, you people are still coming to deliver those herbs to Tianxiang City. And, people come to this place to seek money, or to seek a government official, or possibly to meet someone. Why else would you people travel so far to get here? There's a chance that you people may not be here for these reasons either. But, let's come back to the main point here. You people may be strong, but this is Tianxiang City. And, who is the biggest authority around here? The Emperor of Tianxiang Empire is obviously the greatest. But, the Emperor's son can represent the Emperor. This is akin to a god asking two country blokes to present a gift in offering. How could they dare to refuse? Even someone with the courage of a leopard can't. You dare not say no. Believe it, or we'll destroy your 9 generations. Therefore, Qing De Chao felt very confident since he believed that this matter was easy, and could be handled without much effort. In fact, he believed that he could merely stretch his hand and grab what he needed. This task was dedicated to the second prince, but it would count as a great service. However, he had still brought many experts along with him from the second prince's mansion. After all, this would help in dealing with any possible contingencies. There's no harm in taking more people even if we are dealing with amateurs. These people may believe that they can handle 10 enemies. But, can they deal with 100 enemies? This is my turf, and I make the rules here. However, young Master Cheng had overlooked one aspect in this matter. Moreover, it was a very important aspect. His ideas and opinions made sense on normal days. There weren't many problems with them. In fact, they could even be considered as very pragmatic. But, exceptions have always existed in this world. The Emperor of Tianxiang Empire was obviously eminent and unapproachable for common people. However, there existed some individuals who didn't an emperor as much. Such people would obviously pay no attention to the emperor's son. And, he would merely be like that dog on the sidewalk to such people. Young Master Cheng merrily patrolled the gate of the city in a very haughty manner for 2 days. In fact, he had been arrogantly ordering people about by using his mere facial gestures out of complacency. But, young Master Cheng was completely unaware that he was waiting for 2 undefeatable angels of death. And, that's because even the Emperor of Tianxiang couldn't hope to look these 2 individuals in the eye. In fact, they were the kind of existence he would have to look up to. The weather was particularly very clear and sunny on this day. And, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Young Master Cheng's mood was also very delightful. In fact, he almost wanted to sing loudly in order to vent out his excitement. His Highness, the second prince, had personally arrived here on this day. After all, the good news hadn't come for several days in a row. Therefore, the second prince had gotten very impatient and anxious. He was unable to resist the anxiety of attaining his awe-inspiring vitality in the end. Therefore, he decided to come in while flying on his horse. It seemed that he was here to express gratitude towards Qing De Chao for his toil, and the meritorious service that he was providing. However, he had arrived to see the progress in the matter in reality. Did those 2 men arrive yet? Why haven't they arrived yet? The second prince valiantly jumped down from his horse, and affectionately patted Qing De Chao on his shoulders. Qing De Chao was overwhelmed by this gesture from the second prince. Then, the second prince moved closer to his ears while he was reveling in the excitement, and asked, "Why haven't they arrived yet?" Qing De Chao assured him with confidence, "Second prince, don't worry. And, please be relaxed. Our reliable source states that they will arrive today." "Good, it is great." This prince was very worried. The second prince smiled heavily. He was evidently unable to hide his excitement. In fact, he again patted Qing De Chao on his shoulder and said, "This must be exhausting for you. This prince will also not leave since the herbs will arrive today. I will also wait here with senior official Cheng for some moment. After all, I will also obtain some knowledge and experience about these exceptionally precious things. Someone get some dishes and drinks to sate this prince and young Master Cheng's mouths." "Second price, you are so polite. How can this man dare to accept such generosity from the second prince?" Qing De Chao's eyes squinted to slits from excitement. In fact, he felt as if his bones had become a little lighter. "Oh, those are mere words of flattery." The second prince made a face, "Senior official Cheng, how can you say such things? You're saying out of politeness. Wouldn't it mean that you consider this prince as a stranger? And, that upsets this prince. Yes, yes. You're right. Your Highness, you are right. This lowly man. He was mistaken. Cheng De Chao couldn't stop laughing. So, he repeatedly nodded his head in agreement while he spoke. A white pigeon flew over from the south, and landed on Cheng De Chao's shoulder with a whoosh. Cheng De Chao took out the message from the bamboo tube, and read it. And, he couldn't help but pat his thigh in excitement. "Aha, Your Majesty, you are truly a lucky star. You see, they've also arrived when you came." "Ha ha. Really?" Second Prince got excited, and came closer to look at the parchment. "The heavens are also helping me." Cheng De Chao said happily, "Your Majesty, you are indeed a lucky omen. I waited here for several days, and not even the shadow of a ghost arrived. And, now that you came to look for those two men, the good news came in an instant. The chosen are truly different from ordinary men. You are surely chosen by the heavens to be the emperor. You are genuinely favored by the heavens." His words had made it seem as if he was mad at his situation. But, the smile on his face was merrier than anyone else's. "Ha ha ha," the second prince also laughed out of complacency. "Your Majesty, please wait for some time. I will go about a couple of preparations." He. "You are about to obtain those legendary herbs." Cheng De Chao out on a courageous appearance, and it seemed that he was ready to face his death. It appeared as if he would even face a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames for the second prince's happiness. He seemed to be made of courage and loyalty. In fact, it seemed as if 10,000 deaths wouldn't prevent him. He would strive with everything he had until the moment he died, as if he would go forwards even if he were faced with millions and millions. Cheng De Chao's current facial expressions were sufficient to make him famous if they were to be recorded in the pages of a history book. In fact, his loyalty could become an example for the coming generations. "Senior official Cheng, you must have had a hard time. I'm thankful for the trouble you've taken for me," the second prince said with gratitude. Two tall and sturdy figures were rapidly striding towards them from the distant south. "Second prince, please wait for the good news." Cheng De Chao waved his hands as he valiantly rode forward to meet them. His determined face was covered with shades of loyalty and bravery. He then forged towards Tiger King, Earth Cracker, and Bear King, Big Bear. The great young master Cheng De Chao made the final preparations for his foolproof plan, and went forward with the intention of welcoming the beast kings of the Tianfa forest. Meanwhile, Jun Moxie also walked out of his residence's gate at the same time. He then leisurely mounted his horse, and prepared to welcome the two beast kings. Jun Moxie was obviously the first to receive the information of Earthcracker and Big Bear's arrival. It was obvious to him that they had arrived to deliver those herbs to him. It must be mentioned that Jun Moxie had always been the first one to receive any information amongst the people present in Tianxiang City. He had even heard about the rampant robbery attempts these two individuals had faced. However, Jun Moxie had only found it very funny. In fact, he had laughed his heart out. This was extremely funny. Two great beast kings from Tianfa forest are personally escorting these medicines, but they are being treated as easy targets. In fact, they are being treated as popular easy targets. So many people have dared to rob them. How did so many dumb courageous robbers take birth? Has this world gone crazy? How could a tiny ant dare to rob a dinosaur? It must be mentioned that the strength of these two individuals had soared after Jun Moxie had helped them with the enhancement. It could be said that their strength had already surpassed the standard strength of a great master-level expert. In fact, these two individuals possessed enough to strength to go where they desired with absolute assurance of safe travel. And, this notion stood true as long as they didn't bump into someone as strong as Huang Taiyang. The combined strength of these two individuals might not be sufficient to win against someone like Huang Taiyang. However, these two were still capable of retreating to safety without any hassles in case they were unlucky enough of having such an encounter. Therefore, Jun Moxie wasn't worried that the herbs these two were escorting might meet with a mishap. Instead, he was worried about those tiny ants who were trying to rob these dinosaurs. I feel sorry for them. Men usually don't think things through when there are immense benefits involved. Greed is the original sin. It won't sound pleasant, but these two beast kings shouldn't even think of returning to Tianfa forest in case they end up being robbed on the way here. Instead, they should buy a piece of tofu, and smash their heads open with it. Therefore, young Master Jun wasn't worried about this issue. Instead, he leisurely mounted his horse, and carefreely made his way towards the southern gate of the city. His intelligence network was fairly accurate. So, he knew the specific timings when the two beast kings would be arriving in the Tianxiang city. Therefore, he had proceeded towards the city's gate in time, and was likely to meet the two beast kings at the gate itself. His intention was to avoid any unnecessary delays, and invite the two of them back to his residence soon after meeting the two beast kings. He was looking at the beautiful women bustling about in passing while en route to the south gate. This was good exercise for his eyeballs. After all, they had turned blue because he had only been refining pills and practicing for the past few days. Big Bear and Earth Cracker breathed a deep sigh of relief. We've finally arrived at the Tianxiang city. It wasn't that they were tired. However, they certainly had traveled a very long distance still. We wouldn't have had to put in so much effort if Crane King or Brother Falcon had come along. A majestic troop of men and horses were marching towards them from the other side of the gate. The troop was headed by a young individual whose eyes were gleaming with enthusiasm. He then cordially cupped one of his fists in the other hand and said from a distance, "Both of you have traveled 1,000 miles. You must be exhausted." The Big Bear and Earth Cracker were left stumped for words when they heard this. He talks about the exhausting trip the moment he opens his mouth. Is he trying to worm his way into becoming friends with us? Is this the squad the Jun family has sent? The Bear King straightened up on the horseback. He then asked in a suspicious manner, "Who are you?" He. I'm Qing Chao. I'm the current emperor of Tianxiang City. Qing Chao was beaming with smiles. However, he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the Bear King. Big Bear blinked his massive eyes and he asked in a somewhat doubtful tone, "What? You are the emperor of Tianxiang?" Qing Chao was left to feel sluggish for a second. What is this man saying? Is this the kind of remark you can make for a joke? One can lose their head over this matter. In fact, one's 9 generations could face criminal charges over this. So, he corrected the matter without any further delay. I'm a senior official with the second prince, the heir to the throne. This was very confusing for the two great beast kings. In fact, they were left feeling dizzy and lightheaded. These two beast king were creatures with a simple mind, and they spoke as such too. Therefore, even something as simple as Qing Chao's vernacular language had left their heads spinning. Consequently, Earth Cracker asked in a resentful manner since his head felt dizzy, "Don't talk so much. Who the hell are you? Can't you understand a simple question? Who are you? And, why have you stopped us here?" Qing Chao's complexion turned red with rage, and he cursed them in his thoughts. It turns out that these two barbarians don't understand any etiquettes. Moreover, it seems that they are very stupid. We don't even know each other. So, why would I stop you like this? Do you think it's because I find you very handsome? But, it will be easy to deceive them if they're stupid. Therefore, Qing Chao forcefully suppressed his anger, and added a little more intimacy to his enthusiastic smile. I heard that you've come here from a distant land, and you're carrying lots of herbs with you. He. I found this very interesting. So, I intentionally came down to negotiate a deal with you two heroes. You've come to this faraway land of Tianxiang. So, I presume that you're here to make some money. And, it would be very helpful to your cause if you have the support of the lord of this place. But, I don't know. So, you fancy our herbs, young man? Big Bear looked at Ching De Chao with the same expression an idiot looks at a corpse. No, no. The many herbs you two are carrying are all very rare and precious. And, I don't have the ability to buy all of them, Ching De Chao hastily explained. Our second prince only wishes to buy 2 medicines from you. But, we don't know how you two do a business deal. It doesn't matter how much gold or silver you want in exchange for the drugs. It won't be an issue. Ching De Chao thought, I've raised the banner of the second prince. And, I've also said that we'll give them a good deal. So, they straightaway give up the herbs out of their fear and trepidation of His Highness's position if they've got a brain. Then, I will diplomatically encourage them, and lead them to meet the second prince. Then, they would be bestowed with a handsome reward. But, it's possible that they're not very intelligent. So, they may fail to appreciate His Highness's kindness. But, I will explain to them that the deal will be made by using large amounts of gold and silver coins. How many country blokes have met the prince? Moreover, how many people have had a business deal with the prince? This would be enough for them to brag about as an honor. Then, there's the matter of the specific price for this deal, but I don't have the final say in this. The second prince. Big Bear gaped. Did you just say that he was the second son of Tian Xiang's emperor? Yes. His Highness is the second prince. Ching De Chao was getting more and more intolerant. In fact, he had intentionally emphasized on the word second prince to add more seriousness to his tone. These guys are indeed country bumpkin. Who else could possibly call him the second son? These countryside blokes have no talent. They genuinely don't know any etiquettes of formal speech. We're not interested in selling them. Big Bear's nostrils flared as he shouted, hurry up and get lost. You're crazy. How did you dare to be so impudent? Ching De Chao trembled as he shouted back. It was absolutely unexpected for him that these 2 savage men had blatantly rejected the second prince's offer. I had already figured that these 2 men weren't virtuous by nature. In fact, it is possible that they've murdered someone, and taken their herbs before arriving here. We will arrest them for this. And, don't hesitate in killing the both of them if they dare to resist. But, be careful. Don't damage the herbs. Ching De Chao's face had become as cold and white as frost by now. He waved his big hand as he gave this command. Are you still fancying a fight over these herbs? I estimate that the number of people who've tried to take away our herbs on the way here is about 3,000 to 5,000. But, do you know where these people are at present? However, I'm in a very good mood right now because I've reached my destination. So, I might show some kindness if you get out of the way right now. Earthcracker twisted his arm and head to one side, and smiled at Ching De Chao in a manner that made it seem as if he wasn't even smiling. After all, he was finding it funny. The people of this world are too reckless, aren't they? For example, this man must be at the gold Xian level at most. And, he's leading a trashy group of people who are barely at the silver Xian level. And, he still thinks that he can fight 2 beast kings of Tian Fa over some herbs. Wouldn't people's teeth fall out from excessive laughter once this got out? This is too funny. I don't need to know where they are, Ching De Chao arrogantly squinted and said, but, I know that you are on the grounds of Tian Xiang City right now. You're in the territory of the rightful emperor, the son of the heavens. It doesn't matter who you are, or how terrific you are. After all, you are here now. So, you will behave yourself. Even a dragon will serve us here. Even a tiger will prostrate in front of us. Is it possible that you 2 insignificant people are thinking that you can overturn the heavens? Your strange manner of speech makes it obvious that you're nothing more than thieves. But, this young master might show some kindness if you hand over the drug ingredients. In fact, this young master will let you go free. But, if you don't hand us the ingredients, He didn't finish his sentence. But, it was clear that he had threatened them that he would kill them and take the herbs by force. Tiger King, Earthcracker's eyes glared like copper bells. Dragons were a legendary thing, and nobody had seen them in reality. However, tigers were a real thing. And, Earthcracker happened to be the Tiger King. Qingdeqiao's intention was to use these words as metaphor. But, the Tiger King's ear flared when he heard this. And, he thought that this tiny ant wanted the great Tiger King to kneel down in front of him and shake his tail. Tiger King slowly squinted. He then asked in a dark tone, "What if I don't prostrate myself? What if I show more impudence? What if you don't prostrate? What if you show more impudence? I will have your blood splashed before you can ever take 5 steps. I will turn you into a corpse on the spot." Qingdeqiao was very angry. After all, he had never imagined that this person would ask, "What if I don't prostrate myself," instead of, "How do you want it?" What was the meaning of this? He obviously felt that his dignity had suffered damage. Therefore, he suddenly got furious, and started whistling to make his troops charge forward. After all, he wanted these 2 men captured since they were thinking too highly of themselves. It was possible that he may not go as far as splashing their blood before they had taken 5 steps. However, he certainly wanted to give them a sound beating before taking any further. Wait, a majestic sound was heard as the second prince slowly started to walk towards them. He had a genial smile on his face. "Two heroes, I'm the second prince of Tianxiang." "Heroes, you mother!" Earthcracker burst out. The Tiger King felt that he had suffered the greatest of insults. So, he got angry. "What is this, prince, nonsense? What is this bullshit? Is this emperor's son that terrific? Fu *k. You dared to insult me? I want to. The Tiger King was very powerful, but he was kind of slow-witted. He genuinely thought of something to say for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. And, this left him to feel very depressed. Forget it, setting into action is always the practical thing to do. So, he reached out with his hand with whoosh. His arm stretched out like a spring when pulled open, while his shoulder and head remained motionless. He then suddenly grabbed that annoying Qingdeqiao. Then, Earthcracker opened his mouth like a sacrificial bowl, and snapped the youngster's neck with a bite. "I want to do this." A fountain of blood spurted out. The Tiger King's mouth was soaked in blood, and he had a fierce-looking expression on his face. However, his Xian strength was protecting his body. So, not even a single drop of blood landed on his body. He then opened his mouth, and spat out the lump of meat he had in his mouth. The piece of flesh fell on the ground with a plop. He then cursed, "Bah! How can this man's flesh be so stinky?" He was a tiger. So, his first instinct was to bite. But, he had only opened his mouth to have his meals ever since he had become a beast king. And, this was particularly true after he had gained the ability to transform into a humanoid form. Thereupon, he had stopped using his mouth to attack. After all, he felt that such actions would be a disgrace for someone with a status as high as the one he now possessed. But, his anger had reached unbearable levels today. So, he had acted out of his primal instinct. And, he had bitten Qingdeqiao's neck in order to kill him. Everyone was left petrified by this. Everyone was struck dumb, and everyone was left stupefied. What's going on? Is this a nightmare? How could something like that happen under the bright and blue dome of heaven? Qingdeqiao was a great young master. So, he was always brimming with a sense of prestige and self-confidence. It had always seemed as if he had just attained some extraordinary accomplishment. His conduct had always been extremely arrogant, and his tone had always been very condescending. How could he have thought that this barbaric man would respond to his words by biting and tearing apart his neck? However, the party opposite to Qingdeqiao had bitten his neck apart. Everyone had seen men eating wild beasts. It was rare to see a beast eating a man, but many people had still seen it. However, this man had eaten another man. This thing was so weird that no one had even heard of it since antiquity. However, this unheard thing had suddenly happened in front of everyone. Cheng De Chao's neck was still choking while issuing toot, toot sounds. And, the blood was foaming out from the man. But, the man's silence had made it evident that he had already died. Second Prince's eyes remained wide open for a very long time. In fact, they had even seemed bigger than Earthcracker's massive eyes. He then stretched out one trembling finger, and said only one word, "You." Then, he suddenly bent down, and, blurg, blurg. He vomited and vomited. This sound was like a terribly contagious virus. And, everyone had seemingly been infected with this virus for a moment. Everyone bowed their head to vomit. The filthy and pungent smell had spread in from outside the southern gate of the city in no time. And, the entire ground had turned into a puddle of things that had come out from intestines of the spectators. Jun Moxie, young Master Jun arrived at this exact moment by coincidence. High horses even slipped by the time he reached the gate. However, he was shocked to see so many people around, and couldn't help but inquire about what was happening there. Consequently, he came to know that the second prince had arrived to exploit this great opportunity with the intention of taking away some herbs from this batch. Therefore, young Master Jun's eyeball revolved in order to look for a corner to hide. Let's examine the situation first. After all, it's not always a good idea to break the laws, right? Earthcracker's face appeared innocent as he looked at the ground. He then looked at Big Bear, scratched his head, and asked, "Fourth brother, what happened to these people? Why on earth are these people vomiting? And, why did they do it at the same time?" Big Bear had been rendered speechless. So, he covered his forehead with his hands. "This guy is so stupid that it disgusts me to death. I'm never going on a trip with him, even if someone beats me to death over it. This is too embarrassing. It doesn't matter what you do. You can't rob our stuff even if you're the emperor's son. After all, it is wrong to rob other people's stuff. Didn't the emperor, your father, ever teach you something this basic?" Earthcracker grinned as he said this with righteous conviction. He then licked the blood from his teeth. The second prince finally stopped vomiting. Then, his face and lips turned white, and he yelled, "Come on everyone. Teach these two homicidal maniacs some discipline for my sake. Cut their corpse into countless pieces with your swords. But, ensure that the herbs aren't harmed in any way." The hands and feet of the imperial bodyguards shivered as they lifted their swords. Wait, the second prince's imperial bodyguards were genuine Jade Xian peak experts. So, they may not have eaten pork, but they had seen pigs running here and there. Therefore, they rushed up, "Your Majesty, we mustn't act with haste. We should consider this matter at length first." These people had spoken up about considering this matter at length, but Big Bear and Earthcracker didn't feel the same way. They had been delayed several times over their journey. But, how could they allow themselves to be blocked at the Tianxiang city's gate? After all, wouldn't the Jun family laugh at the beast kings of Tianfa Forest if they came to know about this? You didn't even have the strength to suppress a team of soldiers. Ha! Big Bear exhaled as he took one big step, and pounded his foot on the ground. His big foot fell heavily on the ground, and the ground was left to rumble with a loud sound. Even the ripples his big foot made on the ground were clearly visible to the naked eyes. The entire ground quivered, so much so that the city walls of Tianxiang City were left to sway a little. Consequently, some dust fell down from the city's wall with a rustling sound. Then, his angry roar was heard, "Everyone get lost." This furious roar had been supplied with a concentrated force of Big Bear's primary strength. Therefore, it seemed as if an enormous tsunami had engulfed the entire vicinity. Whoever bore the brunt of it felt as if everything had gone black before their eyes. This sound slammed into their ears with a bang, and their feet left the ground with a whoosh. Then, they were sent out flying. A few people were sent out flying a bit too far. They then landed on the ground with a squishing sound. Their bodies had started to look like dried-out steamed bread that had been thrown against the surface of a smooth wall. They lay motionless on the ground. However, blood was seeping out of all the 7 apertures of their head. The people who were standing far away had been rendered dizzy and dazzled upon witnessing the scene. Their swords had made clanging sounds as they had fallen to the ground. And they had an expression of extreme pain on their faces. The second prince's tragedy was very mournful. After all, the place where he had been standing wasn't an ideal position since it was very close to the source of that sound. So, he was obviously flung to fly by that wave of energy. His bodyguards had Jade Xian strength, but they hadn't even gotten the time to look after themselves. Therefore, they let the second prince fall to the ground. His entire body twitched for some time thereafter. Then, his lower body suddenly released a stench, and his robes got wet with a white and yellow liquid. His Highness had suffered from a moment of incontinence from both his front and backside. The dissatisfied Earthcracker moved closer and said, "Fourth brother, you are too violent. You didn't leave anyone for me to play with. Play with the dead. You even started eating people. What damned fun are you talking about?" Big Bear wanted to slap the Tiger King to death. This guy is too big a nut job. This is the capital city. The two of us obviously don't care about anything that happens here, but we still have to go to the Jun family. It's true that we don't care, but that doesn't mean that the Jun family's people won't care about this either. What if this matter causes some losses to the Jun family, and we end up inviting the dissatisfaction of that mysterious master? However, the Big Bear had overlooked the fact that his actions had been far stronger than those of the Tiger King. In fact, his loud and thunderous sound from him had provoked a lot of trouble. It was true that Earthcracker had killed one man. But, that man had only been a sidekick. However, this Bear King had frightened the prince into staining his robes yellow and white. The two men talked no more. Even a tiger walks like a dragon when the hawks are watching its back. Therefore, the two men waltzed into the city as if there was no one around. Suddenly a voice said, "Oh, oh, oh." It turns out that the two brave heroes have personally arrived here. This is indeed very formal of you. This Jun Moxie didn't come to greet you on time, please forgive me for it. Young Master Jun's tone was very high-spirited and elegant. He then elegantly walked out with a wholehearted smile. Jun Moxie. Both of them had seen Jun Moxie before. And, that was back when Jun Moxie was given a solid spanking by Venerable Mei. Therefore, they obviously weren't unfamiliar with him. However, they certainly weren't able to figure out that this handsome and elegant youngster was the same mysterious master who had bossed them around in the Tianfa forest earlier. That's right. That's right. It's rare for two such brave heroes to remember me. Please come. Please come. Please come. Jun Moxie politely extended his hands in a welcoming gesture. Ha ha ha. Jun youngster, did your master ask you to come here? Big Bear shrugged his nose and asked. That's right. Master sent me to receive the guests. He also told me that fourth elder bear is an old friend of his. The mischievous sound of Jun Moxie's laughter accompanied those of the two guests. That's right. We're friends, old friends. Big Bear and Earthcracker's faces lit up. Then, Big Bear's huge hand landed on Jun Moxie's shoulder, and he patted the youngster. I was with your master outside the Tianxian city one time. It is said that friendships are often made after fights. I had fought 3 rounds with him. But, we couldn't decide who won. So, we had made a bet to decide the winner. What? You were able to contend 3 rounds with my master. Then, you must be stronger than the great master level at the very least. I admire your strength, I genuinely do. Jun Moxie held his laughter back, but, what happened in that bet? Big Bear's face turned red as he replied, there's nothing embarrassing in saying that your master is stronger than this Big Bear. He then suddenly lowered his voice, and whispered to Jun Moxie's ear, but, pissing. Your master is indeed a highly skilled person. But, he's not as good as this big bear when it comes to that. Jun Moxie somewhat stumbled for a moment. This man even has the guts to say something like this. Any outsider would indeterminately think Jun Moxie's master in a very wretched image if they were to hear about this. After all, that image would consist of a peerless master getting into a childish pissing competition with this burly man. This would indeed make for an eternal anecdote. They reached the city's gates. And, Jun Moxie unenthusiastically instructed the gatekeepers, officers, "Why haven't the bunch of you rushed to help His Majesty, the second prince? Help him clean up. And, tell him that he can come to the Jun family and find me in case he has any issues or dissatisfactions about this. Now kindly open the gates, and let us in." The soldiers who stood as gatekeepers formed into a straight line, and repeatedly nodded their heads in compliance. In fact, they were only able to wipe off their cold sweat once they had seen Jun Moxie enter through the city's gate with these two men. Who in this Tianxiang city would dare to provoke this third young master of the Jun family? Who would be that tired of living? He had opened a proper slaughterhouse when he had returned from the southern heaven city. In fact, even the blind had been able to witness those massacres. Moreover, we had been present here at that time, and we had witnessed it with our own eyes. Plus, his friends are no less. One of them even ate a person. Bird of a feather flock together. I guess the same goes for men as well. However, young Master Jun had acted very brazenly this time as well. After all, the second prince was lying there at the ground. But, he hadn't even turned his head to look that man. This was Big Bear's second visit to Tianxiang City. So, the city's proceedings weren't very strange for him. But, the great beast King Earthcracker had gotten the chance to expand his horizons for the first time. And, his big skull had been left dazzled by the arrangements of the city. The Tianxiang city was the capital city. So, how could it have been inferior to any other city? In fact, it was at least 10 times more flourishing than any other city these two had passed on their way. However, the Tiger King had never seen anything like this before. Therefore, he couldn't stop himself from clicking his tongue while reading aloud the things that he came across. Fourth brother. This street is so wide, tsk. You see that, what does that do? Earthcracker asked out of curiosity. Big Bear let out a stuffy snort. Fourth brother. Take a look at that cloth's material. It is much smoother than the animal skin on my body. Tsk. Earthcracker exclaimed in admiration as he touched the silk fabric. Bear King's face turned black out of annoyance. Fourth brother. Damn it. Look over there, damn it. They're thinking of doing business with the Xian beast's items. They're courting death. The Tiger King stood up in resentment. Black lines had emerged across Big Bear's entire face. Fourth brother. Look at the bright shining thing. How about we buy one? Tiger King flashed a smile of flattery. Can you shut your mouth? Can you? Okay. Bear King glared at him since he had lost his patience. Then, he grabbed the collar of the Tiger King's jacket and roared in a lowered tone, "I will kill you if you say another word." So, you want to die? Well. You are such a shameless thing. Don't talk to me again, I also know nothing about the things you don't know about. I am that. Tiger King didn't know how he had offended his fourth elder brother. What did I do? And, why is he making such a fuss about these things? He couldn't help but be bewildered. He knew that Big Bear had been carrying the airs of senior the entire route. After all, his face had been reserved and apathetic. In fact, he had been looking on at everything in a calm manner while walked alongside Jun Moxie as well. Therefore, everything had seemed normal to anyone who was an outsider. In fact, it was as if he was saying, I've got these kinds of things in my house as well. I even have better ones. But, he had only done so in order to put on the airs in front of his friend's disciple. After all, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him if wasn't able to pretend being a brother master in front of Jun Moxie? However, earthcrackers, country bumpkin-like ruckus throughout the entire route had eventually forced this fourth master bear to act out. Isn't this going to ruin my reputation? However, his actions were causing a huge damage to the Bear King's image of a great individual. So, how would he not wish to teach this guy a lesson? The Tiger King hung his head down once the lecture was over, and didn't say another word. Big Bear's mannerism again became poised and graceful. He then smiled at Jun Moxie, and spoke up, "This isn't worth mentioning about, Tone, my younger brother has never gone outside our home. That's why he's still little stupid since he hasn't seen the outside world yet. Fortunately, there's still time to teach him a thing or two with some brute force. So, I brought him along to porter the herbs on the way. Our family's education system isn't very strict. So, young Master Jun might find this matter slightly ridiculous. Oh, there's nothing to worry about." Jun Moxie wanted to laugh until his belly had been damaged. But, he decided to hold it back. This was obviously very difficult for him. They arrived at the Jun family's residence after a long and pleasant walk through the city. Then, young Master Jun politely welcomed the two men inside his residence. Bear King walked in with the arrogance of a senior, and didn't even glance sideways. However, he had shot a look of warning to Earthcracker. He had intended to convey, "Your etiquettes mustn't fail inside that mysterious master, Senior Fang's, territory. After all, that would make everyone look down on us. You mustn't forget that we are this generation's beast kings at the end of the day." Earthcracker understood the meaning, and decided to follow suit. Therefore, he too entered the residence with his head held high, and chest out. Both of them were moving forward with giant strides, and had a serious expression on their faces. They weren't even indulging in casual chit-chat or smiling. In fact, their valiance and enthusiastic made it seem as if they were on a battlefield. Their demeanor also caused a green-robed figure to flash past in the courtyard in front of them. This green-robed individual was very familiar with these two beast kings, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in the context of their unexpected arrival. Then, this figure disappeared from there. But, the two beast kings weren't even able to discover her presence. Well, they weren't able to do so with clarity at least. These two beast kings possessed enough cultivation to discover that it was the Snake King if they hadn't been so focused on their artificial etiquette. However, these two individuals were very focused on keeping up with the proper standards of being revered masters. Therefore, they weren't able to discover her. Earthcracker's eyes had certainly turned to look, but he was only able to look at that figure from behind. He then analyzed it in his thoughts, "This girl's butts aren't so tiny." They were led to Jun Moxie's small courtyard, and were requested to take seat around a stone table therein. The two beast kings obviously didn't fear the cold weather. Therefore, they didn't think why they weren't invited to enter the dining room. Consequently, they sat down around the stone table in the courtyard without any qualms about anything. Little Ko served them with aromatic tea. The Tiger King was extremely thirsty due to the long journey. So, he picked up the teacup with his hands, and opened its lid. He then raised his head, and gulped the liquid down to his belly along with the tea leaves. He was obviously didn't the temperature of the hot tea. He even chewed some tea leaves, and stretched his neck to swallow them down. Then, he smacked his lips and said, "Why was this thing a little bitter?" "Well, how can they put tree leaves in the water? This is a bad habit. I've heard that there's a tasty drink called tea. Why didn't we bring that out?" The Bear King had a sudden impulse to break out. He tilted his head a little, and squinted at the Tiger King. He had basically signaled the Tiger King to shut up. Then, he elegantly picked up the teacup, and softly opened its lid. He then lightly twirled the teacup to stir the tea. He gently puffed at the tea, and said, "The tea is very nice. The Bear King had spoken softly after he had taken a small sip of the tea. Moreover, his face made it seem as if he was enjoying the lingering aftertaste of the tea. Even, his posture was as graceful and elegant as a nobleman. He had already gone out into the human world once before. So, he knew what tea was, and what the rules of drinking tea were. Bear King then tilted his head, and looked at the Tiger King. He had intended to convey, "Look at me, and see how I drink tea. You are very embarrassing. However, I'm somewhat regretful in my heart. The ways of these humans are extremely troublesome. The sip I had to take was so tiny that I didn't even feel my lips getting wet. So, it obviously couldn't quench my thirst." He couldn't help but envy the Tiger King as this thought crossed his mind. Pretending to be the senior is so difficult. Earthcracker, Tiger King, stared blankly at first. Is this thing what they called tea? The Tiger King had only learnt about drinking human wine. And, he figured that tea was also the same. But, how did the fourth brother learn about drinking tea? And, how on earth haven't I seen him drinking tea like this on the way here? In fact, it seems that even his buttocks are seated on the wooden chairs in an orderly manner. A white figure gently came over at this moment. It didn't even make any sounds while it walked. Then, this individual asked in a deep voice, "How on earth have the two of you arrived here?" Big Bear was holding the cup while sitting in an elegant posture when he heard this voice. He suddenly felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. So, he casually turned around and said, "This senior loves to travel free and wide in this world of mortals. He appreciates the beauty of rivers and mountains. So, how could he not arrive here?" Suddenly, he saw the approaching figure with clarity, and his entire body started to shiver as a result. Then, he jumped in fright as the sounds of scream came from his mouth. The teacup fell to the ground with a pop, and broke into pieces. His complexion turned deathly white, and beads of sweat started to roll down from his head. His hands and feet shivered as he tried to open his big mouth. But, it seemed as if he was weeping and smiling at the same time. He then stammered, "Big. Big big. Big big." Earthcracker was startled by this. He thought, has fourth brother Bear seen a ghost? He then turned around with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and said, "Fourth brother, why on earth are you stuttering like this?" He hadn't even completed his sentence when he looked up. However, his mouth fell wide open as he looked at the beautiful and charming woman in front. Her face was so beautiful that it seemed as if it had been carved very meticulously. But, he also couldn't help himself from letting out a shriek as his complexion turned deathly white in an instant. His lips started to tremble, and he was left bewildered. He then followed in Bear Big's suit, and started to stutter out loud, "Big. Big. Big big big." This stuttering turned out to be contagious. These two tall and strong men were looking like a pair of idiots at the moment. And, they were only saying one word in a loop. In fact, they had been frightened to such an extent that they couldn't even complete their sentences. Jun Moxie frowned and shook his head. He thought to himself, what are these two doing? Why are they repeating "big big big" in a loop? However, young Master Jun wasn't aware of the conflicted thoughts that were spiraling inside the minds of these two simple-minded beast kings. So, the big in our family should be called Big Sister. Or should we still call her Big Brother? Therefore, the two of them continued to say, "Big. Big," for a long time. But, they couldn't complete their sentence after this "big" part. You two are a pair of idiots. You have no understanding of etiquettes. Don't you know how to address the Big Sister? You are making a joke of yourself in front of strangers for no reason. What is this "big big"? Did your brains get smashed between the doors? Or are they clogged with water instead? The Snake King's voice was heard at the right moment, and it came as a perfect solution for both of them. Big Sister. Big Bear wiped his sweat and shouted out loud. He didn't even pay any attention to the fact that he had been mocked by the Snake King a second ago. After all, he was able to say this proper term of address out loud because of it. So, wasn't her mockery worth it? It must be said that this senior beast king from the Tian Fa forest could speak up without any inhibitions even if he were to be confronted with countless people. After all, he was capable of turning the world upside down. However, even saying a few big words had left his entire body to sweat at this moment. Big. Big big. The Tiger King was still under the spell of the shock. He was obviously very desperate at heart, and wanted to shout these two words, big sister. But, his mouth didn't seem willing to obey his commands, and he continued to yell, big. Big. In a loop for a long time. He then lifted his huge hand, and ferociously landed a slap on his own face out of annoyance. Then, he shouted, I will call you Big Big. You stupid tiger. You are extremely embarrassing. Snake King got so furious that it seemed as if she wanted to teach that idiot a lesson. Oh. I don't want the two of you to be conducting yourself like this again. Any damage to your reputation is equivalent to a loss in prestige for our Tian Fa when you're out in the world like this. Mei Shuiyan waved her hand in a dignified manner to gesture as if she didn't care about it. Then, she came over, and sat opposite to these two men. She then gently wrinkled her eyebrows, and asked, hurry up and tell me. What are you guys doing here? Oh. And, how are you? What kind of a person was this beautiful woman named Mei? She had instantly sensed that Bear King's strength level had increased. She had obviously sensed that he had made a successful breakthrough as well. His newfound strength was still far short of her own, but she assessed that it had surpassed the Snake King's strength by a margin. All three of them used to be at the same level not long ago. But, fourth brother Bear King's strength has surpassed that of the rest of the Beast Kings now. This is a good thing when it comes to the Tian Fa forest, but it is still a troublesome matter. After all, the Bear Kings had been stuck at the bottleneck for many years. Therefore, this accidental breakthrough must have happened because of some happy encounter. However, Mei Shuiyan had been obstructed from asking about this by the presence of a stranger, Jun Moxie. This was astonishing news, but she couldn't inquire about this now. She had been astounded by this realization for a second, but she had managed to cover up very quickly. In fact, none of the many people present on the scene were able to notice it. We came. Both the Beast Kings finally returned to their senses, and hurriedly sat upright in a respectful manner. In fact, they were now seated in the same manner primary school students sit when they suddenly see their class teacher enter the classroom. But, they recalled their leader's question soon after. And, the two big Beast Kings suddenly jumped up as a result. They then grabbed those huge parcels in a flurry, and tore them open in a hurry as they said, Big sister, take a look at this one. And, this one. And, that one. Earthcracker blinked his innocent eyes and cried out, We came. We came to do this. To do this. Mei Shuiyan's eyes suspiciously swept over that pile of herbs on the table. Then, she suddenly got agitated, What is this? Give me a clear answer. I asked you, why did you come here? What are you doing here? You came for this. Are you messing with me? A poof sound was heard as Earthcracker tumbled to the ground. His complexion had turned deathly white, and lips had started to tremble. In fact, he had gotten so scared that his brain had short-circuited. He nearly started to weep. No. No. I wouldn't dare to mess with you. We came to do this. A power that had been accumulated for centuries had pressed down upon them. Consequently, the Tiger King had gotten so foolishly frightened by his eldest sibling's violent anger that he had almost thought of reverting to his original form. He wanted to do this so that he could shake his tail in order to beg for forgiveness. Oh. So, you came here to deliver these herbs. Mei Shuiyan finally understood the meaning behind the words they had spat out with such difficulty. She then let out a faint smile, and both the Beast Kings relaxed to some extent. But, she then raised her eyebrows in suspicion once again, and asked, how on earth did you know that you have to deliver these herbs? I obviously didn't send any information back. The beautiful Mei still hadn't completed her sentence when her mind set into action. I still haven't sent any information about this place. But, they've already arrived here to deliver large quantities of herbs. This is strange. There must be some other reason behind this. And, what's with this accidental breakthrough of big bears? Does it have some connection with this? She was a very intelligent person. She had even analyzed the entire incident through 8 or 9 different angles in an instant. And, it must be said that her assumptions weren't very far away from the reality. Bear King's tongue finally got untied, but he still remained stunned. He tweaked his ears and scratched his head in anxiety. After all, he didn't know how to speak about this. So, he considered some ways of speaking out this, and prepared for a while. He then mumbled, "Big sister, you don't know about this. This is about third brother Crane and my encounter with Senior Fong. I had told you about that senior's remarkable powers, right? We were able to enhance our strength in a very smooth manner because of his help. He had come to the Tian Fa forest at that time. And, he also told us to collect herbs for the remarkable medicines he is preparing for us. He had asked us to deliver these herbs to the Jun family's residence. His pills will increase our strength. He is too amazing. He helped us in advancing our levels. Moreover, he also cured the 6th and 7th brother's old problem. So, they can turn into their human forms now. His magical powers are simply remarkable. He is simply, one of a kind in the entire world. In fact, I believe that even you wouldn't be able to match up to him." Snake King didn't like this when she heard it. "Fourth brother bear, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you saying that this Fong guy is stronger than the big sister?" That Fong guy had snatched the 1,000 evil and 10,000 poisons fruit from the Snake King's hands. That matter was certainly a good thing for her, but her heart still harbored some resentment in that regard. The Bear King quickly realized his mistake. So, he rushed to remedy it. "I didn't mean that. I wanted to say that big sister stand no chance in front of Senior Fong. Sorry. I'll repeat. Senior Fong is far better than big sister. You." Snake King was enraged by this stupidity. This fool has again and again stated that big sister is inferior to that Fong guy. She wanted to step forward and fix the Bear King. "Snake King, wait for a while. Master Fong is indeed a skilled man. He genuinely possesses remarkable ability. In fact, it's not improper to say that I may not be able to match up. Fourth brother Bear, you said that you and third brother Crane have both had a successful breakthrough. Also, 6th and 7th brother's old problem has been treated, and they can transform into their human forms again." Mei Shuiyan had been greatly startled by this. After all, this matter of breaking through had always been a subject of one's own destiny. The Bear King had already broken through his bottleneck, and Mei Shuiyan was very happy for him. Then, she had heard that her third brother Crane King had also experienced a breakthrough. Moreover, the Lion King and the Monkey King had also recovered from that age-old serious injury of theirs. It must be said that these series of good news had left the beautiful Mei rather ecstatic. And, that's not all of it. In fact, Senior Fong only agreed to do this for us because he acknowledges this big bear's honor and reputation. Then, Senior Fong even agreed to help us refine some good pills. Therefore, Tiger King and I came here to deliver these. Otherwise, why would we come this far to play around? The Bear King saw that the big sister had approved their actions. So, he obviously heaped praises on himself. "It turns out that this wasn't your fault. In fact, you've done pretty well," Mei Shuiyan smiled with ease. Therefore, the two Beast Kings finally wiped their sweat in unison. "Good mother. We've finally crossed this difficult obstacle. But, how on earth did we run into our eldest sibling at this place?" However, Mei Shuiyan puckered up her eyebrows soon after. Moreover, her entire face was painted in colors of anger again. But, it was directed towards Jun Moxie this time, Jun Moxie. It turns out that your master and fourth brother bear already know each other. In fact, he already has friendly relations with the beast kings of my Tian-Fa forest. But, you hateful boy have been putting on the airs of righteousness over the past few days, and you've been telling me about all the pleading you've had to do in front of your master. How exactly have you been pleading your master to help us out? I need you to explain this to me. You have too much courage. Jun Moxie had been observing these talks from the sidelines with the cold eye of a bystander. And, he had been thinking. Mei Shuiyan's attitude makes it seem as if her status in the Tian-Fa forest is fairly high. In fact, she may be just below Venerable Mei in terms of authority. It's not surprising that she can use a technique as amazing as the world cage. In fact, oppressing experts who are above the great master level is like a child's play for her. However, the situation suddenly changed while he was lost in these thoughts. In fact, the issue had turned towards his head now. And, he was left scared and stunned as he realized this. He had been using this excuse to take cheap advantages of Mei Shuiyan for the past few days. But, this issue was raised so suddenly that he couldn't respond for a moment. The Bear King had certainly exaggerated things, but Jun Moxie couldn't refute it. After all, he couldn't tell that, I'm that phone guy. You people need to look up at me in reverence. Big Bear and Earthcracker didn't know that the young man before their eyes was that same Master Phone, with whom they had drunk and chatted that day in Tian-Fa. However, they had finally been provided an opportunity to show off at this time. So, they stood up without thinking, and spoke with a fierce and murderous look on their faces. You boy. You have a lot of courage. You even dared to mess with our big sister. Shut up, do you two idiots even know what's going on here? Go and sit in one corner, you fools. Mei Shuiyan, she shouted at them since she wasn't in a good mood. And, both of them drooped their head as a result. What's the matter? How did our bootlicking get us a kick instead? He. Jun Moxie laughed awkwardly a few times at first. He then said, I wasn't my intention. This is entirely because of you, Miss Mei. But, I'm genuinely sincere towards you, Miss Mei. Only heavens can see this affection of mine. And, the heavens, are witness to it. Moreover, I've already been molested by Miss Mei several times. Anyway, it's alright since I've responded in a similar manner. Everyone knows. Jun Moxie secretly observed the facial expressions of Big Bear and Earthcracker as he said this out loud. He saw that the expression on the faces of these two individuals had gradually turned into fascination. Their big eyes had slowly gotten wider. And, they had continued to grow bigger and bigger. Their mouths had also opened wide, and they seemed extremely amazed. In fact, their expression were those of disbelief. Then, saliva dripped from their respective mouths, and fell to the ground with pop and pop, even the sound of their saliva falling was clearly audible. Both of them groaned since they had thought of the same things. What? For goodness sake. Is something wrong with our hearing ability? How on earth did we hear this earth-shattering thing? Did Big Sister genuinely take the initiative to be indecent to him? For God's sake. Let me die. This is extremely crazy. This is too unreal. Am I in the midst of a terrifying nightmare? Our big sister assaulted a man indecently. What did you say? What did you say just now? Mei Shuiyan suddenly flipped out. After all, so much had been spoken in front of 3 of her subordinates. How could she bear this? Isn't it true? I've only stated the facts. Jun Moxie yelled as if he had been falsely accused. You obviously didn't ask for my permission that day. Instead, you forcefully kissed me. And, I was unable to restrain my emotions as a result. So, I also kissed you back. Moreover, you groped me. Then. I also groped you back. You even stroked my ass for a while. And I also stroked your ass. I. But, this is the incorruptible truth. Bang! Bang! There were two loud bangs as the massive heads of Big Bear and Earthcracker simultaneously smashed down to the table in a freefall. In fact, it seemed as if their backbones had given away. Then, they bounced up and down on the table a few times. The Snake King also stood stunned on one side. We could search everywhere between the heavens and hell. We could search the 4 seas. But, we'll never find someone more shameless than this guy in the entire history. I was there at that time, you know. This guy was being a rogue, and the other person had resolutely smacked his buttocks for his behavior. And, he's reiterated that smacking as gentle stroking at this time. Don't say it again. Mei Shuiyan's face flushed red. But, it wasn't clear whether she was angry or bashful. However, the tone of her voice had made it sound as if she had blown her top in rage. I've always been plain and indifferent. I don't like revealing my feelings when I'm angry. But, how is this boy able to incite my anger so easily every time? Moreover, I know that I won't be able to say anything to him while arguing on this subject. And, I will eventually have to stop arguing. In fact, I think it's strange that I'm even thinking about it. After all, how did I even get entangled in this line of thought when confronted with this trivial accusation? She suddenly realized something as the train of her thoughts took a turn. That's repulsive. This guy's has changed the subject again. Why shouldn't I say it? Why can't I say it? It's out of question to be silent about this today. I am going to fight today. Why should I suffer in silence when you acted so indecently towards me? Do you think that you can just wipe the plate clean and leave or you're done eating the good food? It's impossible. You have to take responsibility towards me. Jun Moxie's face was painted in colors of righteousness and sternness. It genuinely seemed that he felt that he had been wronged. World Cage. Mei Shuiyan had gotten so angry that she had started emitting smoke from each of her 7 orifices. She then grabbed Jun Moxie, and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Even their shadow couldn't be seen anymore. Big Bear and Earthcracker shook their heads as if they had gotten drunk on wine. However, they still felt dizzy. So, they shook their heads again. They then blankly looked at each other, and asked in unison, were we dreaming just now, right? Then, they looked towards Green Hunter on the side, and asked, Green Hunter, the young sister, is this true? It is true. Snake King nodded her head in a foul mood. It was evident that she was fuming as well. That Jun Moxie was telling the truth. Is he going to become our eldest sister's husband? Bear King winked at Earthcracker, and the latter's mouth curved into a smile. It was obvious that they were hoping to see a reaction from the Snake King. I don't know. Why don't you ask Big Sister? Don't ask me again. I don't know anything. She then suddenly stood up, and turned to leave. Both of them looked at each other, and said at the same time, the spring of Big Sister's life has finally arrived. That boy deserves to be called Senior Feng's disciple. He's truly a profound mystery himself. We are nothing in front of him. Jun Moxie returned to this setting after long time while baring his teeth. But, it turned out that he had reappeared in the front of 2 Beast Kings. Jun Moxie tried to squeeze out a smile as the huge eyes of the Beast King sized him up. He then said, oh dear, your big sister has a tendency of doing that. She has a beautiful face, and her figure is even better. But, her temper is a bit frail. Plus, she gets so angry when we talk about this. Passionate love is a free-flowing aspect of life. It is inevitable and proper. Also, it's a normal matter of life. But this temper of hers is a problem. I will have to change that about her. That's right, that's right. It's very extreme. It's very extreme. Big Bear and Earth Cracker nodded in the same manner hens peck rice. They nodded in admiration as they looked at this youngster. They couldn't help but sigh in their thoughts, this man is indeed very powerful. He even wants to fix our big sister's nature. He is genuinely enigmatic and impossible to predict. He's a true hegemon. The attitudes of the two beast kings had suddenly undergone great transformations. In fact, they even felt somewhat humbled in his presence. This youngster surely wasn't their senior, but he was their big sister's future husband. The most hateful thing is that, your big sister is dreaded by her own Xian beast body. So, she isn't ready to be with me. She says that she's afraid that people might laugh at her. I genuinely can't understand this. Ah. Why should two people be afraid of this society if they sincerely love each other? Especially in this world where the strongest fist is the absolute justification. In fact, we don't even need to use our fist as a means of communication. Moreover, I don't even mind this. So, why she can't figure things out? You tell me, isn't this logical? Jun Moxie used tea instead of wine in the hope of drowning out his worries. That is true. Big Bear patted on his thigh, how does being a Xian beast matter? Xian beasts are much stronger than men. So, why should we care about them? I ask you to feel reassured about this. We will support you in your pursuit of happiness. This Big Bear will twist and break the neck of any person who dares to oppose you. That's right. We will twist and break their necks. Earth Cracker rolled up his sleeves as his face lit up with excitement. Oh. That's easier said than done. Jun Moxie said in a somewhat despaired tone, after all, your big sister's body still remains a critical issue. It seems that I still need to put in a great amount of effort. After all, only stone and metal are capable of grinding together. But, I'm confident in that regard. I believe that your big sister's life will be full of happiness that with my great effort and most sincere affection. I have even decided that we won't live in this human world for the sake of your big sister's happiness. Instead, we will go and live in the Tian Fa forest in the future. Young Master Jun spoke till here. Then, he raised his head and puffed out his chest in a manner so heroic that it seemed as if he was determined to remove every obstacle. He wanted to fight for victory. His posture was heroic, and the expressions on his face were sincere, honest, and passionate. The two beast kings suddenly found themselves moved by this. This man is ready to give up the glory, splendor, and pleasures of this human world for the sake of our big sister's happiness. He's even willing to live in the Tian Fa forest. This sacrifice is worthy of admiration. Jun Moxie. This is, the most supreme passion of a man. And, a good man at that. The two of us never thought that we would ever get to witness such a great and true love. This love story will inevitably become legendary. It will be passed down through ages. It will surely be written in the pages of history. How can we allow such a deep feeling of love to die midway? How can we not help this sincere and passionate romance and accomplish its goal? Please rest assured, young Master Jun. This matter is in our hands now. We won't let our big sister miss out on things. The two huge beast kings patted on their chest, and solemnly swore to help him. Big Bear hesitated for a moment. Then, he gathered his courage and said, since this old bear will give things a try after dinner tonight. I will find the big sister, and I will talk to her about her desires. The big sister is a woman at the end of the day. So, she won't open up to me. But, I reckon that my guidance will have some effect on her. It seemed that fourth brother bear is willing to go to any length for the sake of big sister's happiness. He's even daring to go out and find big sister so that he can talk to her about an ideal life. Earthcracker lowered his head, and didn't speak anything. However, he was admiring Big Bear's courage. That won't be appropriate. Jun Moxie quickly vetoed the idea. He thought to himself, your suggestion is neither in my favor, nor a good one. Are you trying to toss me under the bus? My ass is still hurting. And, you're already wishing to make things worse for me. Why won't this be appropriate? What's inappropriate about this? Both the Beast Kings were stumped for words. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you aware of your big sister's temperament? She's very cold towards this matter. I would have already done this if it were possible. Moreover, it won't be good, if she figures out that you're also involved this." What you're saying is. Both the Beast Kings sighed at the same time. In fact, they felt slightly distressed in their hearts. Big sister's nature is such that it's useless to advise her. Moreover, she will go towards the opposite direction if people overdo it while trying to persuade her. Therefore, this method will only bring disaster if she figures out that we're trying to fix the situation. But, you can do this if you genuinely wish to help me. You can spread this in public when you return to the Tianfa forest. Tell everyone that Mei Shuiyan has already married me. She won't have a way out after this happens. Then, pick a place in the Tianfa forest, and, pick a big place. I will build a palace there. And, I will treat it as our brand new house. She will soon see my determination in this manner. After all, there's no way back once the timber has been turned into a boat. And, I believe that Shuiyan will also start inclining towards me as time will pass. What do you think? Jun Moxie slowly turned his eyes and said. Amazing. That's indeed amazing. This is super amazing. Earthcracker clapped his hands with a bang. Big sister is mostly worried about how other people will react and make fun of this. However, this happens will be akin to the entire Tianfa forest showing their full support. And, she will know this once this happens. After all, a matter once done, can't be undone. Rice can't be returned to its raw form once it has been cooked. Besides, what would she have to fear once young Master Jun will have set up a palace there? Yes, that's exactly what I intend. Your elder sister and I will live in the Tianfa forest along with everyone else when the time comes. And, none of us will ever be separated after that. Even my master will also be there. After all, the Tianfa forest has herbs in abundance. So, my master will certainly be very happy to live there. Jun Moxie beamed smiles as he said. That's an excellent plan. This is indeed an excellent plan. The eyes of the two Beast Kings turned brighter. But, this matter must be kept confidential. And, it must be carried out very secretly. You mustn't let your big sister know about it in advance. Jun Moxie lowered his voice, and explained in a secretive tone, nobody knows what will happen in case she learns about the plan in advance due to our negligence. Anyway, everyone is aware of your big sister's personality. That is true. Do you think we are idiots? Even Sister Green Hunter won't come to know about this. Big Bear glared at him. He then looked at his palm, and, slam, he patted on his chest and said, You feel reassured since I will handle the work. Then, this is all I request of you. Jun Moxie profoundly thanked them in an elegant manner. You're very polite. Very polite. All of us will become a family in the future. So, why are you being so polite? You can always tell us whatever you need, brother-in-law. Earthcracker returned the polite gesture in a flurry. In fact, he even blurted out, brother-in-law, in a very smooth manner. He had feared his big sister since his childhood days. Therefore, he felt that it would be good if he were able to curry a favor with his future brother-in-law in advance. That's fine then. I will take this batch of herbs to my master so that he can see if we're still missing anything. We must quickly get to refining the pills. After all, that's the most important thing at present. Jun Moxie said this with a dignified expression. That's right. Thank you very much. Everyone in our family back home is eagerly waiting for this. It would be amazing if you can get pill done by breakfast. Big Bear and Earthcracker were beaming with happiness, and were thanking him again and again. Wait for a moment. I forgot about this. You will be staying in Tianxiang City for a few days. And, you will obviously wish to have some fun, right? I've arranged lots of gold for you. So, go ahead and buy anything you like. And, don't be formal. I have plenty of money here. In fact, I will feel very unhappy if you try to be formal with me. Jun Moxie brought out an enormous package with a crash and bang. This package was full layers and layers of gold and silver banknotes. Tang Yuan was famed to be the god of wealth in the capital city. However, young Master Jun was genuine god of wealth when it came down to it. This is indeed. How can we shamelessly accept this? The eyes of both beast kings were shining brightly at this moment. I feel embarrassed by your words. After all, we're all a family. So, isn't my family the same as yours? Spend freely, there's no need for formalities. Also, don't forget to buy things for your brothers and sisters in the Tianfa forest as well. You can take something for them as you go back. After all, you've come here for the first time. So, it's my responsibility to take care of you. Jun Moxie pretended to be displeased. He then picked up the bundle of herbs, and said, I will go and deliver these herbs. You should have fun. You should go out and have fun. Then, he turned around and left. Earthcracker grabbed the bundle of gold and silver notes. His entire face seemed enchanted as he said, he's truly a very generous. Our brother-in-law is truly a very good man. Big Bear felt the same the way deep down. So, he also nodded repeatedly with a serious expression on his face. He then said in a manner that made it seem as if he was taking an oath, this relates to our elder sister's happiness. So, we must seize this opportunity. This will be the biggest wedding in our Tianfa forest. We must work hard for the sake of elder sister's lifelong happiness. We must put in great efforts to accomplish this. Earthcracker stopped swaying the banknotes like a fan. And, his face slowly became firm and resolute. Then, he stood up and slowly nodded. He then solemnly said, Fourth brother is right. We will handle this matter as soon as we get back. And, we will do it to perfection. Both the beast kings looked at each other. Their appearance was different now, it was firm and determined. Waves of men and horses had been storming into Tianxiang City from every direction. Numerous horse-driven carriages had been galloping towards Tianxiang City. And, each of these carriages was loaded with heavy weights. Tianxiang City had started to look like a mixture of fishes and dragons. The gold and silver Xian fighters were usually enough to intimidate the common people inside the Tianxiang City. In fact, they were regarded as experts. However, that notion had vanished in a puff of smoke. In fact, these so-called experts had suddenly become as well-behaved as ordinary civilians. The Earth Xian experts of the city would usually act extremely arrogantly. However, even they had started to lower their heads nowadays. The faces of most of them had started to seem like simple and honest men one was likely to meet in the street. In fact, they would speak very cautiously and gently. And, that's because the nights were packed with the sky emitting rays of blue lights, light blue, azure blue light, deep blue light. And, there are few people who wouldn't even produce a Xian light of any color. Moreover, these individuals would be shuttling back and forth in the city in numbers. The experts had swarmed in. And, these 4 words genuinely carried solid weight this time. It was roughly estimated that the foreigners who had arrived in the Tianxiang City included at least 200 spirit Xian experts. Meanwhile, the number of sky Xian experts had reached a frightening figure of 1,000 people or more. In fact, many great-level masters had also showed up. This was nearly the concentrated strength of half of the mainland. It was equivalent to the combined strength of at least a dozen high-end Xian families. Moreover, everyone had arrived with the same purpose, the bone-tempering pills. The publicity of the quality and effect of these bone-tempering pills had reached a frightening degree. And, this had quickened the heartbeats of these influential families. After all, creating few young geniuses would be as easy as blowing off dust as long as their family possessed these pills. Moreover, the entire family would more or less be guaranteed to flourish forever if they could somehow store a few extra pills for the future. This was crazy. It was completely crazy. A group of 5 men slowly entered from the West City Gate at noon with their horses. All of them were dressed in black from head to toe. Their natural posture made them look like immortals. They silently got along with the city's crowd, and entered the Tianxiang city. The only conspicuous thing was that they had a purplish golden belt tied around their waist. The people from the illusory ocean of blood entered from the East City Gate almost at the same time. The face of the illusory ocean of blood's young lord, Huyan Xiao, turned abnormally serious as he walked into the Tianxiang city along with his subordinates. A group of high-caliber men walked in from the northern gate. They were wearing hemp garments instead of ones made out of silk. And, the hats they wore on their heads seemed to be flashing with silvery radiance. In fact, these hats seemed like crowns at a glance. This obviously attracted the attention of everyone who was around. However, these people pretended as if there was no one around, and strolled into the city as if it were their front lawn. The auction of the bone-tempering pills was finally and formally inaugurated with Tang Yuan as the host. It could be said that the auction would be magnificent and unprecedented this time. Even the auction hall had been temporarily remodeled. In fact, it had been transformed in its entirety. Its front and back were expanded till it had gobbled up a few large houses in the vicinity. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the venue to hold so many people. It was necessary to pay 100 gold coins in advance to participate in the auction. The participant would receive a special number plate after they had made the advance payment. And, this would mark their eligibility to enter the auction house. This also showed Fatty Tang's business mind. This was a case of brazen robbery in broad daylight. In fact, it would have been fine if Fatty Tang had exquisitely handcrafted those number plates. However, they were nothing more than plain and ordinary number plates. They were only worth 1 or 2 silver coins. But, he had demanded 100 gold coins. Moreover, one couldn't reclaim this money once they had entered the auction. However, which one of the people who had arrived to participate in this auction would care to pay 100 gold coins? Therefore, Fatty had conspired to collect wealth by this means. And, he even got away with it. 100 gold coins wasn't something these people wouldn't raise an eyebrow over. After all, it was only intended as an entry fee. However, they would stand to lose a lot if they didn't pay it. Moreover, several hundreds of people had flocked in. So, why wouldn't Fatty make some profit out of this while grinning from ear to ear? This entry fee had alone generated a revenue worth 6 or 7,000 gold coins. And, that was a fairly scary number. The Duanmu family and the Sikong family had arrived a few days in advance. And, they were currently staying at the Jun family's residence. Sikong Yi and Duanmu Chao Fan were obviously the 2 people to arrive from their respective families. The sun hadn't come out early in the morning. And, the sky was rather cloudy. But, the front of the aristocratic hall was already crowded. The auction was about to begin. And, everybody wanted to see which family would blossom, and which would fall. Jun Moxie had made an awe-inspiring entry in the aristocratic hall. After all, he was accompanied by 4 legendary beauties, Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qinghan, Snake King, and Dugu Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, Big Bear and Earthcracker had been stationed with Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang in order to ensure the safety of their guests. Guan Qinghan hadn't wanted to come out, but Jun Moxie had pulled her out. But, she obviously didn't come alone. Instead, she brought 2 more women to walk along with her. Everyone had stared at them as they had made their way to main hall. Even the people who were standing at a distance weren't an exception. In fact, this action had been pestilent in nature. However, it was surprising that there were no sounds of murmuring from the crows. And, that's because the look on young Master Jun's face was that of a man looking for trouble. So, who would dare to utter a word? Who would want to start a lifelong enmity? Guan Qinghan had felt terrified at the beginning. However, her apprehensions and inner demons were gradually removed to a great extent as a result. Only Dugu Xiaoyi had followed at the back of the procession with a jealous face. This position was supposed to be mine, boo-hoo. In fact, it could be said that she had pouted her lips to an extent that one could hang a lantern on them. Fatty Tang was seated opposite to Jun Moxie. The fatty was wearing an extremely thin robe even on such a cold day. However, he was still wiping his sweat non-stop. The frenzy outside the hall resembled a momentous wave. And, these waves of frenzied aura were even infiltrating into the hall through the walls. Fatty's mental strength was rather weak. Therefore, it was impossible for him to withstand the aura of this place since the world's strongest people had gathered here. Third young master. You're going to stay here for this auction, right? Tang Yuan said with difficulty while wiping his sweat. Jun Moxie looked at Fatty's cowardly appearance, and felt somewhat helpless as a result. You look like you've got diarrhea. You think I won't stay here for this auction? *K. You're worthless. This is such good opportunity for you to seek fame, and you look like you're about to let it slip by. Don't tell me that I will have to take charge in person. Fatty calmed down to some extent. He then looked at his sweat-soaked robes, and said with a bitter smile, Third young master, I can barely scrape by this task today. I would surely lose weight if we hold more of such auctions. Dugu Xiaoyi sneered at this. This little girl was sitting next to Mei Shuiyan. Consequently, she couldn't sense this pressure since she was well protected. Therefore, she obviously didn't look as miserable as Fatty Tang. Guan Qinghan and Mei Shuiyan also couldn't help but smile at the sight of this. Fatty's appearance could lighten up anyone's mood no matter how gloomy they had felt. It was indeed very comical. Okay, this young master will personally take charge of things. I will heroically go out, and I will control them in a commendable manner, Jun Moxie snorted. He then smiled with the attitude of an upright and unafraid hero. Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly addressed in a contemptuous tone, you are the host of this auction. So, it's obvious that you'll have to control it. What good would you be if you can't even control it? This is how it should be. But, you're still feeling so complacent about something so obvious. Everyone burst into laughter. Mei Shuiyan smiled and said, you need to pay attention. This auction must be a low-key affair. Moreover, you ought to be aware of when you're supposed to stop. The people who've arrived here are very powerful. This makes me presume that people from the 3 holy lands will also show up. In fact, I can sense the aura of a few old acquaintances of mine. This isn't the time for you to make money, you must be clear about this point. There will be big trouble if you provoke this crowd's anger. In fact, so many powers have gathered in Tianxiang City right now that even I won't have any other option besides withdrawing in case they were join hands against you. Jun Moxie smiled as he nodded repeatedly, this is a bit extreme. However, he had other plans in his mind. Don't make money. Then, what are we doing in this grand auction? Are we here to give them the pills as gifts? I'd rather feed these pills to the pigs. The aristocratic hall's gate was slowly opened as the sun started to rise in the sky. 2 individuals appeared at the doorway. They were smiling wholeheartedly. 16 youngsters dressed in white clothes had been arranged in 2 rows at the entrance, they were stationed there to welcome the guests. The auction is about to begin. Please show your number plates to enter. The caliber of people who had come for the auction seemed very high this time. The aristocratic hall's gate wasn't opened in advance. But, it must be said that no one had seemed impatient, nor was anyone making a ruckus. It can't be said that there was absolute silence outside the gate. But, it was peaceful nonetheless. The gates had been opened at this time, but the guests had still remained silent. In fact, nobody had budged. Instead, everyone was waiting calmly and quietly. A massive burst of momentum showed up. Then, a cold breeze started to blow. The crowd in the front of the aristocratic hall started to separate, and a big strip of road was left vacant as a result. 5 people in the black robes showed up. They then slowly walked to the front amidst the lowered murmurs of the crowd. The old man heading the group was dressed entirely in black robes. In fact, it appeared as if his robes had been dipped in black ink. He had a purplish-golden belt around his waist. A purplish-golden scabbard was suspended around his waist via a purplish-golden cloth. His facial features were lean and simple. And he was walking over step by step. He was being accompanied by 4 people. And they were also dressed similarly. But the differences could be clearly seen if one were to look at them attentively. One side of this old man's purplish-golden belt was inlaid with 3 shiny and sparkling stars. His eyes were twinkling like that of a demon as was walking. 2 of his 4 companions had 2 stars inlaid on their belts, while the other 2 had only 1 star. It is worth mentioning that the 2 two-starred men were the Hurricane and Rainstorm Masters. The 2 earth-shaking swordsmen, Hurricane and Rainstorm Great Master. However, the attitude of these 2 men had made it evident that the old man in the black robes held a higher status than them. The old man was walking in a manner that made it seem as if he was floating. He was covered with black robes from head to toe. However, his robes weren't swaying as he was walking. Also, his robes weren't wrinkling in the process. He slowly raised his eyebrows as he arrived below the stairs. Then, he gently opened his eyes and smiled faintly. However, it seemed as if his eyes had contained the summation of the worldly vicissitudes. Hai Chen Feng was the in charge of welcoming the guests. However, he suddenly felt as if everything had gone dark before his eyes. Even his soul felt as if he was looking at the starry sky when he looked at this old man's eyes. He was left spellbound for a moment. But, he then calmed himself, and managed to come back to himself with some effort. Then, he looked at the old man again. But, he felt normal this time. In fact, it seemed as if nothing weird had happened. He then heard the old man saying, "This old man is Ning Wuqing from the elusive world of immortals. I've arrived to participate in the auction." He handed over the number plate once he was done speaking. He had acted in complete accordance with the aristocratic hall's rules of entry. Hai Chen Feng had never heard this name, but he had understood that this old man's was a remarkable individual. In fact, he had realized that this old man might be even stronger than his own master, Meng Hongchen. However, he calmly accepted the number plate, and cupped his hands in greeting as he said, "Senior, please come in." Then, a white-robed youngster came from behind, and led these 5 black-robed men into the hall. Upstairs of the aristocratic hall, Mei Shuiyen sighed and said, "This man is a 3-star law enforcer from the elusive world of immortals, Ning Wuqing." She then lightly spat on the ground and said, "He's devoid of any virtues and morals. He's merciless and ruthless." Jun Moxie's eyes shone as he remarked, "Well, his name suits him in that case." Mei Shuiyen whispered, "This man was originally a scholar named Ning Dunru. He was a stunning talent of literary arts. However, a young master from some influential Xian family of his hometown dishonored his girlfriend one day." Ning Dunru shouted to the heavens, but got no reply. He called out to Mother Earth, but received no response. Moreover, that beautiful woman committed suicide by hanging herself via the ceiling. His temperament suddenly underwent a huge change after that. And, he changed his name to Ning Wuqing. He abandoned his scholarly ways, and picked up martial arts instead. He practiced swords for 15 years. And, he returned to his hometown once his sword practice was successful. There were over 700 people in that Xian family which had sinned against him. And, he killed all of them in one go. In fact, not even the mice inside that household were able to escape him. The power of his sword remained invincible for 90 years to come. He would roam the lands, and would punish any evil he would see before his eyes. In fact, he would incapacitate an individual even if he were to see them stealing something as insignificant as a chicken or a fowl. He was very fierce, and would go to extremes to do this task. He remained a bachelor his entire life, he remained a solitary man. He joined the elusive world of immortals later on. But, who would have imagined that he would become a 3-star law enforcer? After all, this means that he's considered an outstanding personality even inside the elusive world of immortals. He used to kill out of pain. Jun Moxie's eyes shone. He praised this old man. Dugu Xiaoyi had been amazed by Ning Wuqing's aggressive attitude. Guan Qinghan somewhat sympathized with Ning Wuqing's bitter experiences, while the Snake King envied Ning Wuqing's Xian strength. Only young Master Jun had blurted out a sentence. Ning Wuqing had walked into the hall the moment Jun Moxie had said, "Kill out of pain." Consequently, Ning Wuqing raised his face, and glanced upstairs. His glance seemingly spanned through the time and space like a lightning in the dark. It then seemingly turned into a sword, and stabbed Jun Moxie's face even though they were separated by a few walls. And, Jun Moxie genuinely felt a sting on his face. His vision had obviously not been malicious. But, it had been enough to demonstrate his strength. After all, Jun Moxie had felt the touch of this stare even though he possessed the cultivation of near a Sky Xian peak expert. In fact, prominent signs of warning had arisen from Jun Moxie's heart. The people from the elusive world of immortals took their seats. Moreover, they had taken their seats in the first arrangement of the first row. The 5 of them had sat down at the same time, and hadn't even said a word. An individual would feel that the hall was empty at this time in case they were to try and sense with their eyes closed. And, that's because these 5 people had seemingly fused with the atmosphere. The Snake King muttered, "That's 2 great masters, and 3 individuals who are above the great master level. Big sister, when did the elusive world of immortals become so strong?" Everyone had obviously understood the meaning behind Green Hunter's question. This was only an auction. 5 individuals had arrived to participate from the elusive world of immortals. And, all of them were super experts. So, what was the real background of this elusive world of immortals? This makes it seem that the elusive world of immortals must be very intimidating. In fact, the elusive world of immortals must be stronger than us by a fair margin. Mei Shuiyan's expression seemed somewhat heavy as she sighed, and, mainly because we Xian beasts, have to cross the most difficult bottlenecks for breakthrough, she said while looking at Jun Moxie. And, there was an ardent hint of hope and expectation in her eyes. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously, and said, "Everything will be easy to handle as long as you agree to marry me." "Get lost," the 4 women retorted in unison, "in your dreams." Jun Moxie shrunk his head back. 5 people dressed in hemp robes walked inside with expressionless faces after the people from the elusive world of immortals, their heads were crowned with hats. They were being led by a man whose body was extremely thin. But, he was still wearing very spacious hemp robes over his body. In fact, he looked like a hemp pole. He seemed neither too young, nor too old. So, it was hard to judge his age. His face looked like an eggplant which had been stirred in the food blender for a long time before being left out to dry in the air for a year. In fact, his face made it seem as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of several thousand reincarnations. The dressing style of these 5 individuals was very similar to the people from the elusive world of immortals in a way. And, one couldn't make out which one of them was superior or inferior in terms of status. Only a careful observer would discover that there were 3 golden lines on the inside of their leader's hemp collar. An even more careful observation would make one realize that those 3 lines were the images of 3 golden swords in reality. However, the other people had only 2 golden swords on their collars. This hempo-like looking man came in front of Hai Chenfeng, and said in a low voice, "Great Golden City's Ma Jiangming has arrived from a visit." Hai Chenfeng didn't dare to neglect this man. He collected the number plate, and said, "Please come in. This man is Ma Jiangming. He's a top-ranking expert of the Great Golden City. He looks funny, but he's extremely dreadful in reality, Mei Shuiyan was introducing these men since she knew that Jun Moxie won't be able to recognize them. Ma Jiangming. Like a lucky charm of sorts. This is a very good name. Jun Moxie couldn't help but laugh. He then said, but, this guy also looks extremely unfortunate, doesn't he? He looked at Tang Yuan, touched his chin, and said, Brother Tang's body can be divided into 20 Ma Jiangmings at the bare minimum. This contrast is a bit too obvious. Tang Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, everyone else burst into a loud laughter. His father was a gambler. And, that's why that man had given his son this name. So, this was intentional. Mei Shuiyan smiled faintly and said, but what you've said isn't wrong either. This man's nickname used to be Face Full of Vicissitudes in those days. But, you mustn't get fooled by his looks. And, that's because there are merciless daggers hidden in his smiles. This Ma Jiangming and Ning Wuqing are personalities of the same era. Big sister, why was he called Face Full of Vicissitudes? Dugu Xiaoyi had unwittingly started calling Mei Shuiyan as Big Sister since Snake King was doing so. Because, his face has appeared full of vicissitudes since the day of his birth. Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but smile as she said, in fact, he looked like an old man who had seen many vicissitudes even when he came out of the womb. Everyone roared with laughter together. However, this man's life was extremely rough. He lost his parents when he was young. And, he was obviously incapable of earning his livelihood at that time. So, he sold himself to a brothel, and became boy servant there. He started to serve as a hawker in the brothel when he grew up a little. In fact, he used to peddle various kinds of aphrodisiac to the customers. Mei Shuiyan had realized that it might be improper continue talking on this subject. However, she still carried on with a tranquil expression on her face. Ma Jiangming's appearance was certainly strange. But, what he did for a living was even more unique and distinct. He used to scream the golden gun won't fall every day. In fact, he had to yell these words till his throat went hoarse with it. He himself considers this as a disgrace from his past. However, some people would mention these words in front of him once he became famous. He disliked those who uttered these words on his face. After all, he considered it as a provocation. Anyway, wouldn't he die from rage if he considered it as normal? Therefore, he would use his strength to kill such people. Big sister, you. Guan Qin Han and Green Hunter flushed with anger. In fact, they could barely hide their displeasure at this. However, Dugu Xiaoyi opened with her big and round eyes, and asked with curiosity, the golden gun won't fall. What does that mean? Wasn't he talking about some wondrous medicine that would help men in standing tall and upright? Why didn't he like his old job? What's the real story? Mei Shuiyan tried to force a smile, but couldn't. She suddenly gave a blow on Dugu Xiaoyi's nose and spoke, "Oh God! You're such a tiny girl. You might be able to understand the real meaning if you stop talking for a while. You must not tell this to an outsider, but, the medicines which he used to sell had the same effect as that hang 100 pounds you had once mentioned." Dugu Xiaoyi immediately began to blush from ear to ear. After all, the tiny girl had seen the effect of the hang 100 pounds medicine. Moreover, she had also learned a little about the affairs between men and women after the fiasco she had brought about. However, she was lucky since everyone present in the immediate vicinity was a friend. She flushed with embarrassment as a result. But, she was unable to restrain herself from looking at Jun Moxie. The little girl had believed herself to be secretive. However, everyone had noticed this little action of hers. And, they couldn't help but laugh. However, there existed another person apart from Dugu Xiaoyi who had shot a secretive glance at Jun Moxie. It was Miss Guan Qin Han. She had observed that Jun Moxie had looked towards her with a savoring the aftertaste look in his eyes as soon as he had heard these words. Wouldn't it be obvious as to what he was thinking about? He had certainly made an effort to stay calm, but he hadn't been able to prevent his face from heating up. In fact, his cheeks had unexpectedly turned a shade of vermilion. However, Ma Jiangming happened to meet a person in the brothel one day. Coincidentally, this man was an extremely unusual individual as well. However, an even more bizarre incident took place as soon as that man looked at Ma Jiangming. That man recognized Ma Jiangming to be an extremely talented individual with amazing innate skill in only one glance. And he decided to accept Ma Jiangming as his disciple in that very moment. Soon after, Ma Jiangming began to follow his teacher. And his teacher had extremely high hopes for him. However, the disciple came through on his teacher's expectations, and made a name for himself across the continent. Ma Jiangming and Ning Wuqin gradually grew in strength, and joined the ranks of the other great masters of their era. And they soon reached the peak levels of strength. Later on, Ning Wuqin went to the elusive land of immortals, and Ma Jiangming went to the great golden city. But, who could have thought that we would have seen him here? Then, Mei Shuiyan slowly spoke to warn everyone. In fact, there was a faint trace of caution in the depths of her pupils. This Ma Jiangming is an extremely temperamental person. He has different moods at different times, and none of his moods are in accordance with morality or logic. He might be good and tolerable towards others at 1 hour. But, he might kill anyone in the next hour. In fact, he would do that without giving any warning signs. Moreover, he often murders people who have nothing to do with him. He only relies on his own likes and dislikes. Therefore, it is better that you maintain a decent distance from him. He often moves his hands to kill people in an instant. Take me seriously. Even I won't be able to save you from him in time. Doesn't this man's appearance tell something about a sinister plot at play? Jun Moxie asked abruptly. Why do you say so? Mei Shuiyan gave him a strange look. His master was a customer at a brothel. In fact, he was a committed customer. His master must have been a great expert of his era. However, he had still found it important to visit a brothel. Don't these aspects hint at a sinister cultivation method at play? Jun Moxie continued in a matter-of-fact tone. Also, Ma Jiangming was helping his then-master in running a brothel at that time. Therefore, that man might have liked Ma Jiangming since he would have presumed that the latter might have possessed this innate skill as well. It would be wrong to take this for granted. It's indeed true that this Ma Jiangming has had a bad reputation in the past. He had done nearly all kinds of malicious acts in the past. In fact, it would be no exaggeration to say that there's no evil act he hasn't done. However, this man doesn't seem to have committed that sinful practice of cultivation. And, that's because. Firstly, he has never borne affectionate feelings towards anyone, nor has he had any entanglements of love. Secondly, he has never married a woman. Mei Shuiyan shook her head, and overruled Jun Moxie's theory. However, his argument had still pushed her into deep thoughts. She tried to get to the bottom of the matter. How did it come about? After all, this can't be possible without any reason. Did the man receive Ma Jiangming as a disciple because they were practicing sinister methods of cultivation? Is that the justification for it? There must be a reason for it. Jun Moxie pondered over it. Suddenly, a grotesque smile appeared on his face. In fact, it looked extremely vulgar. It seemed that he had allowed his thoughts to run wild. What are you smiling at? What are you thinking about? The baffled Mei Shuiyan asked abruptly. All the women turned to look at Jun Moxie in unison. I was just thinking about what you told me. You said that his master used to practice a strange technique. However, it is possible that his master wasn't able to see much success for some reason. And, that might have pushed him into changing his ways to do the exact opposite. And, that man must have turned in the reverse direction for his cultivation as a result. Jun Moxie spoke with a sinister smile on his face. It is possible that Ma Jiangming possesses some special characteristics. And, these special characteristics might be considered as defects by others. But, there's a chance that these characteristics fulfill the unique requirements of his master's unique cultivation method. And, this might have made Ma Jiangming a rare kind of an individual in his master's eyes. How else can we explain this strange behavior? Jun Moxie had suddenly and unfathomably recollected an extremely famous yet strange martial arts from his previous life, the precious sunflower technique. He had spoken this out loud because of this sudden recollection. However, even Jun Moxie hadn't realized that he had stumbled across a huge fact with this whimsy thought. I will have to be doubly careful in case I happen to cross paths with him someday. Jun Moxie secretly thought to himself. Where does that kind of a technique exist? How could Ma Jiangming be that lucky even if such a technique did exist? This is a completely bizarre thought. It's only a part of your crazy imagination. Guan Qin Han, Dugu Xiao Yi, and Snake King looked at him as they rebuked. Their faces had turned red. However, Mei Shuiyan didn't act out like the other three nagging women. Instead, she wrinkled her eyebrows. In fact, it seemed as if she was thinking over something. Ma Jiangming had already arrived in the hall below. He then exclaimed with a strange smile on his face, Ning Wuqing. You're also here. Long time no see. A cold smile floated on Ning Wuqing's lean face as he replied with an insipid look, Look who came from the great golden city, it's this old freak. I'm old, but not dead like a thief should be. Ning Wuqing. It's not a bad idea if you desire to call me an old freak. After all, you're also an old freak. You're no younger than me. So, we're in the same boat. Ma Jiangming's sharp voice made it seem like he was cracking a joke, yet his tone was still sorrowful. His voice left everyone to tremble. A freak like you rarely agrees with anyone. But, you've done opposite of what's expected. I'm indeed not much older than you are. Ning Wuqing brushed his sleeve as he slowly started to take his seat again. Oh. So you mean to say that, you can live longer than me? Ma Jiangming said with an uncanny smile. Then, his voice became extremely gloomy, Ah. Great. We two old bachelors have come together at this time. So, why don't we see who can live longer? Your head already looks like that of a dead man. Ma Jiangming, do you still wish to fight with me? Ning Wuqing's complexion turned grave. His words had a sharp undertone of berating. Ma Jiangming's utterance of the word bachelor had touched upon Ning Wuqing's past. He had even induced the sharpness of his hundreds-of-year-old cultivation into his voice. Ning Wuqing's body unsheathed itself like a divinely sharp sword. Ning Wuqing was still motionless, but the entire hall had permeated with sword energy. In fact, it seemed as if this sword energy would cut the hall, and smashed it to pieces. The entire hall was suddenly filled with an air of enmity. It seemed that everyone was jittery enough to set into action at the slightest sign of a movement. Why wouldn't I fight with you? But, this place may not be a proper arena for us to fight in, Ma Jiangming snorted and said, Ning Wuqing. We are destined to have a battle. I can totally assert this. Ha ha ha. Ma Jiangming, you're such a shameless boaster. You managed to escape this old man's sword 136 years ago by a fluke. You might not have the same luck this time as well. Ning Wuqing gave out a long smile as a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Official positions change in every 3 years so that we can take note of an individual's hard work. Even locations change every 30 years. So, what do you think can happen in 136 years? Ning Wuqing, those who think too highly of themselves often start celebrating before it's time, Ma Jiangming replied in a sharp tone, it is vital for you to not lose the fame you've earned over the last 200 years at my hands. I will wait and see. That's because I look forward to that day when I shall behead you with my own hands, Ning Wuqing snorted. It seemed as if these two people hadn't gotten along with each other in the past either. In fact, it was evident that they had even fought a battle of near life and death. Moreover, it seemed obvious that Ma Jiangming had lost in that fight. Upstairs, Mei Suyen and Jun Moxie shared a quick glance. Both of them shared the same thoughts. Mei Shuiyan was slightly worried, but Jun Moxie seemed eager to see that fight. Mei Shuiyan was worried because the battle for seizing the heavens was imminent. The three holy lands are still busy fighting against each other. An inner strife is a terrible wastage of resources. This is the worst possible thing. However, young Master Jun was extremely excited. That Huang Taiyang had certainly possessed a very profound cultivation. However, he had been even more arrogant than an apex expert like Mei Shuiyan. In fact, his attitude was nearly suffocating. However, Ma Jiangming and Ning Wuqing possessed the demeanor of true peak experts. Moreover, the aura of Ning Wuqing's swordsmanship had given a familiar vibe to Jun Moxie. In fact, he felt as if his technique was somewhat similar to kendo from his previous life. He felt that these men would be regarded as apex experts even if they were to be viewed from the standards of his previous life. He had determined that he would fight against one of them. Jun Moxie lowered his eyebrows, and closed his eyes half shut. But, his mind was overflowing with thoughts of a fight. He felt that he would learn a lot if he got an opportunity to fight against one of them. However, today wasn't about these two old masters. So, Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming didn't continue to nag at each other. Instead, they swallowed their anger, and sat down. However, the two of them had barely taken their seats when the third wave of high-level individuals arrived. This group was headed by a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 40 years of age. He was dressed in a purple robe. And, his robe was lined with golden embroidery. He could have been considered as an extremely talented person if he weren't looking this gloomy. These new arrivals were the illusory ocean of Blood's people. Young Lord Huyan Shao had arrived with the remaining great masters in tow. Huang Taiyang hadn't yet returned. Therefore, Huyan Zhao's team only included 5 people in total, and, this was when he was included in that count. However, Huang Taiyang was dead. So, the illusory ocean of Blood's team were somewhat lacking. And, that meant that their mannerism was also less imposing than the two other holy lands at this time. Consequently, Huyan Shao crossed Ma Jiangming and Ning Wuqing with the etiquette of a man from a younger generation. He then took his seat in the third row of arrangements. Soon after, it was the turn of the people from the mainland's influential families to enter the auction hall. The younger generations of these influential families would usually act very arrogant. But, all of them seemed very cautious and solemn on this day. And, one thing was common among each of these influential families: their leader was old enough to have snowy white hair and beard. One look would make it obvious that they were the ancestors of their respective families. These old ancestors naturally possessed profound Xian strength. However, each of them also had a second characteristic. And, this characteristic was the most important one: they possessed extensive knowledge and experience. This auction was extremely important. After all, it could affect the future of the society. In fact, it could even alter it. However, these families would also have to face extremely serious consequences in case they ended up offending people who shouldn't be offended. Therefore, it was necessary that these knowledgeable and experienced old men lead their families for the course of this auction. Let's take the matter of entering the auction hall as an example. The younger generations would have hastily charged into the hall the moment it was opened if they had come alone. But, the youngsters would never do something this silly and sinful since their ancestors were leading their party to the auction. Could the people from these worldly families move into the hall if the delegates from the 3 holy lands were still waiting outside? Wouldn't that be akin to courting death? Moreover, these people would first go over to the seats of the 3 holy lands delegates once they'd enter. They would then pay their respects. And, they would look for their own seats only after they had done this. Everything seemed synchronized in a perfect order, and there was no confusion whatsoever. In fact, it seemed as if these aspects had been properly arranged in advance. These acts of courtesy had nearly wasted half of the morning. And, this had left Jun Moxie to yawn again and again in his seating area upstairs. In fact, the young master felt very dull. After all, he felt that he would have been better off refining more pills during this time. The door of the hall was slowly closed shut once everyone had entered the hall. And, the hall suddenly sank into darkness as a result. Even the windows of this large hall had been closed shut. Every individual present on this scene was a top-ranking expert. Therefore, they weren't worried about the possibilities of any mishaps. However, they were left somewhat bewildered by this. Suddenly, a big flame was ignited on a high altitude at the center of the hall. And, countless sparkling objects glittered up in every nook and corner of the hall as the light of this flame reflected onto the hall below. These lights flashed, and merged. And, the entire hall was suddenly illuminated by their dazzling lights as a result. The fact is that Jun Moxie had ingeniously used the principle of optical reflection for this. And, he had successfully created a dreamlike environment inside the hall by using one regiment of flame and countless gems. The entire hall had brightened up. However, the true delicateness of these preparations was visible from the fact that there was no smoke or fire-like odor in the hall. Who amongst those present in this hall wasn't knowledgeable and experienced? However, they had never seen such a strange and marvelous scene. They were left astonished to the extent of clicking their tongues. This scene itself has made our trip worthwhile. This aristocratic hall is an eccentric marvel. It deserves its reputation. Suddenly, a loud, tapping sound came from the auction stage. Then, a youngster dressed in white clothes appeared on the stage. He had a faint smile on his face and a gavel in his hand. He had slammed that gavel a moment ago in order to attract everyone's attention towards the stage. Each of our guests is a senior and a hero. And, everyone has surely arrived here with the same purpose in mind. Therefore, I won't start with some nonsense speech and waste everybody's time. After all, I'm aware that our guest's time is very precious. And, this youngster's upright nature wouldn't be able to endure angering his seniors, ha ha. Jun Moxie looked at the experts in the audience, and decided to start things off with a little joke. After all, he wanted the mood to be lively. However, he hadn't expected that no one would cater to it. The scene had remained awfully silent. In fact, it could be reckoned that one would be able to identify the source of a sound as light as a gentle cough. This instance had come out as that rarity where the young master had ended up appearing less suitable than usual. In fact, it seemed as if the young master had been given a cold shoulder on the stage. Is this crowd made of statues? However, one survey of this hall was enough to tell that even the weakest amongst this crowd belonged to the Sky Xian realm. It was needless to talk about the Spirit Xian level either. After all, they could be found in abundance over here. Moreover, there were almost 2,000 or 3,000 people gathered in this place. Jun Moxie was certainly extremely daring, but even he couldn't dare to act rashly and provoke a public outrage under these circumstances. Therefore, young Master Jun coughed twice while he secretly thought, all of you are so untactful. This young master will twist his own neck if he doesn't make you people bleed money. You think you're experts? Ba asterisk ls. I won't be called the evil monarch if I don't swindle you out of your money until you start bleeding from your nose. I hereby announce that the special auction of the bone-tempering pills has officially started. Jun Moxie was still smiling wholeheartedly. He then proceeded to say, this bone-tempering pill is a kind of supplement pill which is rarely found. And, it is far more effective than what the legends mention. There could be the so-called notion of all talk no action, in some people's minds. Some might even say that these pills won't be as extraordinary and impactful as promised. Therefore, I will first take out 3 pills in order to reassure everyone. And, I'd like to invite one individual from each of the 3 holy lands to test these pills, and examine if its effects are the same as those advertised so arrogantly by the sellers. Would everyone be convinced of the effects of these pills in case the seniors from the 3 holy lands were to test them out? Jun Moxie had spoken a rather shady sentence. After all, he was still somewhat resentful that the crowd hadn't responded to him. Therefore, he had decided to use this trick. Well, maintaining your silence in response to this question will imply that you don't believe in the 3 holy lands. And who could afford the consequences of that? There was a sudden surge of excitement as soon as Jun Moxie's voice faded. In fact, the wave of that energy nearly broke through the hall's ceiling. I will be convinced. In fact, there would be nothing to be unconvinced about. After all, the three holy lands have always been the objects of our admiration. Ha ha. Why wouldn't we be convinced if the people from the three holy lands were to personally verify the quality of these pills? In fact, that would be the ultimate proof. That's true. Jun Moxie laughed on the inside. You couldn't maintain your silence anymore, huh? Fu *k that. How could this young master have given vent to all that gloominess if he hadn't made you people roar your throats hoarse? However, there was no change in his facial expressions. Then, three youngsters dressed in white clothes walked onto the stage. Each of them held a small tray with one bean-sized bone-tempering pill on it. They then carried these trays to the tables of the three holy lands in a very respectful manner. Ning Wuqing glanced at Jun Moxie with an abstruse look in his eyes. However, Jun Moxie remained calm and collected as he smiled and nodded in response. Ning Wuqing contemplated for some time. He then picked up the tiny yellow pill. Then, he twirled the pill in his fingers, but he was still not convinced about it. Is this tiny pill genuinely capable of transforming the inborn skeletal framework of the human body? However, he indifferently raised his hand, and swallowed the pill. It must be mentioned that his Xian strength had already reached a level where he needn't be afraid of even the most highly poisonous substances. After all, he could easily dispel any kind of poison from his body once he had discovered it. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of any mischief Jun Moxie might have tried to cause. I reckon that nobody would dare to play tricks on the three holy lands. Coincidentally, Ma Jiangming and Huyen Shao had also thought along the same lines. Therefore, they too swallowed the pill after some hesitation. Thereupon, the faces of these three men lost their color. High-caliber individuals like them had obviously experienced many mishaps over their long lives. Could they have stood firm and unyielding in the face of those earth-shaking experiences if it weren't their forte to remain calm in the face of enormous misfortunes? The pills melted in their mouths the moment they were ingested, only a balmy fragrance was left to linger. A large amount of force was produced as this happened. Then, this force got distributed into countless small stands, and entered the meridians of their entire body in a split. After that, they felt a sudden itch in every joint of their body. This sensation was also accompanied by a subtle pain which had seemingly arisen from the deepest corners of their hearts. In fact, it seemed as if their very souls had been sent contorting. The three men resisted the pain, and looked at each other with cold eyes. However, they saw no change in the expressions of their counterpart. It was obvious that none of these three men was prepared to lose their face in front of all the heroes of the mainland. These three men possessed profound Xian strength. Moreover, their physique had transcended the superhuman level by a far margin. Therefore, the pain they were feeling wasn't that intense. However, any other individual would have started crying out in pain by now if the said individual were to be substituted in their place. However, this was the pain of undergoing a thorough transformation of the body. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming were able to remain resolute and steady under the public gaze. Their expressions had also remained unchanged. Even their eyes hadn't shown any fluctuations. However, Huyen Shao was weaker in terms of strength. Tiny beads of sweat had already appeared on his face. His expressions had made it evident that he was trying to resist the pain. In fact, his eyebrows had started to wrinkle. A while passed. Suddenly, the bodies of these three people issued bursts of sounds. Moreover, these sounds were similar to those which are heard when something breaks. In fact, it seemed as if every joint in their body had gotten ruptured. Everyone could imagine that these three men were suffering from enormous pain at this moment. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming forcibly suppressed their desire to resist this pain with the help of their Xian strengths. Instead, they concentrated themselves on observing the interiors of their bodies. And they were pleasantly surprised to see that their bones were undergoing some minor transformation around the crucial joining points. These two men had been engaged in the endless battles over the years of their lives. And their bones had already been molded to their finalized state long ago. In fact, their bones had begun to age. However, every bruise on their bones had suddenly started to disappear at this time. Moreover, their muscles and tendons were being pulled apart and readjusted to the most ideal location. Both of them had a subtle feeling that their bodies had recovered to the point where it could be considered that of a newborn's. The pain they were feeling was very difficult to tolerate, but it was genuinely worth it. In fact, both of them felt that they would be willing to endure hundredfold pain in order to attain such a result. They wouldn't have hesitated to choose this pain. The powerful effect of the bone-tempering pill continued to work on their bodies. But, the two of them no longer had the slightest of doubts regarding the marvelous capabilities of the bone-tempering pills. Both of them simultaneously looked towards Jun Moxie on the stage. They then exposed traces of divinity in their eyes. In fact, their gaze even contained traces of heartfelt gratitude. After all, these two men wouldn't have gotten to experience the effects of these pills if Jun Moxie hadn't asked them to test them out. And, that's because these bone-tempering pills would have been given to those talented youngsters once these two men had won them over in the auction. After all, those youngsters were being cultivated to become the future powerhouses of their respective factions. Firstly, these two men would have considered it beneath their dignity to fight over these pills. Secondly, they were very old. Therefore, they wouldn't have won even if they had fought over them. However, they had never expected that they would get to consume one of these pills right after laying their eyes on them. Both of them were super experts. So, how could they not know what impact a minor correction in their joints would have on their strengths? In fact, the situation of their transformed body would be entirely different from the time when they hadn't consumed these pills. They could upgrade every aspect of their cultivation again, whether it was their speed or strength. In fact, the available scope of improvement was fairly astonishing. However, Huyen Xiao wasn't thinking along the same lines as these two old men. His strength is relatively lower. And, he had also realized that this was a good thing for him. But, this pill's process of exerting its potency was very painful. He had employed his entire body's strength to resist the pain. In fact, he had barely prevented himself from exposing unsightly expressions in front of everyone. However, his body and clothes were already wet with sweat. And, everyone present on the scene had discerning eyesight. So, how could they have not noticed that he was in a distressed state? However, nobody had dared to express it out loud. This experiment had by and large reached its end by now. Ning Wuqing's face exposed a trace of satisfaction as he sensed his brand new body. Then, he took a step forward, looked at Jun Moxie, and spoke up in a dignified tone, "Thank you." Jun Moxie smiled faintly and replied, "Don't mention it." Ning Wuqing chuckled. He then turned towards the audience, and spoke up in an unhurried manner, "This Ning Wuqing confirms that this bone-tempering pill is very effective. Moreover, its effect goes beyond the expected. This bone-tempering pill deserves to be called a magical pill. In fact, this magical pill is wondrous enough to contend against the heavens' creations." Meanwhile, Ma Jiangming and Huyen Xiao also expressed the same views, and acknowledged the efficacy of the bone-tempering pill. Everyone present in the hall brightened up within a moment. Then, everyone started whispering. It wouldn't have mattered if one or two people had started to whisper. But, the whispering of thousands of people, had started to resemble the sound that is made by thousands of snakes as they crawl across thick underbrush on a heavy rainy day. In fact, the Snake King even stretched her neck to look down at the hall. "It's unlikely that my beast race is holding a meeting downstairs, right?" The entire hall had spiraled into chaos for a moment. After all, the people from the three holy lands had verified the pill's efficacy. The importance of this pill had increased many folds in the eyes of everyone present. And, their attitude had changed from, "I want this," to, "I'll pay any price to have this," in a split second. Silence. Everyone, please calm down. Jun Moxie had learned a judge's mannerism on the TV. Tap tap, he slammed the gavel twice with a serious expression on his face. However, his mind was very calm. Meanwhile, Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter focused their attention on the people from the three holy lands. Whereas, Guan Qinhan and Dugu Xiaoyi prepared blank papers, pen, and ink, they seemed ready to take notes. Jun Moxie had initially conducted this auction in order to make huge amount of gold for himself. He had planned on using this financial power to acquire the resources he'd require for his troops. He had also intended to manufacture divine weapons for them by using this money. He had harbored a second objective as well. And, that was that he wanted to prepare for the future. After all, Jun Moxie wanted to build himself a palace in the Tian Fa forest. And, that would act as his base of operations in the future. However, these things could only be regarded as a fantasy unless he had a massive amount of gold at his disposal. However, he had started to harbor more objectives than the two mentioned above. This auction of the bone-tempering pill was related to the future outlook of every influential family. So, it would clearly show which families harbored grudges against each other, and which family were good friends. It would also reveal which families could be exploited, and which family ought to be forsaken to the point of breaking all contacts. After all, this was undoubtedly very valuable intelligence. Moreover, there was another very important purpose, Mei Shuiyan's objective. The beautiful Mei wanted to know the current status of the relationship between the three holy lands. These three factions hadn't showed up before people at the same time in a long while. Therefore, no one knew how the relationship between the three factions was at present. What were their secret whereabouts? What aspects had changed? Could things go back to the way they used to be? They were fighting amongst themselves. But, could they reunite in the crucial moments when they were faced with foreign invaders? Could they still work as one? After all, this intelligence pertained to the future of the entire continent. These planning of these aspects couldn't be ignored. Therefore, Jun Moxie was genuinely looking forward to this auction. The bone-tempering pills were top-grade miracle medicines in these people's eyes. So, they wouldn't hesitate to spend tens of thousands of gold coins in order to get hold of this amazing thing. It must be said that Jun Moxie didn't consider these bone-tempering pills as staple goods. However, he didn't consider them to a rarity either. In fact, young Master Jun wouldn't have refined so many of these pills if they weren't capable of amassing massive amounts of wealth in an auction. The hall was hosting nearly half of the continent's elite figures at this moment. These people had traveled for thousands of miles to arrive here. They had nearly exhausted the entirety of their family's properties to raise money in order to buy this product. These people wouldn't hesitate to fight do-or-die battles over this item, they would even vie over it till they had gone bankrupt. However, they could have never expected that this item wasn't worth much in the eyes of another. This was probably the great irony of the situation. And, Jun Moxie deliberately didn't announce any specific rules for the auction because of the reasons mentioned above. In fact, he didn't even frame rules such as, no malicious competition, no deliberate hiking of prices, or no usage of private means to threaten someone etc. The efficacy of this magical pill has already been proven. Therefore, the auction begins. Jun Moxie slammed the gavel on the table. And, the entire hall fell in silence as soon as the gavel was slammed. The auction house will put up a total of 50 bottles of bone-tempering pills. Every bottle has 20 pills in it. In other words, any family will be able to cultivate 20 of its members to have boundless future prospects as long as they are able to purchase this pill in this auction. The family would be ensured that the Xian cultivation of these pills consumers will progress faster than their counterparts. They will go farther than their peers, and their achievements will obviously be greater as well. Let's take an analogy to explain this. Let's assume that a certain genius is born in a family. And, this said genius possessed the ability to reach the spirit Xian level in 60 years from the day of his birth. Then, this individual would be able to achieve the same result in 40 years if he were to take a bone-tempering pill in his childhood itself. And, this compression of time could even become shorter in some cases. This means that there will be a minimum gap of 20 years when compared with someone who hasn't taken the pill. And, I'm sure that everybody must realize what this gap represents. Jun Moxie's bewitching words struck the floor of the hall in a manner that the already stifling atmosphere became even more serious. Everyone's face turned heavy as a result. And, it was obvious that they had started thinking about the true meaning behind Jun Moxie's words. What does this gap of 2 decades mean? It means that we would still be struggling with the Jade Xian level, while our peers would be busy breaking into the Sky Xian realm. Almost everyone was left to shudder at this thought. Aren't you saying that a family which has these bone-tempering pills would find it super easy in the near future to eliminate a family which doesn't? Training 20 great experts in a single stroke, ah! Everyone's eyes had reddened, only the 3 Holy Lands people were an exception. There are only 50 bottles of these pills. And, it can be predicted that each person from the 3 Holy Lands will take at least 1 set of pills, maybe more. However, the influential families present here count to 600 in number. In fact, there's more than 600. More than 600 families will have to compete for less than 40 sets of pills. This is a very cruel ratio. Third young Master Jun, there are only 50 sets of bone-tempering pills in this auction. Isn't that too less? Someone was bound to raise an objection. And, the person who stood up to take the initiative was an extraordinary gray-haired old man. He stood up from the middle rows of arranges and said, there are over 600 families present here. And, you've only put up 50 sets of pills for the auction. This is extremely unfair for most of the families. He had spoken in a very loud voice. And, everyone had responded almost instantly. It was obvious that everyone was thinking of rising against the idea. After all, these bone-tempering pills were an unworldly treasure. So, who wouldn't wish to procure them? Who wouldn't want their family to stand proudly at the top of the continent? Who would want everyone in the mainland to look up to their family? Who wouldn't desire to order about the society? Obey the orders of no one. Overlook the lands like an emperor. Silence. Jun Moxie struck the table once again. Old man, may I ask your surname? The old man who had taken the initiative to stand up and raise the objection was slightly stunned by this. This man is Zhao Banfeng. I'm the elder of the Feng city's Zhao family. It is true that this old man's question had stemmed out of his selfishness. But, my viewpoint was also directed towards the public's interest. However, I didn't mean to disrespect the Jun family or the aristocratic hall. And, there was no maliciousness intended behind my action. However, I request the third young Master Jun to reflect upon this. Zhao Banfeng's words had sounded very decent. In fact, they had been appropriate for the situation. However, it had still managed to showcase his position very clearly. In fact, this old man would have broken into a cold sweat in case the tone of his voice had been remotely excessive. After all, the Jun family and the aristocratic hall weren't the kind of forces a worldly family could provoke. He had managed to stand out at this juncture. Therefore, it wouldn't be good for him in case he ended up provoking the aristocratic hall's resentment over this. To be honest, it was fairly plausible that young Master Jun's forces would disrupt the proceedings in the name of maintaining order in case Jun Moxie flared up in the moment. Consequently, this old man would be driven out of the venue. And, it could be reckoned that no one would intercede. After all, one entire family would be driven out of the competition for the pills in that case. And, this action would bring about a dead loss for this man. However, young Master Jun faintly smiled and said, Mr. Zhao needn't worry. The aristocratic hall is a place of rationality. And, it will never offend its guests for no reason. The elderly gentleman had raised the problem of lack of pills a moment ago. And, that had caused a lot of confusion. However, I have another question that I'd like to ask the elderly gentleman. I hope the gentleman will give me the answer. Yes, of course. Third young Master Jun, please ask. Zhao Banfeng said. May I dare to ask the elderly gentleman if he has ever taken anything similar to these bone-tempering pills? Jun Moxie asked. How could anyone have had the chance of taking something like this pill? No, I haven't taken anything similar. In fact, I haven't even heard of anything like this before. This is a legendary medicinal supplement. And, there can be no mistake about this since the supreme experts of the three holy lands have personally verified it. In fact, there would have been slight doubts in this old man's senile mind if that hadn't happened, Zhao Banfeng said. Has the elderly gentleman ever heard of anyone who can refine this kind of a pill? Jun Moxie asked. Never. How could something divine enough to challenge the heavens' creation be seen around so casually? Zhao Banfeng replied. That implies that this item is so rare that it's akin to seeking something godly in this world. But, wouldn't this item become staple food if an ordinary man's hands to create? And, aren't such men considered a joke? Young Master Jun gently smiled and said, Everyone please note that this aristocratic hall is doing an auction here. This is not a place to buy and sell randomly. Most of the precious items present here have only one copy. But, there are still hundreds of families which compete for it. Does anybody have a problem with that? Is this very usual? Therefore, the price is obviously high as well. This is the basic rule of the auction, you can only look at other people buying the stuff if you don't have enough money. After all, that would only mean that your strength isn't enough. And it would obviously be justified if other people were to exterminate your entire family later. Don't tell me that we still need to argue upon this. This was followed by a spell of sudden silence. That's right. This is the basic rule of any auction. Can you hope to buy something good if you don't have any money? Let's not even speak about other things. This auction house could have made a much bigger profit if it had put these pills on show before holding this auction. However, this hall has dedicated itself to the business of conducting auctions. And, I'm even one step further when it comes to it. In fact, we've divided these pills into 50 batches since we took our guests' limited purchasing power into account. Then, Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and said, however, I can conduct this auction as a one-off item sale if everyone is dissatisfied, okay? So, there will only be one batch of pill in that case. And, whoever bids the highest price can take it. And, you will certainly agree to this if you have the strength to win the bid. Does everyone agree to this? Jun Moxie had said this to provoke the thousands of men who were seated below the stage. After all, which one of them would admit that they didn't have the required strength? Consequently, everyone opened their mouths to speak up. This is an auction house, not a charity hall. How can these divine pills be given out to everyone like that? What is this logic? Zhao family elder, you can leave in silence if your family can't afford the pills. After all, you wouldn't have been worried about this if you had the power to buy it. Ha ha. That's true. Why have you come here dressed like a big shot if you don't have the money? This arrogant guy isn't even afraid of showing off so much, this is amazing. There was a huge hullabaloo of voices. Old man Zhao Banfeng's lips quivered out of anger as he looked at everyone with an expression of resentment. But, he was astonished to discover that many of the ones who were jeering at him at this time had incited him to speak up in the first place. Did these people King put me out on the grill? They've been my friend for so many years. He couldn't help getting angry as he retaliated. His lips trembled and he spoke, You. Very well. The Zhao family may not be regarded as an immensely influential family, but we have the money to buy their pills. We can afford them. So, let's see who wins. It was obvious that the people who had mocked him were against the Zhao family, perhaps there was some feud between their families. And, every family had noticed this point at this time. Mei Shuiyan quickly swept her glance around the hall below. She then said, Record the first set of notes. The Zhao family has old grievances with the Ma family, the Wu family, and the Jiang family. Moreover, the Sun family and the Qian family don't like them much either. So, it will be easy to instigate them against each other. We'll sort this data accordingly once we go back. We'll make different lists for families that will help us, and families that can be instigated into helping in case there's a matter. Guan Qinghan's pen moved at a flying speed as she accurately recorded the first information from the auction in a clear handwriting. Jun Moxie settled down at the auction stage. He was watching these families and their reactions with the detached look of a bystander. He was convinced that his speech had enticed the right passion and enthusiasm for this auction. After all, he had successfully created a lively atmosphere at the auction. And, he had also built up the image of, stay silent if you don't have the money to make a bid. The young master had managed to salvage this situation. And, he had also set a great environment for making big profits. Moreover, the importance of these pills had suddenly shot up to a point where they had become a matter of life and death for these influential families. And, all of it was the evil monarch's strategy. It was obvious that not everyone would take this very seriously at first. But, that didn't matter. After all, it would be enough for him as long as everyone had started to harbor a trace of fear and suspicion. In fact, the young master wasn't even expecting to fully convince everyone present. It must be kept in mind that even the men who don't intend to harm someone aren't without thoughts of self-preservation. Therefore, it had now become important for these families to fight over these bone-tempering pills, even if these pills were only meant for self-protection. After all, who could guarantee that the later generations of their families would walk the lands unhindered, and wouldn't have any enemies? That would be nonsensical talk. Jun Moxie decided to strike while the iron was hot, and threw out the first piece of bone. The first round of auction will begin now. There are 20 capsules of bone-tempering pills in the first set. The base price is 100,000 in gold. Jun Moxie spoke up loudly. I invite the senior representatives of every family to begin with the bidding. The price is high, but the deal is fair and equitable. Our auction house offers sincere treatments, and fair deals. This is a good bargain. The one who starts early doesn't have to worry about missing out on it. So, getting it early can only be considered as smooth sailing. Let's have a good beginning to the auction. Let's see who captures the first batch. Young Master Jun's speech had basically sounded similar to the words a roadside hawker uses to market his goods. Suddenly, there was pin-drop silence across the entire hall. All eyes were gazing at the first row. They were waiting to see what approach of the people from the three holy lands would take. This basically meant, we'll rush into making our bids if these people start aggressively. Ning Wuqing was about to speak up with a faint smile on his face. However, that is when he heard a sad-sounding voice. The great golden city bids 100,000 in gold. Does anyone wish to fight over it? Jun Moxie's nose instantly crooked in anger. Bah! What is this dog sh*t? Is this downright robbery? The base price is 100,000. And, you merely started the first bid at 100,000. In fact, you even added, does anyone wish to fight over it? Your behavior is utterly shameless. It's a good thing that I only put up one batch of pills for you. Everyone's face was revealing that they hadn't expected this from him. But, no one uttered a word. Jun Moxie remained silent for a long time. However, he eventually had no choice but to speak up. The great golden city bids 100,000 gold. Would anyone like to increase the price? Is there no increase in the price? 100,000 goes once. 100,000 goes twice. 100,000 goes thrice. Hold on. Ning Wuqing's face looked heavy. He lifted his gaze, and spoke up in a deep voice, the elusive land of immortals bids 100,001. He had only added one gold coin. This was undoubtedly a loud slap on the great golden city's face. And, especially to Ma Jiangming's face. After all, he had disdainfully asked if anyone wishes to fight over it, a moment ago. It would have been a fair match if someone had bid right after he had made this declaration. However, Ning Wuqing had waited till the last moment. Then, he had cut into Ma Jiangming's deal. What did this imply? Moreover, he had only increased the price by 1 gold coin. It would have been a reasonable and legitimate bid in case he had increased by price by a margin. However, the addition of only 1 gold coin had clearly indicated his intention of humiliating his rival. There was a big clamor from the audience. After all, nobody had expected that such a strange situation would arise in the opening round of the auction. Mei Shuiyan sighed softly as she looked on from upstairs. Her face flushed with an intense color of anxiety as she said, "Note that the enmity between the elusive land of immortals and the great golden city has reached a point of incompatibility. In fact, they are almost like fire and water. And, choosing between these two factions should be treated as a decision of importance. One would need to be extremely cautious, and mustn't think blindly while picking one and rejecting the other." Dugu Xiao complied, and her pen ran off to record this incident at the speed of a dragon. Jun Moxie wanted his most trusted individuals at hand when it came to task of recording and sorting out such top-secret information. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi were obviously the most trustworthy. But, it wasn't appropriate for them to show their faces in the public under the present circumstances. Dugu Xiao and the others were hidden from view since they were seated upstairs. However, the people present in the lobby were strong enough to distinguish their presence. Perhaps Mei Shuiyan was the only one who could conceal her presence from these guests below. In fact, Ma Jiangming and Ning Wuqing's monitoring abilities were so strong that even the Snake King couldn't hide a single one of her actions from them. Ma Jiangming's complexion transformed. He then snorted, "Ning Wuqing, do you genuinely wish to play like this?" Ning Wuqing laughed out loud at first. Then, he replied in a cold but solemn voice, "This old man didn't find this very pleasing to his eyes. The base price is 100,000 in gold. And, you started your bid at such low price itself. Moreover, you even threatened others. Is this how you would have wanted to open your auction to business if you had been in their place? Ma Jiangming, this was your mistake to begin with. How can you dare to call yourself a senior expert from the 3 holy lands with such behavior? You may be able to carry yourself in this manner, but this old man can't afford to lose his face like this." Ma Jiangming snorted and said, "The great golden city bids 300,000 in gold if that's the case. Ning Wuqing, do you still have any arguments over it?" The look on Ning Wuqing's face changed as he asked, "Ma Jiangming, are you trying to incite me?" Ma Jiangming didn't answer, he only looked at Ning Wuqing instead. Ning Wuqing smiled coldly and said, "You've consciously made an addition to the bid. And, you've made it 300,000 in gold by doing so. This can be considered as a decent price. So, this old man doesn't feel like making things tougher for you. This is how the first batch of pills was successfully auctioned. Moreover, its price had suddenly risen to 300,000 in gold due to Ning Wuqing's enticement. And, this could be considered a good beginning. After all, the Great Golden City was one of the 3 holy lands. And, they had stamped the pills for 300,000. So, wouldn't the other families be looking down on the Great Golden City's assessment if they were to open their bids at a lower price? Therefore, almost everyone took a breath of cold air after this incident. The second and the third round of bidding didn't face any objection either. And, they were won over by the elusive land of immortals and the illusory ocean of blood respectively. Moreover, both sides had bid at 300,000 in gold. However, Ning Wuqing had shot a glaring look at Ma Jiangming when he had announced this expensive bid. The reason was obvious. Ma Jiangming's intention behind bidding at 300,000 gold was, "I won't leave you feeling better about this if you make things difficult for me." However, Huyan Xiao had shown a tranquil and relaxed expression on his face when he had made the bid. In fact, it had seemed as if he had thrown away 30 pieces of broken silver coins. Obviously, there existed a reason for it. This money had come at the Huang family's cost. Young Lord Huyan Shao had taken over the Huang family's estates and business after he had ascertained that Huang Taiyang had died. Then, he had sold these estates of the Huang family. He had looted their family's treasury as well. In fact, he had even mortgaged their family's residence. However, both parties involved in every transaction had helplessness written over their faces. The seller was obviously feeling forced. And, the buyer hadn't necessarily agreed to do the deal. But, the middleman, Huyan Shao, would surely feel as pleasant as a punch while stuffing the entire revenue in his purse. Huyan Shao was obviously very skilled in conducting such business transaction. And, that was because he didn't care about the mindset of the buyers, or the seller. The first round of auctions had come to an end. And, each of the 3 holy lands had handed over the gold in order to collect their pills. However, the unique requirements of the auction had given rise to the need for a very efficient calculation system. After all, huge amounts of gold and silver coins would change hands during this auction. However, young Master Jun had already made arrangements for the same. And, who could be better than Fatty when it came to accomplishing this task? The gold coins had piled up like a mountain. However, Jun Moxie had merely sent 8 assistants along with Fatty. Moreover, he had also given a warning: all the gold must be counted. None of it should be left. Tang Yuan, your share will be reduced by 10% even if there's 1 coin less. I want all of it counted. Tang Yuan had arranged a massive pot full of pig trotters in order to replenish his strength whenever needed. However, he still wasn't very optimistic that the pot would be sufficient in the current situation. After all, only the first round of the auction had ended thus far. However, 1/3 of the pot's contents had vanished into his stomach. But, Fatty still hadn't figured the inside story of this strange situation. It turned out that this entire pay in coins instead of banknotes was a strange trick that Jun Moxie had come up with in order to help in reducing Fatty Tang's weight. Fatty Tang would have certainly cried himself tearless if he had to find out about this. And, that's because Jun Moxie would have straightaway told him to finish the entire task by himself in that case. And, that would have been akin to smashing one's own foot with the stone they had previously lifted. However, it could be estimated that processing such a massive amount of gold coins would reduce Fatty's weight by a considerable margin. The 4th batch of pills was about to be put up. Therefore, everyone was sitting up straight with their ears erected. The real competition was about to start as far as these families were concerned. After all, the 3 holy lands were unlikely to interfere in these subsequent rounds. The 4th batch also has 20 pills. The base price is still 100,000 in gold. Moreover, each subsequent raise in the bid has to be by a margin of at least 10,000 in gold. Jun Moxie had barely finished with his opening remarks when someone made a bid for the pills. The Wei family of Jiangdong bids 350,000 in gold. This was uttered by a middle-aged man. Ning Wuqing and Huyan Shao turned their heads. Then, they frowned. However, Ma Jiangming's face remained expressionless. This Wei family's first bid might not have been an attempt to buy the pills. Instead, this was probably an act to flatter Ma Jiangming. Moreover, they had done this in the presence of the other 2 holy lands. Upstairs, Mei Shuiyan instructed in a heavy voice, the Wei family from Jiangdong can be considered a hardcore supporter of the Great Golden City after today's incident. They won't be able to change their sides after this, not even if they wanted to. So, you can write this down as confirmed. Guan Qinghan complied, and began writing down the words Jiangdong's Wei family on a white paper. Then, she added a few more words at the end, subordinates of the Great Golden City. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice was heard, Sikong family bids 500,000. Jun Moxie found this voice to be familiar. It turned out that the bidder was an old acquaintance of his, Sikong Yi. He was head of the Sikong family. Sikong Yi flashed a faint smile when he saw that Jun Moxie looking over. This man had been arranged by Jun Moxie before the start of the event to act a phony customer. He was supposed to lure the real customers into spending more money. It was obvious that these phony customers weren't of much use in the present situation. However, Sikong and Yi still hadn't held back. Moreover, he had suddenly shot up the bid's price to 500,000 in gold from 350,000. That guy named Wei irritably looked over. "Hey, little man Sikong. Do you even have so much gold with you? Don't raise the price on purpose." Sikong and Yi snorted, and replied, "Mr. Jiang Dong's Wei, shut your mouth if you don't have the money." Jun Moxie realized that these two families also harbored hatred against each other as soon as he heard this. Upstairs, Mei Shuiyan had already told Zhang Qinghan to record this. She had also asked for the Sikong family to be marked separately. After all, the Sikong family was considered as a faithful ally to the Jun family. So, how can they not pay more attention to them? Downstairs, a lot of people had begun to bid. Therefore, the competition had leveled up. The Eagle City's Guan family bids at 520,000 in gold. Southwestern Lu family bids at 530,000 in gold. Northeastern Xinyu family bids at 600,000 in gold. The people from the Sikong and Wei families sat down as the other families started to fall over each other in excitement in order to make their bids. However, the majority of the influential families were sitting contented. After all, this was only the fourth of the 50 batches. So, there was no need to hurry. But, it must be said that the faster one would get their hands on these pills, the more relieved they'd feel. Jun Moxie was continuously hopping about the stage while splattering his saliva in excitement. He was cunningly adding oil and vinegar to the fire from the stage. He obviously wanted to transform this spectacle into a massive and unstoppable wildfire. Is there any further increase in the price? Is there any? The price is at 600,000 in gold now. 600,000 in gold, goes once. Oh. There are friends who are holding up the bidder's sign. They appear financially stronger. Good. He bids at 650,000 in gold as expected. 650,000 goes once. Right over there. That brother bids at 680,000. 680,000. These bone-tempering pills are in a refined form. The herbs which were used to refine these pills are rarely ever found in this world. You might never be able to find these pills if you miss this chance right now. Over there. The friend bids at 700,000. Everyone should understand that gold is a trivial thing. What importance does it hold in comparison to the future of our families? It may be hard to pay such amounts of money today, but this hardship will ensure the fall of your enemy in future. And, that will ensure the success of your family. Over there, a friend, what? Wow! 800,000. 800,000 goes once. 800,000. This amount is quite surprising. But, it's worth it when one wants the family to prosper for 1,000 years. What is 800,000 for something like that? Jun Moxie had splattered all of it out in one go. But, the price didn't rise any further once it had climbed up to 800,000. After all, it was about 800,000 in gold. Not just any 800,000 clods of land. It was an extremely terrifying figure. Jun Moxie called out the digits 5 or 6 times. Eventually, he was forced to drop the gavel with slight despair in his heart. 800,000 goes twice. 800,000 goes thrice. It is a deal. Only for 800,000. These rare divine pills can entirely transform a Xian practitioner's body. But, these pills are being sold at such a small price. Bah! There's no justice in this world. Such an amount is given out to old men so that they can buy walking sticks. I would have set these pills at a much higher price if I had known this earlier. Great young Master Jun Moxie was feeling very apprehensive. And, he kept muttering these words endlessly. He had reached a deal a moment ago, but it was evident that he wasn't satisfied with it. However, every other family had been rendered speechless. The deal had concluded at 800,000. It was sky-high price. It was sky-high through and through. It was neither about 800,000 in silver. Nor was it about copper coins, the price was 800,000 in gold. Most of these families were long-standing influential families. So, they could come up with this kind of money if needed. Even the Huang family had managed to do so. But, spending such amounts of money would still hurt them. However, it must be said that the other families would merely suffer some hardships, while the Huang family had been ruined. Who would have agreed to spend 800,000 in gold for only 20 pills if it wasn't about the future and safety of their family? After all, each pill was worth 40,000 in gold. Everyone's scalp had exploded in the face of such a calculation. The winner of this round of auction was an old man. He had seemingly sad-looking facial features. This old man's hair were as white as silver, his gaze was sharp, and his face looked somewhat gloomy. But, one could trace happiness at the corners of his face. But, he's the head of the Gongsun family. That's Gongsun Ju Dao. Someone softly called out the name of this old man who had put up 800,000 in exchange for 20 pills. Everyone had become apprehensive. It turned out to be this man. This old man is famous for his farsightedness. But, it seems that these rumors are wrong. After all, he has spent such a huge sum of money only for 20 pills. But, he still thinks that this is a blessing. What can be considered as stupid if not this act? People often don't meet up to their reputation when you meet them in person. It certainly feels better to meet a reputed man in person than merely hearing his name. I had once heard some news a long time ago. People had said that the head of the Gongsun family is extremely farsighted. He's known for his courage and ability to thinking into the future. He has carried forward his family's name with his own hands. In fact, it took him only 30 years to promote his family's name to the top level from that of a third-rate force. He's genuinely worthy of his name. And, he'd very far-sighted. Note that Gongsun family's Gongsun Ju Dao is far-sighted and courageous. He possessed first-class thinking. And, he's worthy of making friends with, Mei Shuiyan commented. Dugu Xiaoyi wrote all this down at a flying speed. Jun Moxie was still unfinished on the stage. So, he came forward with the 5th batch of pills, and began shouting on the top of his voice. Everybody! Everybody! The past is already over. Everyone has arrived here to create future glory for their family. And, the chance is right in front of you. What are you waiting for? You will be the hero of your family if you return home with these 20 pills. And, your contributions won't go unnoticed when your family emerges stronger tomorrow. Your grandsons will admire you for 1,000 years, they will cherish your memories. Let's come back to the main topic here. These bone-tempering pills are rare. They're an unprecedented medicine with an immense potential. So, there is a huge margin for the appreciation in their value. You might have to spend some money to buy these things today. But, you will have a tenfold profit in the future. However, the price of this 5th batch is still at the same level right now. I now implore the 8 immortals to cross the ocean and show their talents. Let's see whose family blossoms, and whose family falls. Jun Moxie had been too careless to realize that the old legend of the 8 immortals didn't exist in this world. In fact, he had completely overlooked this. However, no one in the audience cared about this. After all, they were only concerned about the merits of the pill. Could they care about legends and potential appreciation of these pills' value? After all, these pills could help their family in nurturing super experts in the future. Losing even a single one of them could be considered a sin. So, how could they pay attention to things like mythological references? Or even the resale value of these pills? Instead, they were busy in holding their placards as high as they could. The atmosphere of the hall had heated to unprecedented levels within moments. Many of these people could have never imagined that the price of these pills was extremely less right now. They would have to purchase these pills at a much different price later on. After all, only a few of these pills would survive many years down the lane. And, those surviving pills would be sold at a freakishly high price at that time. In fact, each of these pills would come to cost around 3 million in gold in the future. And, they would have to resign themselves to pay such prices at that time. Young Master Jun had ensured everyone that these pills would see a massive appreciation in value. And, he hadn't joked about this either. After all, this was a fact. However, this was a fact that would follow up in the future. The fourth batch was sold out at 800,000. However, no one had expected that this sale price would turn out to be the lowest one. In fact, the prices had continued to increase dramatically afterwards. Even the second lowest had notched 850,000 in gold. The atmosphere of the hall had grown increasingly intense after the fifth batch of the pills was sold. Upstairs, Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi had been noting down the comments, analyses, and judgments made by Mei Shuiyan. They had already jotted down a thick pile of specific information. The objective of their research was gradually getting clearer. And, the differences and disputes among all families were slowly rising to the surface. Snake King also looked like a secretary who was working under her boss Mei Shuiyan. She was handling the tasks of classification, summarizing, distinguishing, arranging, etc. She had even made labels to identity and differentiate the categories. She was obviously doing this so that the specific information could be dug out as and when needed. These bone-tempering pills had already gained much recognition. After all, every family was concerned about their future. So, all of them wanted to attain the magical powers of these pills. In fact, a family would purposefully raise the price of these pills in case their rivaling family was competing for it. They wanted to hurt their enemies by increasing the prices in case they couldn't get it themselves. After all, they wanted to beat the enemy by any means possible. The heated atmosphere of the auction hall had slowly led everyone to indulge in a furious competition. Neither the old, nor the young had been spared. Nearly everyone was red-eyed. They were hurling abuses at each other from the corners of their mouths. Some people had even come to the verge of breaking into a fight then and there. The auction hall would have easily turned into a slaughterhouse in no time if the three Holy Lands people hadn't been present to keep a watch. No one was willing to leave the hall. Everyone wanted to know which families would get to own these pills. After all, these families would become the center of everyone's attention in the future. So, the spectators wanted to note down the names of these families as well as their most talented youngsters. And, that's because they would have to keep a close eye on these people later on. After all, these people could become their allies in the future, or maybe even their murderers. And, who could dare to relax and ignore the precautions under such circumstances? Consequently, the number of people present in the hall hadn't gone down. Instead, the atmosphere inside the hall had started to soar to even higher degrees. The auction proceeded in this manner until it was lunchtime. It must be mentioned that the rules of this auction were rather simple. However, they had still managed to auction out only 12 batches until lunchtime. Such a speed could be compared to that of a snail. Nevertheless, people were enjoying their time as they stood in a circle to watch the bustling scene. Everyone was using harsh words towards their opposition. They were threatening, and even unmasking each other. The auction hall had come to resemble a microcosm for the entire continent, and all the grievances of the continent had concentrated in this microcosm. However, the two women, Dugu Xiaoyi and Guan Qinghan, were completely exhausted. It was a huge task to arrange these valuable pieces of information. In fact, both the women were somewhat envious of Tang Yuan at this time. That guy only has to move the gold. It's such an easy job, unlike the task of writing down everything these 500 or 600 people are saying. Arranging and summarizing all this information is a work that requires brains. It could be said that these two girls would have collapsed if Mei Shuiyan hadn't taken the responsibility of summarizing the information. Moreover, this was a task which came with massive mental pressure. After all, this data would determine the direction the Jun family would take in the future. So, even a small mistake made at this time could push the family into assuming an enemy as a friend in the future. And who could afford the consequences of something like that? It was winter at this time. However, the clothes of these two women had soaked in their sweat to a point where they had seemingly become transparent. However, Mei Shuiyan's unparalleled beautiful face had been becoming increasingly anxious with the passage of time. A single glance was enough to determine that these few thousand people in the hall below possessed a great amount of strength when combined together. In fact, these people could even surpass the three holy lands in their power as long as they could work together. Individuals at the levels of Great Master level and above were surely very tyrannical and resistant. But, they too were mortals at the end of the day. Therefore, they were also susceptible to exhaustion. And, this meant that even such individuals could be killed once they had been rendered physically powerless. The three holy lands certainly possessed insane firepower. However, these families could take on even the strongest of them in case they were to come together and cooperate with sincerity. However, their relationships with each other were very complicated. And, this had given Venerable Mei a horrible headache. After all, very few people are capable of letting go of such grievances and grudges. It could be said that a majority of these families were stuck deep in a swamp of grudges. And, it was next to impossible to pull them out of it. Some of these people are carrying forward grudges from incidents that had happened 100 years ago. Shouldn't someone have come up and said, "Hang on, this is only an auction. Let's not grind each other over such an insignificant affair." Don't they ever get tired? Some of them are holding on to grievances that are 400 or 500 years old. Damn it. Even the people who had started these fights have turned to dust by now. But, these people are still arguing over nonsensical things. Mei Shuiyan was unable to comprehend this. However, these fights were also a source of abundant valuable information. And, that's why the anxious Mei Shuiyan was also urging Guanqing Han and Dugu Zhao Yi to speed up the work. Guanqing Han and Dugu Shao Yi had been rendered speechless and confused. Their wrists were tired, and their fingers had gone numb long ago. However, they would be able to get back to work as long as Mei Shuiyan would provide them with her primal qi. And, that's because her primal qi would heal their physical exhaustion. But, Mei Shuiyan couldn't do anything about the mental exhaustion. These Dugu and Guan girls were prideful women who possessed an extremely high social ranking. The elder members of their family had always loved and pampered them. However, they had been confronted with certain special characteristics of Mei Shuiyan's at this moment, such as, Mei Shuiyan was ordering these two women in an arrogant and bossy manner. Moreover, her entire body was emitting such a tyrannical attitude that these two women weren't able to refute her commands in any way. Therefore, they had been left with no option but to submit to her. And, Dugu Shao Yi and Guanqing Han had been struck dumb by this. It must be mentioned that the two women were accustomed to being around men of character and authority. They had even met the emperor of the Tianxiang Empire a few times. They had also met countless ministers of the empire. Even the bold and powerful people such as Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi were a common sight for them. And, they were no strangers to brave and battle-worn generals such as Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi. However, even such men had never been able to put these two women under such pressure. How is this feeble woman Mei Shuiyan able to keep us under her control in this manner? The two women felt as if the emperor's controlling powers didn't match up to Mei Shuiyan's. What are the origins of this big sister Mei? How does she possess such a mannerisms? The two women bore these suspicions in their heart. However, their hands continued to write incessantly. In fact, they continued to work without a halt despite being mentally exhausted. However, Mei Shuiyan wasn't the only reason for this. The real reason was related to their sweetheart, Jun Moxie. After all, this work was highly important for him. Therefore, they had to press on with the work no matter how tired they were. It must be mentioned that Mei Shuiyan was a lord to the millions and millions of Xian beasts in the Tianfa forest. And, Mei Shuiyan's naturally commanding mannerism was a result of that. She could be normal around the leaders of the three holy lands if she were to come face to face with them. In fact, she could even curse out them in case she felt the need to do so. She would neither submit to humiliation, nor would she bend down in front of them. She had been a long-standing leader to an entire race which looked down upon the entirety of humanity. So, how could the monarch of a small country match up to her? In fact, the difference was as huge as that between the heaven and the earth. It was lunchtime at last. Jun Moxie lowered his voice on the stage, and relaxed. His throat had started to fume by now. He was exhausted, but his excitement level was still at its heights. No kidding. Anyone who'd make this much gold in one morning would surely end up being in a more excited state of mind than Jun Moxie was. In fact, most people would have likely gotten a heart stroke or a brain hemorrhage out of excitement. Only 12 rounds of the auction had happened thus far. The fourth round had ended at 800,000. And, fifth round had reached 850,000. However, the sixth round had turned into a fierce one. Therefore, the sale price had suddenly shot up to touch upon the mark of 1 million. And, the auction had continued further in the same way. In fact, the 12th round had reached 1.2 million. Consequently, Jun Moxie had managed to collect a massive sum of over 10 million for those 12 bottles of bone-tempering pills. Moreover, this was over 10 million in gold. The 7 brothers of the Dugu family had once fallen for the young master's trick. And, they had landed their family in a massive debt of 90 million silver as a result. However, this debt was so astonishing for the Dugu family that they had nearly drowned in it. But, it must be noted that this astonishing amount would only convert to 900,000 in gold. And, this 900,000 in gold was sufficient to finance the military expenditures of Tianxiang Empire's army for 3 years, even though this army was ranked to be the number 1 in the continent. If 10 million has to be converted to modern-day Chinese yuans, 1 tael is equal to 50 grams. So, 1 gram equals to 300 modern-day Chinese yuans. Therefore, 1 tael would be 15,000 yuans. And, 10 million would be around 150 billion by that count. What kind of an astronomical number is this? I can't be certain about the calculation. But, I'm extremely excited by the idea of it. Author's note: if I could earn this much money in a lifetime, I would happily look at those ancestors in hell with a smile on my face, arrange all the money, stick out my abdomen and speak up, I am a wealthy person. John Qing Han and Dugu Xiao Yi put down their pens. They then gasped as they realized that their entire strength left their bodies through their pens. And, they suddenly collapsed after that. They were still able to blink their eyes, but they felt as if the rest of their bodies had gone off high in the clouds. Jun Moxie had barely come upstairs to drink water. But, he jumped in fright as soon as he saw them. He obviously got no time to drink water. Instead, he began to transfer his spiritual aura into them without any delay. His aura was very different from Mei Shuiyan's primal energy. It was far more pure and incisive. And, its results were also far more remarkable in nature. Therefore, both the women quickly recovered their health and vitality. However, his kind-hearted action only gave the 2 women the energy to let out their grievances. This is too fast. We get no time to rest. We aren't physically tired right now. But, our souls have gotten tired. The organizers used this time to arrange meals for these people. Every restaurant in the Tianxiang city had been declared as filled to capacity this morning. And, that was because the Jun family had already booked these restaurants. This had obviously been done so that their guests could dine in those establishments. But, all the expenses were booked to the aristocratic hall instead. Jun Moxie could be considered as an extremely rich man. However, these bills still couldn't be ignored. Jun Moxie's heavenly destroyers and soul devourers were tasked to guide the guests to the restaurants. And, these guests were then served with the numerous exotic delicacies which had been arranged for them. It must be said that the restaurants and wine shops of Tianxiang City made a great fortune today. In fact, the later generations would hail this day as the most grand and extravagant day of the Tianxiang city. Jun Moxie had arranged a grand feast inside the aristocratic hall for the people of the three holy lands. After all, one couldn't have dared to be negligent in making efforts for these people of great status. And, that's because these people were likely to act out in a violent manner if they had been treated like every other family out there. Besides, it could be reckoned that these people were probably looking to mess with his family. So, why would the young master wish to give them an excuse for the same? That is why the young master had made great efforts in order to make his arrangements seem much better and extravagant than the ones outside. He had ensured that nothing was inferior in any manner. Jun Moxie had arranged for snake soup for everybody. However, this had only prompted the furious Snake King to give him a ferocious kick in the ass. Young Master Jun had repeatedly tried to explain himself with a look of embarrassment. Hey! Those snakes were farmed by me. They're farmed. Young Master Jun, Snake King, Mei Shuiyan, Guan Qinghan, and Dugu Xiaoyi had taken their seats around the same table. However, Big Bear and Earthcracker weren't arranged to sit on the same table since their endless chatter would kill everyone else. Jun Moxie had somehow tried to drag them to a table nearby. However, Mei Shuiyan had given them a stern glance when they had resisted. Consequently, the two Beast Kings were left with no alternative but to take their seats with Hai Chenfeng and Song Shang instead. Meanwhile, young Master Tang was still panting and gasping while counting the gold. It was no secret that Tang Yuan was the most miserly person to walk the lands. He had gotten so tired while counting the money that he had already fainted twice from the toiling work. However, he had still carried on without a rest. His sweat had been flowing like a river. Yet, the fire within him didn't seem to be showing any signs of dying out. Even an average person would go numb at the sight of such a huge amount of money. However, Tang Yuan was busy filling his eyes and belly with money. He was extremely excited. Sun Xiaomei had been extremely distressed by this. She had wanted him to stop and rest. However, Jun Moxie had given her a ferocious glance. You wanted him to lose weight? Right? I've come up with this method with great difficulty. Only this method is appropriate at this point. He needs to start reducing weight right now. The other methods can only be implemented once he gets a start with this method. After all, he's so fat that any other excursive will be useless on him at this point. But, we don't have to worry about him losing weight if we use this method. Therefore, she resisted her urge to persuade him even though she loved him dearly. She did feel like urging Tang Yuan, but she knew that he wouldn't even hear her words. Therefore, she hid her concerns under a question, aren't you tired, fatty? Tang Yuan was almost dizzy out of weariness at this point. But, his eyes were still shimmering at the sight of the gold. So, he wiped his sweat, but didn't even turn his neck to see who had asked the question as he replied, tired? Tired? There's so much of money here. So, how can I be tired? Oh. This money can be used to take a concubine in the future. Even another wife. Haha, wow. A wife, concubine. Sun Xiaomei couldn't believe her ears. This guy is already planning about these things at this time. Sun Xiaomei angrily turned around and began to walk away. She only uttered one thing, you go to hell. You live with your money forever. You better get so tired that you die today itself. You will at least get to avoid my anger if you die right now. How can one be tired to death here? It would be such a happy thing to die like that. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes, and involuntarily uttered this in reply. Then, he again lost himself in his task of counting the enormous amount of money. It must be said that this man was extremely happy and excited. The poor fatty was happily immersed in the money. His thoughts were being dominated by gold at this time. Consequently, he hadn't even realized that he had already brought a disaster upon himself, a massive disaster. After all, this fatty had offended his own fiancée in such a grave manner. However, this fatty was still unaware of his stupidity. And that was because his heart and mind were sunk deep in gold. There was nothing else inside his brain right now. In fact, he had literally reached the stage of altruism at this point. Jun Moxie drank a pot of wine out of immense satisfaction. He was so pleased that he stuffed himself with lots of food. It continued in this manner until he felt that he had restored his vitality. Then, he started to eat the myriad of dishes which were brought up in a leisurely manner. However, he was also offering the dishes to the 4 beautiful women in a very diligent manner at the same time. "Miss May, come and taste this one. This is indeed a good item. Your feminine aspects will get nourished, and your kidneys will be repaired after you eat this. It can even make you more attractive by nourishing your skin. You obviously don't need this too much, but how can a woman take offense in being more attractive? Ching Han, come, eat this one. This one can enrich your blood. Your face has been looking pale since the past few days. It makes me very sad. Xiao Yi, try eating this. This one is delicious. You chew a little to test it. Isn't it very chewy? Haha, this is my secret recipe. The flavor is very different. Green Hunter, don't just eat the vegetarian food. Try this snake stew. This is very delicious. It melts into the mouth the moment it enters. It's very rare and delicious. Jun Moxie. Just tell me if you want to die right away, and I will help you in fulfilling your desire. The Snake King flared her nose as her eyes filling with a baleful expression. This guy wants to make the Snake King eat snake meat. He has no shame. What? Don't tell me that you're still not happy. It's my mistake. Haha, Miss Green Hunter, these insignificant snakes are nothing in front of you. I will surely grab a Snake King to make a stew for you girls the next time. Jun Moxie continued to mock her. Mei Shuiyan noticed that the Snake King was about to explode. Therefore, she snorted and looked at Jun Moxie as she said, "Shut up." Jun Moxie stopped speaking with a grunting sound. However, his head was left dizzied when he was told to shut up. I can't dare to offend this extremely violent person. They eventually finished eating. However, they still had much time on their hands. Therefore, Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and said, "I'm free for the time being. So, I will tell you a story. It's a very wonderful story." After that, Jun Moxie opened his big mouth and started narrating the story regardless of whether the 4 women approved or not. The story young Master Jun told turned out to be The Tale of the White Snake. However, Jun Moxie's version was obviously different from the traditional Tale of the White Snake. The 2 snakes, one white snake and one green snake, were Xian beasts in his version. Moreover, these snakes were beast kings who were at peak of a Xian beast strength. Jun Moxie's voice continued to modulate up and down in a rhythmic manner as he narrated the Tale of the White Snake. It must be mentioned that his narration was very fascinating. He had initially decided to narrate this story in order to tease the Snake King. However, he himself also got absorbed into the story as time passed. Snake King's cheeks turned red when she heard that the White Lady had given birth to Su Xian's son. She then abruptly asked him, that White Lady gave birth to a baby. Or, an egg. This one seemed to be a baby. Jun Moxie rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He then said, however, this part isn't exactly verified and researched to be honest. We would only be able to understand this concretely if a snake Xian beast king who is capable of transforming into a human form marries a man. The Snake King grabbed a teapot from the table, and splashed its contents on his face. And, everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Don't interrupt. Continue the story. What happened next? Mei Shuiyan hastily urged. The Lord of the Tian Fa Forest had been so fascinated by this story that she had even intervened and urged him loudly. That monk named Fahai became a great scholar. And, he eventually locked the White Lady inside the Lei Feng Tower. Jun Moxie hastily continued the story. He then said with a twist, he then wrote down the inscription therein, "This beast king won't be able to come out unless the West Lake's water dries out, and Lei Feng Tower collapses." However, the bottom of the West Lake was as deep as the seas. So, how much time would it take to dry up? Moreover, that Lei Feng Tower's structure had been casted in solid copper. It had been built thousands of years ago, and its foundation was very strong. Its casting was immortal in nature. So, how could it fall? Therefore, this so-called condition was merely a deception. Jun Moxie narrated the story till here. And everyone sighed in unison. The Snake King sympathized with the White Lady, and her eyes had turned somewhat red. Dugu Xiaoyi was in tears. She twitched as she said, "What could be done? She couldn't come out for a lifetime. The poor White Lady. Boo-hoo, this is so pitiful. I know what happened afterwards." So, listen to the following parts. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. After all, he wanted to flaunt the climax of the story. However, the four women got so furious that they glared at him and grabbed his ears, one on the left, and one on the right. Then, they firmly twisted his ears and said, "Are you telling us or not?" Even young Master Jun couldn't resist surrendering in the face of this classic torture technique. So, he continued with a bitter expression on his face, "So, the White Lady's son braved many difficulties, in order to save his mother. Then, that happened. And, this happened. And, that happened, at last, he rescued her and brought her out. Then, the family was reunited." Jun Moxie wiped a cold sweat. "I wanted to tease the Snake King, but I myself got trapped instead. And, I was even forced to tell such a long story. So, it had a happy ending. Love always finds a way. That evil Fahai was damned. What was he doing in between the passionate love of the family? His meddling had separated the couple for so many years." Dugu Xiaoyi wiped her tears and said angrily, "That great scholar wasn't a good person." It was evident that Mei Shuiyan and the other two women also shared this feeling, since they too nodded in agreement. Some good people composed a song to account the bitter experiences of this couple. And, that song was passed from person to person in the entire world. And, White Lady and Su Xian's love eventually became an immortal legend in this manner. Jun Moxie faintly smiled as he finished the story within a rhythmic manner. "What song? Can you sing the song?" Guan Qin Han and Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly became interested. Even Mei Shuiyan and Snake King looked at him with meaningful expression in their eyes. Ahm. My throat isn't suitable for singing this song. I avoid singing. Anyway, it's only a song. Jun Moxie hadn't thought that this would happen. In fact, he was suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he couldn't sing this song. It must be mentioned that this great assassin had never sung openly in both his lives. Therefore, he straightaway decided to refuse. "This won't work. Hurry up and sing." "You still want to keep your ears?" the four women spoke up in unison. They also came closer in order to surround him from every direction as they said this. They then formed walls with their bodies, and blocked anyone's eyes from reaching Jun Moxie within. Jun Moxie whined in his heart at first. Then, he raised a hand in surrender, and said, "I want to sing, but I'm declaring that I'm not good at singing. I can hum a bit at best. Moreover, this song is very old and lengthy. In fact, I've forgotten most of it." "No. You will recall the entire song. Otherwise, we'll pinch your ears," the four of them again spoke up in unison. Jun Moxie had been rendered helpless. So, he was forced to surrender once again. He then closed his eyes and adjusted his mood. After that, he coughed a few times. Meanwhile, the four women held their breath. Then, Jun Moxie eventually started to hum the song in low voice. "Waiting thousands of years to meet you. There's no place to be together, and hold hands without difficulty. 10 years of sailing the same boat, 100 years of waiting to rest on the same pillow. Jun Moxie finally finished the difficult humming. It seemed as if he had missed a few sentences in the song. However, his cheek had turned thicker than the city wall. And, he hadn't cared about his slip-ups. This song hadn't been the complete version. However, it was so melodious that was sad and beautiful at the same time. Moreover, its lyrics were very touching. Consequently, it had made the eyes of the four women blurry. It was a very beautiful song. Mei Shuiyan had a dreamy expression on her face. She then said lightly, it had a very beautiful mood to it. The four women nodded at the same time. They had heard the song right after the story. And, they had started feeling connected to the story's characters as a result. In fact, they had felt a myriad of emotions at the same time, happiness, anger, sorrow and joy. It even seemed that they had born and died with the characters. They had been rendered speechless for a while. Then, the faint notes of a mouth organ started to echo in the silence. However, this music was sounding like wailings. It turned out that Guan Qinghan had taken out her jade mouth organ from her sleeves. And, she had then started playing it to the tune of Jun Moxie's hum. The mouth organ seemed to be sobbing and lamenting. And, it seemed as if everyone had entered the illusory world of the story. The notes from the mouth organ lingered in the vanity for a while. Then, it slowly drifted away. And, everyone eventually came back to their senses. It was a very beautiful song. I've never heard such a nice song. Dugu Xiaoyi patted her hands with a look of intoxication on her face. Then, she suddenly asked in amazement, Elder Brother Moxie, I've never heard this story. And, I have never heard this song either. So, where did you hear this story from? This question drew everybody's eyes to Jun Moxie. Consequently, Jun Moxie found himself in a difficult position again. So, he coughed a few times and said, this story. I also heard this story by accident. I've even forgotten who told me the story. It was a long time ago. I remembered this now because this is a very good story. We're finished eating. And, the afternoon session of the auction is also about to begin. So, we must rush to prepare for it. Hey! You must have something else as well. Dugu Xiaoyi pouted as she said in an affirmative tone, I will dig it out of you. The little girl's voice was filled with positivity. However, it still seemed like a threatening gesture. Jun Moxie was left to sweat. I will have to make my own songs every day if this little girl caught a hold of me. I'm afraid that I will end up depleting an entire library of songs in 2 days at this rate. However, the savior arrived at the right moment. A clear knock was heard on the door from the outside. It was followed by Hai Chunfeng's voice. He said, Third young master, the seniors from the 3 holy lands said that there was something they wanted to discuss with you. But, I don't know. 3 holy lands. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan looked at each other. He then quickly replied, I will go at once. Hai Chunfeng quietly responded outside. Then, Mei Shuiyan frowned and stood up. Will you accompany me? Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyan. Yes. I will accompany you. You won't be able to understand these people very easily. Even a small misdemeanor on your part might offend them by accident. And, that could easily turn into a bloodbath. And, your strength is still too weak in front of them. Mei Shuiyan smiled faintly. She then added with a little concern in her eyes, I've crossed paths with them in the past. I don't think that they will recognize me. But, I can help you if I'm present over there. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and said, I think this is only about the pills. They perhaps wish to know about the man who refines these pills. Why else would such great people from the Holy Lands be willing to pay attention to a secular idler like me? There won't be much to this. That's a good thing in a way. However, even these 2 questions have become matters of great importance at this time. And I reckon that there might be massive bloodshed in case something goes wrong. Mei Shuiyan frowned. She seemed deeply concerned as she said, I hadn't expected that today's event would become such a big thing. Therefore, I am afraid that the consequences can also be far more serious. I hadn't expected this from the outset. Bloodshed always has its cause and effect. But, greed is the original sin, Jun Moxie said calmly, we won't fear anyone's provocation. I'm not saying this because I have you to keep watch. I wouldn't have feared even if I had only had myself to rely on. Mei Shuiyan nodded when she heard this. Then, both of them walked out together. They came to the hall where the elusive land of immortals people were seated. But, they saw that the people from illusory ocean of blood and the great golden city had already arrived, and were waiting for them. Ning Wuqing of the elusive land of immortals had occupied the head seat. And, the people of the illusory ocean of blood and the great golden city were seated to his left and right, respectively. But, the head seat opposite to them had been set aside for Jun Moxie. However, the experts from the three holy lands didn't even get up when young Master Jun arrived, they didn't offer him the conventional greetings either. It was evident that the three holy lands had already come to a tacit understanding, they wanted to put up an initial show of their strength in front of Jun Moxie. Mei Shuiyan was usually a very self-restrained individual. However, she couldn't help but frown when she saw the situation. In fact, she was somewhat indignant. But, Jun Moxie was calm and composed on the contrary. He merely winked at her, and both of them took their seats without consulting anyone. Jun Moxie's but had barely squatted on the chair when he raised his leg. He then crossed it over the other leg to sit cross-legged. The seniors have come down from their venerable adobes. It's an honor that they've arrived at the Tianxiang city. However, I wasn't able to welcome you properly until now. This is extremely rude of me. But, I take this opportunity to thank everybody for coming here. No wonder, haha, everyone probably had their lunch, was it sufficient? Jun Moxie cupped his hands and said the greetings. It must be said that his words were quite pleasant to hear. But, his words still seemed perfunctory since he was sitting in the cross-legged position. There were 15 experts present, and not even one of them was satisfied by this behavior. However, they looked at Mei Shuiyan's stunning and beautiful features, and they couldn't help but stare blankly at her. In fact, they were so amazed that they even forgot about their anger. You are too kind, young friend. And, you don't need to be formal. Young friend, you were very thoughtful. You've arranged everything very nicely, and we are very satisfied, Ning Wuqing faintly smiled as he waved out with his hands in a modest manner. Ma Jiangming gave a strange, heroic laugh. He then spoke up in a gloomy and sorrowful voice, Young Master Jun, we wish to discuss something with you. This is an important matter, it relates to the future of the continent. However, I don't recognize the girl who's sitting beside young Master Jun. Who is she? Every expert present in the room was under the spell of Mei Shuiyan's stunning beauty. In fact, everybody had been stunned by her dazzling beauty. Even an expert like Ning Wuqing couldn't resist her beauty, his eyes had also flashed an expression of appreciation. However, Ma Jiangming's expressions made it seem as if he hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. In fact, it seemed as if he was slightly disgusted at the sight of Mei Shuiyan. This is, my wife. He. Jun Moxie had been harboring dark intentions in his heart. In fact, he had been hoping that somebody would ask this question. This young master was no stranger to being cheap and taking unfair advantage of others. It could be said that this had become his second nature. He was used to behaving like this. Moreover, young Master Jun's habit of taking unfair advantage of others had nearly become his usual practice in due course. He laughed in a thought-provoking manner. He then explained in detail since he was afraid that the others might not understand clearly, this is my wife, she's my lady. She shares my pillow, he. Mei Shuiyan's charming face turned so pale with anger that she nearly fainted. She gave him a fierce look. But, she couldn't refute at this moment. So, she had no option but to let this stupid guy feel proud of himself for a while. However, one would have to wait and see if he would still feel complacent about this matter 15 minutes later. Oh. This girl is very graceful and charming. She looks like a painting. In fact, she looks as if a fairy has transformed into a human. Young Master Jun is very lucky. It's a perfect match made in heaven, he he. Ning Wuqing smiled and said. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming had already received a gracious favor from Jun Moxie. After all, he had given them one bone-tempering pill each, for free. And they knew that what they had eaten was worth at least 50 to 60,000 gold coins. This was a huge favor. So, both the men were feeling slightly embarrassed to make things difficult for Jun Moxie. Therefore, these two leading men were hoping to rely on their counterpart, illusory ocean of blood. In fact, they were particularly relying on the illusory ocean of blood's young lord, Huyan Xiao. After all, the youngster generation was bound to be better at communicating with the younger generation. He wouldn't have to drop from his position of seniority in age while talking with a youngster like Jun Moxie. Unfortunately, they still weren't aware that an expert of the illusory ocean of blood had arbitrarily gotten them involved in a personal affair between three certain influential families and a family named the Huang family. Moreover, a conflict had erupted thereafter. And that's because the illusory ocean of blood had attempted to snatch the pills from the Jun family by showing off their strength. In fact, the illusory ocean of blood's best expert for this mission, Huang Taiyang, had already lost his life in the premises of the Jun family's residence. It could be said that these two sides were already irreconcilable. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming would have surely felt very depressed if they had known about this matter. And that's because the illusory ocean of blood was intended to represent the three holy lands in these negotiations with Jun Moxie. Therefore, their cause never had any chances of success to begin with. In fact, there would be no hope even if the illusory ocean of blood was to beseech Jun Moxie during these negotiations. Young Master Jun. I'm the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood, Huyan Xiao. Huyan Xiao gloomily looked at Jun Moxie. His expressions were malicious like that of a viper as he stared young Master Jun. An incorporeal pressure surged from his body as he spoke. This pressure then charged towards Jun Moxie. Huyan Xiao's plan was very tyrannical, but effective. His Xian cultivation had already reached the third level of the spirit Xian realm. Therefore, he had planned that he would use his superior strength to suppress his opponent's desire to fight before the start of the battle. And Jun Moxie would obviously have to submit to Huyan Xiao's domination in these negotiations since he would have fallen into a disadvantageous position. And, wouldn't the three holy lands be able to take anything they desire once that had happened? I've been looking forward to meeting you. I've genuinely been looking forward to meeting you. After all, to know a man by his reputation isn't as good as meeting him in person. And, you're indeed better in person. The young Lord Huyan is genuinely an invincible expert. You're outstanding. This Jun Moxie admires you. I greatly admire you. Jun Mo politely greeted him. He was still seated in a cross-legged position. In fact, he was still as solid as a rock. Jun Moxie had even smiled when he had looked at Huyan Xiao. However, young Master Jun had looked him as if he was watching a clown perform a roadside show. Huyan Xiao's mountainous momentum had struck Jun Moxie like a tsunami. However, this dreadful momentum had suddenly subsided in the same manner a sea wave does when it runs into a reef. The strong and ferocious momentum hit Jun Moxie on his face, but he didn't even feel it. On the contrary, Huyan Xiao suddenly felt as if he had landed a powerful punch on a cotton bag. He couldn't help but feel slightly uncomfortable in the pit of his stomach as a result. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming frowned, their pupils also contracted. After all, this was sufficient to prove that those worldly rumors weren't entirely baseless. The Jun family had an extremely powerful and unrivaled expert behind them. They were far stronger than Huyan Xiao. However, they introspected, and realized even they wouldn't have been able to deal with that pressure from Huyen Xiao so easily. Moreover, they certainly wouldn't have been able to remain so calm and collected. Everyone had noticed that the fairy-like girl had slightly raised her eyelids. And, Huyen Xiao's pressure had turned into nothing as a result. They knew that Jun Moxie could have withstood it as well. But, he wouldn't have done it with so much ease. It turned out that Mei Shuiyan hadn't been able to bear the sight of how arrogantly these people from the three holy lands were acting. You want to show me your power? So, I will show you my power as well. Let's see who is more powerful. The other dozen or more experts from the three holy lands remained upright in their seats. They made no attempts to flaunt their strengths. However, they knew the gravity of Huyen Xiao's pressure. Even an expert of the spirit Xian realm would have felt uncomfortable if they had been sitting there. However, Jun Moxie had remained unaffected. Consequently, everyone had been left stunned. Jun Moxie might be exceptional. But, he's still less than 20 years in age. Wouldn't it have taken a great and all-knowing master to have trained such a disciplined disciple? Well. You are too kind and humble. Young Master Jun is a very promising talent. Your Xian strength is amazing. Moreover, the Jun family's defense is impenetrable. In fact, it's truly admirable, Huyen Xiao spoke up in a dark tone. Young lord, you are flattering us. The Jun family is merely a worldly family. How can we scale the heights of the world like the three holy lands have? We can only cope with some dog-like insignificant thieves. However, if some powerful expert would have come to rob us, then, he, Jun Moxie replied modestly. His expressions also seemed very sincere. Huyen Xiao's face turned red, and he instantly got angry. Jun Moxie's words could have been considered as modest. But, how could Huyen Xiao not have understood the meaning implied? Dog-like insignificant thieves. Isn't he talking about Senior Huang Taiyang? But, that was a man from my illusory ocean of blood. This young lord must admit that he can't match young Master Jun when it comes to the art of words. However, the matter in front of us is related to the safety of the mainland's future. It also involves the survival and welfare of common people who live therein. Therefore, we've come here with a hope that young Master Jun can give some answers. Huyen Xiao's dark eyes flashed with anger and he said slowly. Jun Moxie was rendered speechless for a while. How on earth can these people from the so-called Holy Lands conduct themselves like this? They open their mouth with talks about the continent's future, and they shut it with a mention of the common people's welfare. Do you genuinely believe that you represent them? Besides, this Huyen Xiao doesn't understand anything. Even an ordinary Sky Xian expert can slow down their aging because of their Xian strength. Therefore, such a person seems 30-40 years old even though they are 60 or 70. But, that doesn't make them a young lord. The contact that had happened a moment ago had enabled Jun Moxie to determine that this young lord had spirit Xian level cultivation, and his age was around 50 years. It could be said that he had entered the spirit Xian realm very quickly. However, his real age and appearance seemed very complementary. In fact, it seemed very appropriate. I only see a semi-old man. But, this semi-old fellow still claims himself as young lord. This makes me sick. Terms of address such as young master, young lady, young lord, and so on have some limits. Everyone knows that a young master's age should be around 17-18 years. Even a 20 or 30-year-old individual can qualify for this. However, anyone should feel embarrassed to call themselves a young lord if they're over 40 years. Has anyone ever seen an old guy calling himself a young master? Jun Moxie genuinely wanted to say. You are old. So, stop this young lord nonsense. Young lord, can you be a bit more direct with your words? This Jun is a little slow. Therefore, I can't understand what the relation I have with the future of the common people of entire continent. However, I do find it as a great compliment nonetheless. Jun Moxie had intentionally aggravated the pronunciation of this young lord part. Consequently, the gap between the two words had been made very evident. The experts of the elusive land of immortals and the great golden city were left giggling through their teeth as a result. Huyen Xiao turned red. He then angrily said, "This young lord wants to ask you about how many bone-tempering pills you have. And, where is that man who has refined these pills? He's an important man in this matter. But, you're an insignificant individual, Jun Moxie. So, you're obviously regarded as a nobody." He had been provoked by Jun Moxie's words. Therefore, he hadn't been able to prevent himself from blurting out. However, he had also ended up claiming himself as young lord in the same manner as Jun Moxie had. This was obviously followed by a louder burst of jeering. The experts from the illusory ocean of blood had been able to restrain themselves. But, how could the experts from the two other holy lands have withstood the impact of this aftershock? Huyen Xiao flushed with anger in the face of such an embarrassing situation. In fact, he had been pushed to the verge of losing his wits. Even the momentous start to his words had lost their power by the end of his speech. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming suddenly thought, "This is bad. Rumors say that this third young Master Jun is a fearless man who acts without any regard for the consequences. Huyen Zhao's question might result in a stalemate here." Things happened as they had expected. Jun Moxie sneered. Then, he hung his eyes low, and began to speak. "Is young Lord Huyen trying to interrogate me with his words? Ha ha. You've said that an individual from Jun family has no significance in the eyes of you highly ranked people. But, what have you come here for if that's the case? So what if we want to interrogate you? We are only concerned about the future of the common people. You've already said things you shouldn't have. Jun Moxie, think clearly, you don't want to become an eternal sinner." Huyen Xiao looked around. Then, he suddenly flashed an evil grin. "Experts from each of the three holy lands are present here. But, you are merely a young master of a common family. How will you be able to stand upright while opposing us? I'll use this opportunity to settle all accounts with you. You had dared to pick a fight with the people of my illusory ocean of blood? You're dead now." Ning Wuqing sighed. His heart was brimming with contempt. One look at the present expression of this young lord is enough to determine that he isn't suitable to hold a position of power. For the sake of the common people's future. You're saying this merely on the basis of your superiority. But, your superiority apparently isn't enough. Jun Moxie replied with contempt, "Your strength would have stood somewhere in case Huang Taiyang had been here. But, he's not. So, you don't stand anywhere." Ma Jiangming's eyeballs quickly turned. He didn't want the situation to spiral into a deadlock again. Therefore, Ma Jiangming seized this opportunity to diverge the subject of discussion. That old bastard Huang Taiyang. God knows which distant place he has run off to. I haven't met that guy for so long. In fact, I kind of miss him too." Huyen Xiao stamped his foot, and spoke up in sharp tone, "Jun Moxie, what are you trying to pretend by looking so confused? You used your shady tricks to kill Huang Taiyang. You think I don't know about it? I don't want to make things difficult for you today. But, you can't differentiate from the good from the bad. It's hard to imagine you'd go this far. Who could have thought that you'd be so evil? An enemy to the illusory ocean of blood is an enemy to the three holy lands. And, an enemy to the three holy lands is an enemy to the entire world. You should consider yourself lucky that this young lord is willing to give you some grace because of these pills and its alchemist. Otherwise. What? Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming were taken aback by this. The four eyes opened wide at the same time, and their bodies straightened up. However, they didn't intend on taking part in the rubbish Huyen Xiao was blabbering. And, that's because a particular piece of information had seized their undivided attention. Huang Taiyang is dead. Moreover, he was killed by this youngster's intervention. He used a shady trick. That's the funniest joke ever. What kind of a shady trick can be used to kill an expert who's above the great master level? Would someone stronger than the great master level have been of any value in the first place if shady tricks could have been used to deal with them? We've already determined that the Jun family has an extremely powerful expert in their ranks. In fact, I had reckoned that this individual may even be as strong as me. However, it seems that I've underestimated this individual. What sort of a powerhouse can suppress Huang Taiyang into a position where he can't even run for his life? This wouldn't have been possible even if I had joined hands with Ma Jiangming. Is that person even stronger? A light burst into Ning Wuqing's eyes. This light then seemingly congealed into substance as he looked at Jun Moxie, and slowly proceeded to ask, "Is that true? Was Huang Taiyang killed by you?" A massive spiritual pressure had exploded from his body while was speaking. Ning Wuqing's strength was far superior to Huyan Zhao's. Even a man of young Master Jun's self-restraint couldn't prevent his brows from wrinkling. Mei Shuiyan had been sitting beside Jun Moxie in a gentle manner. However, this sudden and loud eruption from Ning Wuqing's side shook her into making a move. But, she didn't move much, she merely raised her head, and shot a frivolous look into Ning Wuqing's eyes. Boom! It seemed as if their eye contact had suddenly marred the silence. A strange and formless force seemingly overflowed to every direction of the room. And, everyone's gowns were sent drifting upwards by this force. Ma Jiangming was the only exception. Consequently, the depths of everyone's eyes had been tainted with extreme fear. Ning Wuqing's upper body was suddenly stretched backwards while facing skywards. His tidy white hair floated backwards with a whooshing sound. Then, they started to flutter, and his body slowly straightened up, and returned to its original shape. However, there was a dignified and serious look on his face. It seemed as if he was in front of an enemy. It seems as if this enemy can pose a threat to my life with ease. In fact, it is possible that this person is frightening enough to be capable of killing all of us in one fell swoop. Mei Shuiyan was motionless. But, her eyes were giving out a cold expression. There was no wind blowing there, but her beautiful hair was spread out on her shoulders. Moreover, they were fluttering in slow motion. This had added more beauty to her mysterious appearance. I hadn't expected this girl would turn out to be a once-in-an-era expert. That is why this humble Ning failed to extend the due respect at first. Ning Wuqing suddenly began to emit the aura of a sharp and unsheathed sword. It seemed that this sword was standing upright between the heaven and the earth while its radiance was permeating everywhere. It bothers me that I had failed to show proper manners, but I won't stand to lose the respect of a man who stands at the peak of his generation. You can't bully people in the name of the three holy lands. Mei Shuiyan spoke up coldly. The three holy lands have been establishing their merits and greatness since countless years. Their achievements shouldn't be looked down upon. But, you mustn't bully anyone by using that name. Ning Wuqing, Ma Jiangming, and Huyan Xiao, you people are intolerable bullies. May I dare to ask who this girl is? A flame of anger had been ignited in Ma Jiangming's eyes. He was ready to fight. She's my wife. I had said this a moment ago. Wasn't it clear? What? Do the three holy lands wish to bully a feeble woman? Jun Moxie slowly opened his mouth. To bully someone's wife in their own house, these. Is this how the men from the three great holy lands behave? Is this what you keep repeating about? Is this your noble purpose towards the common people? Is this what you intend to bring about for the future of the continent? Ning Wuqing forced a smile. This kid sure knows how to talk. He says that his so-called wife is weak. I guess that I wouldn't be able to find any strong men in the world by this analogy. Ning Wuqing waved his hands in a pressure-like motion to indicate everyone to not be hot-tempered. Then, he smiled and spoke. Our real concern was that, perhaps the young Master Jun doesn't know that the power of these pills. Moreover, we were afraid that these pills could be used for evil purposes if they fell into the wrong hands. So, we only wanted to ensure the safety of these pills. However, we needn't worry since the Jun family's experts can guarantee the safety of these pills. We were under the impression that young Master Jun didn't know enough about his pills. And, we, the people of the three holy lands, needed to feel insured. However, it seems that we need to reconsider our anxiety now. Ning Wuqing's words weren't self-explanatory, but they hadn't been said purposelessly. And, Jun Moxie had already gotten a hint about what he had meant. We won't be able to force you at this time. Jun Moxie twitched his mouth, and muttered in his heart. You may have thought that you would have come out stronger. But, have you gotten the idea yet? I kill you if you dare to mess with us again. However, Ning Wuqing's approach had made his declaration obvious. We would have forced you into submission if you weren't stronger. However, Jun Moxie somewhat appreciated this approach. Who wouldn't wish to snatch such a divine pill? Who wouldn't wish to keep this to themselves? However, it was better to say it out loud than to play a dirty trick. Speaking this out loud might make you look like a bad person. But, you would at least be a bad person of strong moral character. Let's get back to the point now. This old man only represents the elusive land of immortals in this discussion. Ning Wuqing looked at Mei Shuiyan, and restrained his fear of the consequences. The leader of my holy land had given strict orders to recruit the man who's capable of concocting these pills. I'm supposed to take that individual to the elusive land of immortals. However, this matter isn't worth a discussion at this time. Therefore, I would only be taking these pills to the elusive land of immortals with me. However, I wish to ask for another batch of pills. But, I don't know if young Master Jun will agree to it. He would make things somewhat less difficult for this old man if he agrees. The auction's rules stated that one faction could only have one batch of pills. Even the three holy lands weren't an exception to this rule. And, Ning Wuqing obviously knew this. But, he used his position and self-respect as an old man in order to request for another batch. However, he had given Jun Moxie a lot of face by putting his request in this manner. Jun Moxie remained silent. He was waiting for Mei Shuiyan to respond. After all, he knew that Mei Shuiyan must have heard about what had happened at the Tianfa forest. There existed a rivalry between Mei Shuiyan's older brother, Venerable Mei, and the elusive land of immortals. In fact, they even hated each other somewhat. Therefore, Jun Moxie considered it important to know Mei Shuiyan's opinion. In fact, he was prepared to reject this appeal if Mei Shuiyan didn't wish to sell another batch of pills to them. It isn't impossible for me to permit it if you want only one more batch, Mei Shuiyan said softly. However, you will need to declare this in public. Moreover, you will only get one more batch. And, you will have to pay the highest bid in the auction as the price of this additional batch of pills. We've looked at your reputation, and permitted the sale of another batch. And, we've already made an exception for you by doing so. Therefore, Mr. Ning can drop the deal if he still has an objection. Jun Moxie had mixed feelings about this. Mei Shuiyan hasn't thought much before deciding on this. But, this indicates that she's thinking about the approaching battle for seizing the heavens. And, that's still the most important thing to her. Indeed, she's looking at the bigger picture. She's a Xian beast, but her heart is worthy of appreciation. The three holy lands are blabbering about their concerns over the future of the common people, but they are busy fighting against each other in reality. These people should feel ashamed to death in front of her. This condition seems reasonable. It's a deal. Thanks a lot. Ning Wuqing agreed to the condition at once. The business he had arrived for wasn't possible anymore. Therefore, he wanted to strive towards attaining the best advantage. He would go back, and report the matter. Then, the Empress would make the final decision. However, the procurement of even one extra batch of pills was a bonus for now. As far as the matter of paying the highest bid price was concerned, he didn't care about it. After all, gold and silver were mere worldly possessions in his eyes. The Great Golden City also wants another batch. Ma Jiangming also opened his mouth. He obviously didn't wish to lag behind Ning Wuqing. Therefore, he also asked for one more. Sure. The conditions remained the same as those for the elusive land of immortals. Mei Shuiyan gave him a cold look. She had clearly seen Ma Jiangming's murderous intentions in his eyes. But, she had still agreed to it. And, that's because Mei Shuiyan knew that the battle for seizing the heavens was going to start soon. Our illusory ocean of blood also. Hu Yanshao hadn't even finished his sentence when Jun Moxie interrupted him to decline his appeal. Young Master Jun had obviously done this because he was scared that Mei Shuiyan would agree to him as well. After all, she'd still be thinking about the bigger picture. The illusory ocean of blood is out from the auction. The illusory ocean of blood was already an enemy. So, would he still give them additional pills? What? Why? Hu Yanshao violently leaped up. He suddenly felt as if his blood was rushing towards his head. Jun Moxie. You dared to humiliate me. Elusive Land of Immortals had put up a request, and it was accepted. The Great Golden City had put up a request. And, that too was accepted. However, the illusory ocean of blood was declined when they put up the same request. This had instigated the 5 people from the illusory ocean of blood. After all, it was a slap on their face. A loud and clear slap. The complexion of those 5 people had suddenly distorted. Jun Moxie flatly raised his head to look at them. He then said, why? Because there's both good and bad people in the 3 holy lands. The status of elusive land of immortals and the Great Golden City is majestic. But, they are still aware of the fact that they have to follow the rules of our secular world since they're here at this moment. No one knows how the future will turn out. But, I still believe that these 2 holy lands are honorable. Well, they at least aren't as despicable as your illusory ocean of blood. Besides, I believe that the 2 holy lands have certainly bought these pills to prepare for the battle of seizing the heavens. In fact, I would have given these pills as a gift if I weren't auctioning them here. Jun Moxie had said these words to flatter the elusive land of immortals and the Great Golden City. However, he had also insulted the illusory ocean of blood by doing so. In fact, his words had automatically drawn a line between them. Everyone knew his intentions, but the elusive land of immortals and the Great Golden City had achieved their goals. So, why would they worry over other people's problems? Therefore, Jun Moxie had assessed that they wouldn't team up against him again. Hu Yanzhao's nostrils flared in anger. His entire face had turned red. His anger welled up like a mountain, and he yelled, do you think the illusory ocean of blood isn't preparing for the battle of seizing the heavens? Do you think that the illusory ocean of blood is working for just me? Jun Moxie, you've dared to humiliate our illusory ocean of blood. Are you trying to create a lifelong enmity? Am I? Why didn't I see this coming? I've only seen the 3 people from the illusory ocean of blood who came to the Jun family on the sly in order to steal the pills. Moreover, they didn't even feel ashamed when we discovered them. Instead, they blatantly blackmailed us. Moreover, they even used their martial strength, and threatened to exterminate my Jun family. They even tried forcing us to hand over the pills. Jun Moxie's eyes were emitting electric lights as he coldly looked at Hu Yanshao and said, the first wave of attack didn't work. So, you even sent an expert who was above the great master level, Huang Taiyan. Even he came to our house in order to steal like rats and dogs do. Moreover, he threatened to kill the 9 generations of my family. Such a mean and low-class behavior has never been seen. I'm afraid that my Jun family would have become extinct a long time ago if we didn't have some self-defense strength. Even this auction wouldn't have happened in that case. However, I still greatly admire you, Hu Yanshao. After all, you didn't even come to collect their bodies for a proper funeral once your evil plans were shattered. How can you be shameless enough to still talk about this in front of me? Jun Moxie spat out. Then, He continued in a contemptuous tone, Huyan Shao, where have you learnt such shamelessness from? Is this a unique magical power of your illusory ocean of blood? You're genuinely unrivaled in the entire world. There must be no match for you when it comes to this shamelessness, right? Did this really happen? Ning Wuqing frowned. His face sank, and his eyes inclined like two swords. They then swept out towards Huyan Shao. Ma Jiangming's face also showed a look of despise on the other side. That's right. The Great Golden City also wanted these magical pills, they too wanted the man who had refined them. But, they would have never behaved as lowly as the illusory ocean of blood had. This is utter nonsense. Blood rushed to Huyan Zhao's face. He suddenly felt ashamed under the gaze of those 10 experts from the other 2 holy lands. So, he said, Jun Moxie, that's a malicious attack. You know the reason behind this matter. I am talking nonsense. How can I talk nonsense? Huyan Shao. Did you not send 2 of your great-level experts to gate-crash the Jun family's residence that night? Did they not trespass into the courtyard where the Jun family's women live? Weren't they your subordinates from the illusory ocean of blood? Didn't you order them to do this? You're the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood. So, how can you get away from the responsibility of this act? Jun Moxie interrupted and asked in a cold tone. That's nonsense. They had acted on Huang Taiyang's instructions. How could I have ordered them? Huyan Shao blabbered under the gaze of 3 experts, Ning Wuqing, Ma Jiangming, and Mei Shuiyan. He hadn't had the time to think clearly. Therefore, he had blurted out the truth this time. On Huang Taiyang's instructions. Maybe Huang Taiyang had given the orders. But, wasn't Huang Taiyang a man from your illusory ocean of blood? You're pushing the blame onto a dead person. You don't have any guts. Do you think you can get away from your responsibility? This is a joke. Jun Moxie smiled in mockery. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming also sighed. Did he just tell Jun Moxie that Huang Taiyang had ordered this course of action? Fancy that. This illusory ocean of blood's young lord can speak without using his brains. Aren't Huang Taiyang's orders derived from your father's instructions? How is it any different from a direct order from Huyan Aobua? Besides, you are the young lord. Huang Taiyang may have given the orders. But, that man is already dead. And, you are the young lord. So, you should take the responsibility for these matters now. But, you are not willing to take the responsibility. In fact, you are making stories instead. How can this not make your subordinates sneer at you? Well, I'll also be honest in that case. Huang Taiyang personally came in the second night. Then, he stood on the tallest tower of Jun family's residence in a fearless manner. His actions and words were wild and willful. His sound was powerful and outstanding. His footsteps could intimidate the entire Tianxiang city. So, it could be said that everybody had noticed his arrival. No one in the entire Tianxiang city knew if anyone from my Jun family managed to survive this or not. Some were even thinking that we were destroyed a long time ago. My Jun family had become a joke in the entire capital because of this matter. My Jun family has faced some tough time over the last several years. But, nobody has ever trampled their way into our residence in this manner. And, this stands true even when we were facing the worst of times. So, I dare to ask the young lord whether he still wants to say that this matter was entirely an arbitrary action on Huang Taiyang's part. It hadn't been approved by you. Will you still pretend that you didn't know these facts till this moment? Wouldn't this make you rather pathetic for a young lord who's supposed to be in command? Jun Moxie had been smiling mischievously. However, he had hardly relaxed with his words, he had been asking these questions very intensely and forcefully. Huyan Shao had been left stunned. After all, he simply couldn't deny these facts. He couldn't even blame Jun Moxie for not making the entire fact clear even though Jun Moxie hadn't mentioned everything about the incident. After all, the incident had occurred because the Huang family had deliberately distorted the truth. They had planned to use Huang Taiyang's power and the illusory ocean of blood's influence to suppress the three influential families. Huang Taiyang had stepped in because he was related to the Huang family. And, that was understandable to some extent. But, the fact still remained that this had happened because of the Huang family's mistake. Therefore, it would be senseless to bring up these reasons. In fact, it would have completely meaningless to put forward these reasons. After all, they would have made no sense. And, that's because Huang Taiyang's intentions had included two objectives. First was revenge. And, the second was those miraculous pills. Moreover, one thing was very obvious at this point: the illusory ocean of blood had intended to hog all the pills alone. They hadn't planned on leaving anything for anyone else. Many of the people present were experienced in worldly matters. So, how could they not understand this? Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming looked at Huyan Xiao with cold eyes once they had understood this matter. It's fortunate that the Jun family had some experts to keep a watch and repel the attacks of the illusory ocean of blood's troops. Otherwise, wouldn't the illusory ocean of blood have succeeded? Jun Moxie snorted. Then, he turned to Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming, and said, "There's no need to say that his request doesn't make sense. Both the seniors must have understood as to what comes next. Our Jun family has already routed the two waves attacks the illusory ocean of blood had sent. We've killed those who came to Jun family to steal the pills. And, there was also someone who was above the great master level amongst them, Huang Taiyang. Now, I would like ask the two seniors. Will the illusory ocean of blood let us get away with this once they find out?" Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming forced a smile. Is it even necessary to ask this? You killed a man of their faction. So, it doesn't matter who was right or who was wrong, or what was the reason. This incident has already tied a knot of enmity between the two parties. This is a world where the clenched fist is the absolute argument. So, who will be willing to take things lying down? And, this becomes even more obvious when the illusory ocean of blood's arrogance is involved. The two seniors' expressions make it pretty evident that the illusory ocean of blood won't let our Jun family go. The illusory ocean of blood's conduct was wrong in the first place. But, they are still a part of the three holy lands. So, they won't accept such a defeat. Therefore, the Jun family is facing the tip of the sword at this time. We will be facing the sword if we go forward, and will be facing the sword even if we go backwards. So, why would I wish to give the pills to the illusory ocean of blood? And, free of cost at that? Why would I help them in cultivating talented individuals who can come and deal with us? Jun Moxie's expressions were very sincere. His expressions even seemed aggrieved as he continued, "The aristocratic hall is a business house. And, its rules have never been broken. It's true that this auction hall was only supposed to sell you 20 pills because of its rules and restrictions. But, I had no option but to sell additional pills since I was thinking about the battle for seizing the heavens. It would even be considered as my Jun family's contribution towards the common people of the mainland. There's no need to say much about this. After all, would the Jun family have given 20 of these pills to its enemy for a mere 300,000 in gold? But, we still did it. However, illusory ocean of blood is still in its self-delusion. They still wish to enjoy the same treatment that the elusive land of immortals and the great golden city do. That's a daydream. Jun Moxie's words had made it obvious that he had made up his mind. And, the reason was justifiable as well. You will kill me if I don't give you the pills. And, I will be dead if I give you the pills. So, why would I give them to you? Why I would give these valuable pills to my enemy? Wouldn't it be stupidity to make this mistake? However, Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming were rejoicing in others' misfortunes at this moment. The efficacy of this pill is so magical. I've tried it myself. Our two factions can have 40 pills each, while the illusory ocean of blood will have only 20 pills. So, the illusory ocean of blood strength will be far lesser than the other two sides in the future if we follow this calculation. And, this means that we can effortlessly win in case there's any dispute in future. Both the men were so much overjoyed at this thought that even considered thanking Jun Moxie for this. However, now wasn't the time to laugh. Huyen Xiao shivered from head to toe. He was staring at Jun Moxie. He spoke up bitterly at this moment, Jun Moxie, you don't do something that you'll regret later. Jun Moxie snorted and replied, I'm certain of what you want to say next, you wait for my illusory ocean of blood's revenge. He looked at Huyen Xiao in a sarcastic manner, and continued, this young lord. I'm a bit embarrassed to call you this when I look at your age. But, I guess I still have to call you, young lord. Anyway, can I ask you something? Huang Taiyang died at the hands of my Jun family. But, let's that I sell you these magical pills, or even give you a batch of pills for free. Will your illusory ocean of blood let me go in that case? Will you? Huyen Xiao was suddenly rendered speechless. An expert who was above the great master level died for this. So, how can we let you go so easily? Isn't this rubbish? How many people in this world are above the great master level? Nobody will ever be loyal to the power of the illusory ocean of blood if we gave up the revenge for some pills. Jun Moxie snorted, the matter has already reached this far. So, there's no point in discussing this. In fact, I've been waiting for your acts of revenge since the day Huang Taiyang died. But, you're asking to consider not doing something I'll regret even at this point. Are you cracking a joke? He burst into a loud laughter at first. Then, he squinted and continued, was your head kicked by a donkey? Perhaps your head is filled up with some kind of a paste. How can you speak when you're retarded? Is this genetic? Is your dad also retarded? I feel very sorry for you in that case. After all, your entire family will soon become brainless if this trend follows. I am curious about one thing. Are you looking for a wife? Does she have a sound mind? I'm very afraid for your next generation's well-being. After all, the future, young lords may be born without brains. Maybe there will be bacteria in their brains. Wouldn't that bring about a huge disaster? Huyen Zhao's complexion turned from green to red. Then, it went from red to white. His face then turned an eerie shade of white, and an intense desire to kill spread out on it. He howled in anger, and single-handedly charged towards Jun Moxie in order to grab him. His fair and sleek palms turned into blood-red color when he was midway. And, they also began to emit a black aura along with a fishy smell. Blood Ocean's withered bone palm. Ning Wuqing's gaze flashed to the side as he stated in a deep voice. He had clearly said this to warn Jun Moxie to defend himself. Jun Moxie snorted. He had readied himself to face this attack. The art of unlocking the heaven's fortune was a remarkable technique. And it was capable of routing any evil technique. In fact, it would be more effective against a more powerful evil technique. Therefore, young Master Jun wasn't bothered even though this young lord's strength was a few levels higher than his own. In fact, Jun Moxie was quite confident. After all, the natural attributes of the two attacks were bound to entangle in an attempt to control each other once they'd collide. Consequently, the power of Huyen Zhao's attack would deflect in the reverse direction. Therefore, it would be a trivial matter in case Huyen Zhao was defeated on the spot. Moreover, it could be reckoned that this guy's heart would be injected with the poison of his own technique in case he was careless and didn't use his full strength to resist this rebound. In fact, it was possible that he might even die there and then. Suddenly, a bang sound came. Then, Huyen Zhao's body was shot upwards with a whoosh. He broke through the ceiling, and flew upwards. However, his blood spilled down from the air like raindrops. The four masters from the illusory ocean of blood were extremely shocked at first. Then, they rushed after their young lord since they were afraid that he might have sustained serious injuries. Mei Shuiyan stood motionless and at ease in front of Jun Moxie. She faintly said, "Huyan Shao, even arrogant people should know their limits. You should have come with your father, Huyan Aobua, if you wanted to act this atrociously. You are too weak to behave like this." Her voice wasn't very loud, but it still traveled far into the distance. It turned out that Mei Shuiyan had suddenly charged in to grab Huyan Shao when he had pounced. She had then thrown him away. However, her movements had been so quick that no one present on the scene had seen her actions clearly. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming had been far better off than the others. But, even they had only seen a white shadow flash in front of them. Then, Huyan Shao had flown out. But surprisingly, they hadn't seen how Mei Shuiyan had moved and when her hands had come out to grab him. The two of them looked at each other in shock. This kind of speed had evidently surpassed their knowledge. This was truly astonishing and terrifying. However, they were unaware of the facts. Mei Shuiyan's speed had been very fast even a few days ago. In fact, it had been far more than theirs. But, it hadn't reached such a shocking level. However, she had then taken the vitality linkage pill, and her speed has increased by 3 times as a result. Therefore, it was only natural that the speed of her sudden movements had shocked these two super experts. A sullen sound came from a distance. This was followed by the sounds of clothes and bodies being slammed and shattered. However, these sounds gradually faded away. It was obvious that the people from the illusory ocean of blood had decided to leave. In fact, anyone in their position wouldn't have had the face to return. It could be reckoned that the water from the entire mainland would be insufficient to wash away this shame from their faces. "Young lady, may I dare to ask your surname?" Ning Wuqing profoundly looked at Mei Shuiyan at first. He then asked her with a serious expression on his face. "My surname is Mei," Mei Shuiyan faintly answered. Jun Moxie had intended to say something in order to dodge the question, but Mei Shuiyan had already answered it by then. Ma Jiangming and Ning Wuqing's eyes exposed a strange light at the same time. It was evident that the surname, Mei, had left the imaginations of these two men to run wild. Ma Jiangming laughed in his usual grim manner, and said, "Mei, this surname. It is rare to across a person with this surname. In fact, there have only been 3 top experts who have carried this surname in the last 1,000 years Otiso. But, I haven't heard of you, young lady. Are you a descendant of one of them?" One of them was Mei Guing. He had shaken the entire world with his might about 1,300 years ago. He had later joined the elusive land of immortals. He then fought in a battle for seizing the heavens 1,000 years ago. He had sacrificed himself while fighting the leader of those outsiders, but he had managed to take that enemy down with him. Consequently, his name became a legend. And, the songs of his bravery have been sung ever since. The other was the previous sacred lord of Tian Fa Forest, Mei Chong Tian. And, the third has been shaking the 3 holy lands ever since he has appeared, Tian Fa Forest's venerable Mei. Ning Wuqing's eyes were closely watching Mei Shuiyan's face. His sword-like gaze was radiating brilliant rays of light all over the place. He then said, "Miss Mei, you have excellent skill. You must be highly knowledgeable as well. Have you heard about these 3 individuals?" "I've never heard of them." Mei Shuiyan's expressions remained stagnated and unchanged. She then faintly looked at Ning Wuqing and said, "I don't understand what you mean by this. Is it necessary to investigate someone's personal history?" Ning Wuqing unsheathed his sword-like gaze. His gaze then came in contact with Mei Shuiyan's calm eyes. However, he suddenly felt as if his heart had become sluggish. In fact, it seemed as if his sword-like gaze had broken and rebounded to stab him in reverse. He couldn't help but retreat a step back as a result. The pupil of his eyes contracted as he said, "I was just joking. But, I must say the miss is highly tolerant. Please don't blame me." Mei Shuiyan sighed and walked out with Jun Moxie. Ning Wuqing blinked his eyes. Suddenly, he stepped up and spoke up in a deep voice, "Young Master Jun, the two of you make a strong and remarkable couple. You can rampage the entire world. So, this old man will not blabber nonsense. But, there's one thing I feel that this virtuous couple needs to pay attention to." Jun Moxie stopped walking, and said, "Please enlighten us, senior. I believe that you both can go anywhere in this world since you possess such Xian strength. But, you need to be careful in case you meet a certain individual." The three long strands of Ning Wuqing's beard suddenly started to float even though there was no wind. "May I ask who that individual is? I genuinely don't know if there's such a power in this world." Jun Moxie smiled faintly. However, he seemed full of confidence. "This person is Tianfa Forest's Venerable Mei." Ning Wuqing's eyes lit up as he looked at the backs of those two. He then continued, "Venerable Mei is the lord of the Tianfa Forest. He doesn't belong to our human race. And, he thinks very differently as well. His heart is very malicious. In fact, he's heartless. It can be said that he hadn't shirked from any crime in the past. He was exceptionally powerful, and nobody could control him. However, old Xiao had once collaborated with 9 masters to stop him. Unfortunately, Venerable Mei had still managed to escape. Moreover, no one was able to find his traces later. We had only derived one pleasant outcome from that battle. Old Xiao had managed to stab Venerable Mei with his sword. But, old Xiao had paid a heavy price for this. He had gotten himself kicked in the chest, and he suffered a serious injury. It took him 30 years to recover from that injury. No one heard of Venerable Mei for many years after that. In fact, there had been no traces of him. But then, I heard the news that he had showed up in Tianfa Forest some time ago. However, he still didn't hesitate in stirring up havoc. In fact, he has become more bullish now. I've heard that young Master Jun also had met him once. You need to be very careful. It must be borne in mind that world peace will be affected very badly in case these divine pills fall into the hands of a frantic like Venerable Mei. In fact, the disaster wrought might not be less than that of the outsiders. Jun Moxie shivered from head to toe. It seemed as if his heart had been gripped by a lingering fear. He then said, "Such a power exists in the world. I will be more careful. I won't let bad people succeed. Thanks a lot for the enlightenment, Senior Ning." The two of them stopped talking. Then, Jun Moxie slowly walked out. Ning Wuqing and Ma Jiangming fixed their eyes on the backs of these two individuals, and didn't speak up again. The two of them turned a corner, and their figures had disappeared from the line of sight. Then, Ma Jiangming's lips moved in a manner that his voice only transmitted to Ning Wuqing's ears. "Hey, old demon Qing, what do you think of this?" Ning Wuqing shook his head since he was at a complete loss. However, his lean face filled with suspicion as he replied, "It's not certain, I'm not sure." Ma Jiangming uttered an "oh." Then, he said in somewhat profound manner, "What a pity. Yunbichen could have perhaps been more certain if he had been here with us." Ning Wuqing slowly shook his head. He then strolled a few steps and said, "There have been many suspicious matters ever since that battle in the Tianfa Forest. The Xian beasts of Tianfa Forest seem to have a vague standpoint. They didn't attack any of the Jun family's subordinates. And, this can be considered a very suspicious thing. Moreover, there's a mysterious expert in the Jun family. And, this Miss Mei's Xian strength is clearly above ours. But, I've never heard of her. Moreover, there was some news some time ago. The Bear King and Tiger King had come to deliver the herbs to Tianxiang City. Old Ma, what do you think of this? That man in black robes had appeared in Tianfa when Venerable Mei was present at the scene. So, they're obviously not the same person." Ma Jiangming's gloomy face was exposing an expression of uncertainty. It was evident that he was somewhat suspicious. But, who apart from the Beast King of the Tianfa Forest can order so many Xian beasts? Your city's lord and our empress possess amazing strength. But, when it comes to commanding the Xian beasts, can they do that? Ning Wuqing had stretched his voice while saying this. He then muttered to himself, there's some connection even if they aren't the same person. What do you think? Ma Jiangming looked at Ning Wuqing with some vigilance in his expression. The three holy lands have been the leaders of the mainland for thousands of years. Brother Ma, what do you think about the current strength of our three holy lands? Ning Wuqing smiled. Ma Jiangming snorted and replied, others don't dare to admit this, but the current strength of my great golden city is far more than it used to be in the ancestral times. Then, what are our odds of winning the battle for seizing the heavens according to you? Ning Wuqing squinted, and his eyes emitted sharp and cold rays of light. It will be a great victory this time. This is already determined. The three holy lands will certainly win if each of them has progressed at the same rate. Moreover, the victory will be an easy one. Ma Jiangming said darkly. However, his eyes flashed with extreme arrogance as he added, I don't intend to look down on those grotesque outsiders. But, their appearance is peculiar. Brother Ning, they might be very strong. But, how powerful can they be? That's right. We've been accumulating our strength for 500 years. So, how could it be trivial? Ning Wuqing's expressions were also gloomy as he said, do we still need to ask the Tianfa forest to fight in that case? Ma Jiangming seemed to be taken aback by this, Brother Ning. You mean to say, the Tianfa's beasts can transform into human form. But, can they change their true nature? We already have the great men needed to resist the invasion of those outsiders. So, do we still need to rely on a group of beasts? Ning Wuqing snorted. Then, he suddenly added in a bitter and hateful tone, every battle in the last 10,000 years has seen the Tianfa forest's participation. But, nobody has ever thought that drawing support from these beasts is a huge disgrace on mankind. Can't we win this battle if we don't rely on these beasts? However, the lord of our city still holds Tianfa's Xian beasts in high regard, Ma Jiangjing muttered to himself for a while before he was able to speak up in a serious tone. But, our empress has already decided on a large-scale program to get rid of the Tianfa forest. Ning Wuqing gave a shady look as he said with a cold voice, won't the Xian beasts still have to participate in the battle if we can make them our pets? Moreover, isn't this situation bound to increase our strength and provide assistance? Ma Jiangming was completely shocked by this. Therefore, he asked, Brother Ning, is this what your noble empress intends? That's right. Ning Wuqing nodded. Then, he asked in a deep voice, Old Ma, you have met Yun Bichen. He's the first ranked amongst the 8 great masters of the human world. He's the strongest here. But, how strong do you reckon him to be? His strength. I believe that his strength isn't lesser than ours by any means. Ma Jiangming wasn't sure at first. Therefore, he had used, I believe. But, he immediately felt that his assessment was inaccurate. Therefore, he corrected it in a positive tone, however, he's very aloof. He's fond of traveling around. And, he's least interested in worldly disputes. But, his strength has reached a level where it will be considered extraordinary in the Holy Lands as well. And, he could even beat the 2 of us if we are to bring his beast pet into the equation. Ning Wuqing smiled in a cold and cheerless manner, but, what if we also have a beast pet? Ma Jiangming was startled at first. Then, he suddenly patted his thigh and exclaimed, how come I didn't think of this? This is great. This makes sense. The 2 men had been talking in secret cipher via their spirit sense. But, he had ended up shouting out now since his heart had begun to throb at this realization. This obviously attracted everyone's attention towards him. Consequently, the others casted sidelong glances at him. Shoo! The sound of Ning Wuqing's stern voice reached him. Then, Ning Wuqing continued further, now, you ought to be capable of imagining the advantages of having a beast pet, right? That Yunbi Chen is a generation younger to us. But, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds after he came to possess a Xian beast pet. So much so that he even became stronger than us. This is the biggest advantage of having a beast pet. That's right. It's already tough to find a worthy opponent for us because of the realms we've reached. So, wouldn't leveling up our realms further be akin to scaling the heavens? Having a beast pet of considerable strength would make a huge difference. In fact, it wouldn't matter even if it's somewhat weaker. After all, its strength would still be ample for our mutual progression since we could train with it every day. And, the benefits won't be limited to skills and training, it could even help in making a speedy breakthrough. We might even be able to cross the bottleneck quicker. And, those outsiders won't be able to pose us any problems when the time comes. Ma Jiangming had spoken this part out of sheer excitement. Therefore, it's better if we let go of our personal grievances from the past at this time. Instead, we must erase this humiliation wrought upon us by the existence of Tian Fa. And, we will also have better odds of success in the battle for seizing the heavens if we do this. Moreover, these Xian beast pets will be able to fight in many more wars than us humans. Ning Wuqing exposed a shady smile on his face as he continued, this is exactly what our empress had planned on doing. And, this is why this old man has personally arrived here. The first advantage of doing away with the Tian Fa forest is that, only our 3 holy lands would remain as the most powerful entities in the continent. Therefore, all the glory will be ours. We'll also be able to wash off the shame brought upon us by our ancestors since they have been using the strengths of these Xian beasts to protect our mainland over these last thousands of years. Second advantage, each of us can use the strength of an individual beast, and we would be able to enhance our strengths. Ma Jiangming was stroking his chin. His eyes brimmed with satisfaction as he chuckled. And, we can also take the beast's Xian core and they become useless to us. And, that too would be amazing for us. And, there's still a third advantage to this. Ning Wuqing recited as he recalled the list, the Jun family and Tian Fa have the greatest of relationships with each other. We can use the beasts to get to that mysterious alchemist behind those pills. Do you get it? This is called, pull a hair, and the whole body moves. He let out a long sigh. Then, he added, it's a pity that I somewhat like this Jun Moxie's nature. I liked meeting him today. But, we have no other choice. This is for the sake of the common people's future. This sacrifice has to be sacrificed. Also, wouldn't it be possible for us to have an endless supply of these mysterious pills in the future? Ma Jiangming had ingested one of these pills a while ago. Therefore, his mind was still full of their fancy. Hey! This is why I say that you have no foresight. You only desire this one type of pills. Ning Wuqing gave him a profound glance and spoke, the aristocratic hall has already auctioned 3 kinds of magical pills in the past as far as I remember. So, would you only desire an endless production of these kinds of pills, old Ma? I'm sure there must be a 4th kind. Perhaps there's also the 5th kind. And, who knows, maybe this person can also produce pills that can make us live longer. Ma Jiangming's body started to tremble. His deathly pale face flushed, and remained like that for a long time before it got back to normal. Then, his eyes emitted an extremely avaricious and mysterious ray of light, old Ning, it's needless to say that I'll go and report this to the lord of my city. Moreover, I'll strongly advise him to bring this plan into action. This entire matter would have turned cold by the time you come back. Our empress has already sent communication to the lord of your city. So, they must be negotiating over it right now. Therefore, they would have likely reached a conclusion by the time you got back. Ning Wuqing gave a meaningful glance, anyway, we must concentrate on the Jun family at this time. Perhaps I should say that we should focus on this woman named Mei. Furthermore, I estimate that this Mei woman could possibly be the strongest link in the Jun family. Therefore, everything should go as per plan as long as we can beat her. That's right. Ma Jiangming heavily nodded in agreement. Moreover, I can already confirm that this woman is a Xian beast in human form, Ning Wuqing said with a gloomy expression on his face. Brother Ma, this woman doesn't appear to be more than 20 years of age. So, she has to be a Xian beast. After all, how else does she possess such a terrifyingly Xian strength that even you and I can't fight against her? I know that some people are able to enhance their Xian strength through external medication. But, there are numerous conditions for using those medications. An Earth Xian can be upgraded to a Sky Xian if given a chance. And, a Sky Xian can go as far as a Spirit Xian with the help of external medicines. I must say that going to a Spirit Xian is difficult, but it isn't impossible. But, have you ever seen anyone reach the Great Master level like this? Besides, how can someone find so many heavenly treasures? That's obvious. Attaining strength that's higher than the Great Master level requires a great amount of training and self-discipline. And, it takes a very long time as well. How can some medicine push an individual to that level so easily? Ma Jiangming's eyes lit up as he continued, perhaps there exists a heavenly treasure which can increase a person's strength by leaps and bounds. However, even such treasures can't enhance an individual's experiences. I must say that Brother Ning's word sounds reasonable. This is only possible if she's a Xian beast in human form. Therefore, I boldly determine that this woman is a Xian beast in human form. Moreover, it's extremely probable that this person is Venerable Mei himself. Ning Wuqing clenched his teeth as he spoke this out. What? That's impossible. Ma Jiangming opened his eyes wide. Venerable Mei is a man. Everyone knows this for a fact. That may not be true. Ning Wuqing groaned. No one has seen Venerable Mei's true appearance ever since he's made his debut. So, no one knows his true identity. Hence, it's hard to verify whether he's male or female. Even the 10 great masters hadn't been able to force him to reveal his body and face when they had besieged him. However, it's not necessary that he's a man. In fact, I'm even hoping that the two of them are the same individual. Why do you say this? Ma Jiangming asked. He seemed somewhat surprised. That Venerable Mei's strength isn't lesser than that of our Empress. However, the beast kings under his command have been extremely sluggish in their advancement over the years. Therefore, none of them have been able to surpass the Great Master level. But, this Mei girl's strength is a profound mystery. She's definitely stronger than you and me. Therefore, we will have to re-evaluate Tian Fa's strength in case she's not Venerable Mei. And, I'm afraid that this will even bring a change to our previous plans. Ma Jiangming contemplated in silence. Moreover, this is a good time to act. We were able to inflict serious injuries to Venerable Mei even though we couldn't stop him from escaping the last time around. So, there's a chance that he still hasn't made a full recovery. And, this means that he may not be as strong as he used to be. Consequently, his strength may be nothing in comparison to our Empress. However, we still need to be very careful. Therefore, we need to be immensely careful if a serious action has to be taken this time. Moreover, this should be kept a secret so that the enemy isn't alerted beforehand. 10 experts couldn't finish this task the last time. So, a minimum of 30 individuals will be dispatched for this task this time. Ning Wuqing took a deep breath. A group of 10 experts will be asked of each of the 3 holy lands. 30 experts shall certainly be able to kill him. In fact, this shouldn't leave any room for luck. That's right. Moreover, the illusory ocean of blood has also started to harbor animosity towards them after this incident. Therefore, the illusory ocean of blood is likely to participate actively if any action is taken. Ma Jiangming flashed a cold smile. Old Ning, we've been fighting for a long time. I had never imagined that we would come together to cooperate with each other in good faith. It still won't be too late to sort out our mutual grievances even after this matter has been taken care of. Ning Wuqing gave him a cold shoulder, and began to speak. We will have to gear up for the battle for seizing the heavens after this matter is over. How about, whosoever among us is able to destroy a higher number of those outsiders would be considered the winner? What do you say? This sounds like a wonderful plan. Ma Jiangming burst into a loud laughter. The afternoon round of the auction is about to begin. Besides, we still need to get hold of another batch of these pills. Ning Wuqin leisurely began to walk away with a faint smile on his face. Yes, I'll be going around Tianxiang City to meet someone after this is over. Ma Jiangming nodded and followed him outside. Who? Ning Wuqin asked with some interest. It's one of Lei Wu Bei's disciples. I would be recommending him to the Great Golden City. He seems like an appropriate candidate for the next generation's battle for seizing the heavens. In fact, this old man will personally train him if he appears suitable for this. Then, I'll recommend him to the Great Golden City. Ma Jiangming sighed in a sorrowful voice. We haven't been able to rout those outsiders in their entirety since our people can't cross the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. These once-in-500 years decisive battles are a serious problem. Our generation might be able to win this time. But, who can be sure about the next battle? Do everything you can as a human, and obey the orders of the heaven. What else can you do for the world? Things will work out as long as we do our best. And, let's hope that the later generations will also listen to their calls. Anyway. Has that Lei Wu Bei joined the Great Golden City yet? No. But, Lei Wu Bei is great. He's close to the Great Golden City as well. So, his joining shouldn't be far into the future. Ma Jiangming exclaimed with a strange laughter, oh damn it. I'll be training the greatest heroes for the next generation. Ning Wuqin sneered, and began to walk away without speaking another word. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had taken a few turns after they had exited the room. However, Jun Moxie's face had sunk after they had ensured that they were away from everyone's line of sight. Meanwhile, the usually elegant face of Mei Shuiyan had turned somewhat pale. It had hard to guess what she was thinking about. Jun Moxie tightly grabbed her wrist, and pulled her a few more turns until they reached the place where Tang Yuan was present. Then, Jun Moxie reached out and pressed a point on the wall. Suddenly, a squeaking noise was heard, and the passage to a secret room was opened in front of them. There was an emission of magical jewel-like lights as soon as the room's door closed with a bang. Mei Shuiyan seemed at a loss. This scene was nothing short of magical, but she wasn't in the right frame of mind to appreciate it. She only knew that she was supposed to follow Jun Moxie. They descended into a private room, and silently closed the door behind them. However, Jun Moxie's face looked unsightly under the illumination of the night pearls. They're suspecting you. It had become difficult to look at Jun Moxie's face. In fact, his face had turned green. What? Mei Shuiyan was startled by this. So, she suddenly responded, what would they be suspecting me over? They doubt that you are the mysterious alchemist. They suspect that you are a Xian beast in human form. Moreover, they're convinced that you are the Lord of Tianfa, Venerable Mei. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes, and two sharp rays of light flashed in them. They have a doubt on me? Are you sure about this? They have always been mistrustful. So, what's so weird about it? But, I don't understand what they doubt me over. What do they know about me? Mei Shuiyan faintly hung her eyelids. Nothing in this world is absolute. So, people look for tiny hints until there's no mystery left. You shouldn't have rushed into action today. You should have let me handle it. In fact, you shouldn't have acted out even when they had attacked me with that pressure. Jun Moxie sighed. This would have made them target you. In fact, they would have come after you in case that. The Jun family isn't strong enough at the moment. So, how could it have endured these waves from the three holy lands? Mei Shuiyan replied in a faint voice. Jun Moxie had already guessed this. However, he couldn't help but feel moved when he listened to Mei Shuiyan say this. He lowered his voice as he spoke. That might not have been the case for sure. I could have used my skills to restrain them. And, I would have handled it so as to flatten the situation. However, you've inflicted serious dangers upon yourself now. You've made yourself a target by doing this. You are so young. Yet, you possess such an imposing momentum that you could make a level 3 spirit Xian expert run for his life. There would be no way of explaining this if one were to evaluate from human standards. Therefore, the only probable explanation for this is, the Tian Fa forest. However, not many individuals in the Tian Fa forest possess this kind of strength. In fact, there's only a few. That is what makes Venerable Mei the biggest suspect. Mei Shuiyan smiled sweetly and said, "Do you also have these doubts?" "I have no doubts about this," Jun Moxie snorted and said, "that's because I've been certain about it for a long time now." "So, why should I have a doubt about it?" "You're certain about what?" Mei Shuiyan opened her beautiful eyes wide. Jun Moxie stood in silence for a very long time. He didn't say a word. Then, he suddenly turned his body like a tornado, and looked at Mei Shuiyan with his sword-like sharp eyes. "Venerable Mei, for how long had you planned on hiding this from me?" "How did you know?" Mei Shuiyan stared at him with her eyes opened wide. "What's so difficult to guess in this matter?" "I've known this since the time you had thrashed my ass outside the city." Jun Moxie groaned with a twisted face. "No one has ever been able to thrash my ass like that throughout my life as Jun Moxie. Furthermore, you managed to thrash it twice. My ass had been left to swell. Moreover, I had felt the same way both the times. And, both individuals had used that world cage trick on me. Is that the kind of trick anyone can use? I would be a very dumb man if I wasn't able to figure it out. And, the most important fact is that, you couldn't fully conceal your specific balmy fragrance even though you had used a regular woman's bodily odor to conceal yourself. I must admit that the smell was awfully faint. But, it was still enough." Jun Moxie spoke unhurriedly. "Perhaps I forgot to tell you one thing, I'm extremely sensitive to smell. Especially if it's an enemy's, or that of a woman." "Okay. So, you've been playing with me this entire time?" Mei Shuiyan opened her eyes, and growled at him. "Did you have fun teasing me like that? Did you have a great time? You believe that I've been messing around with you?" Jun Moxie snorted. "I didn't know that you would be so foolish." Jun Moxie slowly started to walk forward, and gradually came extremely close to Mei Shuiyan. In fact, they had come so close that they could hear each other breathe. Then, Jun Moxie fixed his eyes on her, and spoke up in heavy voice, "You need to trust me." Those two fiery eyes of Jun Moxie were constantly gazing at her. His warm breath was heating up her face. Mei Shuiyan suddenly began to panic without any reason. In fact, she had been left flustered. Moreover, this had been happening every time he'd start acting like this. "I've cultivated my strength to be at the peak of this world. But, why do I feel scared whenever I'm confronted with his insignificant Sky Xian strength? Why do I feel such fear? Why does it feel like I'm scared in bones? Why can't I cope up with it?" She couldn't bear it anymore, and took 2 steps back. Her face had already started to blush. However, she suddenly put up an arrogant and indifferent expression, and spoke, "I trust you. But, what are you trying to do by looking at me like that? Are you trying to scare me? I don't want you to make up stories anymore. Tell me everything. You need to let me handle this matter." Jun Moxie once again went to being cheerful. "They had attacked you once in the past, right? Did they hurt you at that time?" Mei Shuiyan bit her lip, hung her head to one side, and nodded in a gentle manner. "This silly girl." Jun Moxie slowly began to get angry at her again. "Then, how can you expect that you would be able to work alongside them towards the common purpose of winning the battle for seizing the heavens? Life isn't so pleasant so that you can have such willful expectations. You genuinely believe that this is going to happen? Do you really wish to join hands with those who wish to kill you? You've probably never had any brains. Perhaps your brain has fungi inside it. Now will you tell me what's good for you?" Jun Moxie was unable to restrain his anger at this moment. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. It no longer mattered to him as to what he could say to her, and what he couldn't, he said it anyway. His anger was shooting up. How they treat me is an internal matter of our continent. However, the battle for seizing the heavens concerns the future of the entire continent's common people. I may be a Xian beast in human form, but I can't put the future of the billions of people at stake because of my personal grievances. Mei Shuiyan sighed and said, I would use my strength to its best even if I were the only one on this continent to have such intentions. I will try to appeal to their conscience. But, they might not have one. Jun Moxie had started to worry. It is extremely stupid to join hands with a tiger who wishes to hunt you. Jun Moxie genuinely wanted to say something. Is it your goddamn business to think about the common people of this entire world? However, saying this out loud might have led to a huge argument. Therefore, he decided to keep shut. Everyone has their bottom line. I'm obviously not going to sit and wait for my death. Mei Shuiyan smiled faintly. She then gently lifted her eyes to look at Jun Moxie, you rest assured. Besides, I have to carry on with the responsibilities given to me by the old lord. The problem is that I don't feel assured. How is it possible for me to calm my heart down? Jun Moxie wrinkled his eyebrows. Ning Wuqing has already begun to suspect. He's the kind of person who's certain to make a move once he starts to doubt something. And, he will act big. Moreover, they had sent 10 great masters to capture you the last time. So, their lineup would be even greater this time. Jun Moxie took 2 steps, and spoke with a heavy voice, you would have acted the same way if you were in my position. Ha! It wouldn't be easy for them if they desire to kill me, especially if you consider my strength. Mei Shuiyan snorted coldly, and, I wouldn't mind killing them if they're genuinely like this. The safest place for you is the Tianfa forest at present. Jun Moxie took 2 steps and spoke, you will return to Tianfa once this affair is finished here. Okay. And, I will hasten the refining of those pills. I will deliver those to you in Tianfa once they're done. You can use them to increase Tianfa's strength. Then, you will have all resources for a battle. Let us put off this discussion until later. Mei Shuiyan softly sighed. She then thought, you idiot. How can I walk away at such a time? What would you do I left at this time? It must be said that the afternoon session of the auction was even more lively and exciting. Everything seemed exactly like the morning session. The entire scene of the auction hall was bursting with fiery energy. However, the speed of the auction's progression was much greater this time. The only odd point was the moment when the elusive land of immortals and the great golden city had asked for another batch of pills. And, that was because their announcements hadn't created any hustle. Instead, it was met with silence. In fact, most people didn't even consider this as unfair. After all, this was world where the clenched fist was the absolute argument. However, the Holy Land's purchases weren't equal to the capacity their fists could ordain. After all, they had only asked for 1 extra batch. It could even be said that this was contrary to the expectation of most of the families since the Holy Lands had only stopped at 1 batch each. After all, there were a total of 50 batches of pills. Therefore, most of the families had expected each of the 3 Holy Lands to buy at least 10 of them in total. However, these 3 Holy Lands had only acquired 5 batches of pills in this instance. And, this was already an unexpected event for most of these families. Jun Moxie was more unlikely to be polite. He sold these extra 2 batches of pills at the highest price of 1.4 million. It was pretty obvious that the elusive land of immortals and the great golden city didn't care about these worldly possessions such as gold and silver. However, a sky-high price of 1.4 million had still hurt their pockets. In fact, Ning Wuqing's face had even twitched when he had handed over the money. Jun Moxie had hardly cared about his reaction. After all, the existence of the 3 Holy Lands was a potential threat to him. In fact, it could be reckoned that there would remain no room for reasoning once they had assessed the real value of these pills. This is why Jun Moxie had realized that he couldn't coexist with them since the moment they had arrived. And, that's because he would never sacrifice his freedom in order to be their alchemist. However, the three Holy Lands were very ambitious when it came to knowing the identity of the man behind these mysterious pills. After all, they had never made an appearance in this world in the past. Therefore, their presence at this auction was a proof of their determination. Jun Moxie didn't consider it important to think about their approach. However, it was still gnawing at his mind on an end. Do these three Holy Lands even deserve a glance from me? Are they worthy of my attention? I've been hero of this world since the day I've arrived here. And, I genuinely deserve to be the hero here. Therefore, Jun Moxie curled his lips, and continued to manipulate the atmosphere of the room. The color of the night was gradually getting darker. However, all 50 batches were fortunately sold by the end of the day. The massive quantity of gold earned by the end of the auction had made young Master Jun's blood turn cold. 68 million in gold. That is 3,400 tons. In gold. Oh. It feels like I've fallen from the heavens. A hand was seen raising the gavel, and then dropping it down slowly. Jun Moxie was trying to look calm on the outside. But, he was inwardly unable to restrain the excitement once he had calculated the final amount. In fact, his body had even shaken, he had almost lost consciousness. This much money would be sufficient for my children and grandchildren. They wouldn't be able to exhaust it even if they strived to. All of them could have 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines each. And, they would still have more gold to spend. Could even the mythical mountain of gold compare to this? Jun Moxie arrived at the treasury storehouse. This huge treasury storehouse had been meticulously created by the money-crazed Fatty Tang. It had been built in the aristocratic hall's basement. The space was so huge that it was hard to measure. Anyway, it looked like a pitch-dark playground. Tang Yuan's lifetime goal was to cram it with silver. In fact, he had once said, I, Tang Yuan, will go to hell with a smile as long as there comes a day when this place is loaded with silver to capacity. However, Fatty Tang hadn't expected that his wish to go to hell with a smile would have been realized so soon. Moreover, he hadn't crammed silver therein. Instead, he had managed to do so with gold. Fatty was obviously going crazy. Jun Moxie didn't get to look at a pitch-dark room when he arrived at the treasury. Instead, he was looking at the splendor and radiance of gold. There weren't many shiny lights in the treasury. But, it had shockingly turned into a golden world. Perhaps it was more like a majestic golden mountain. It's so dazzling. This spectacular scene made Jun Moxie's eyes appear like spangles that were reflecting the golden color. This illumination was very similar to the one produced by a gold Xian expert Jun Xie. A burst of strange sound came at this moment. It seemed like it was a combination of cry and laughter. It was at a distance, but it was coming closer. Jun Moxie then saw a tall and heavy figure dashing out from the depths of the treasury. This individual continued to roar as he passed from Jun Moxie's side. But, he entirely ignored Jun Moxie. Then, this figure continued to move like a hurricane. This figure ran a circle around the golden mountain. And then, he took another lap around it. It must be hard for his thick legs to run this fast. That running individual was obviously the money-crazed, young master from the Tang family, Tang Yuan. Fatty Tang was madly waving his hands while running. The corner of his mouth was splattering saliva everywhere, and his brows were beaded with sweat. He looked intoxicated. He had opened his eyes to a shocking degree, and he was shouting himself to hoarse, gold. So much gold. This entire place is full of gold, and I have earned all of it. This is entirely mine. Gold. Damn the ancestors. I'm rich. I'm very rich. Fatty Tang had only engaged in hard labor for 1 day. But, his physique had unexpectedly turned much thinner. This was obvious from the fact that he had been able to run laps around this huge area. It could be said that the result of this weight loss tactic had been remarkable. But, Fatty's mental state seemed somewhat abnormal at this time. Fatty's mind had exhibited the highest level of concentration over the last day. He had remembered to eat 2 drums of pig trotters to supplement his nutritional requirement in the beginning. But, he hadn't even had the time to swallow his saliva as time had progressed. Somebody had once reminded him to drink water, but he had impatiently bawled out at that individual that can wait, but money can't. Then, he had again gotten busy in filling his eyes with gold, filling his hands with gold, and covering himself in gold. It must be said that this amount wasn't sufficient to fill the entire place. But, it was sufficient to bury 10 people of Fatty's size. Counting so much gold could leave anyone with a sprain. But, Fatty Tang had continued to count this enormous amount of gold even after his body had gotten cramped. Sweat had oozed out of his body, and had dripped to the ground like rainfall. An eyewitness that recounted that young Master Tang's robes had been thoroughly drenched in saline and dirt. In short, Tang Yuan had involuntarily fallen into young Master Jun's plan. Consequently, he had merrily overdrafted his body today. It could be estimated that Tang Yuan had lost over 25 kilograms today. And, that was a frightening number. Tang Yuan was singing and dancing. And, he had been ignoring Jun Moxie while passing from his side like before. Therefore, Jun Moxie finally shouted when Fatty passed him by the next time, "Tang Yuan." However, Tang Yuan straightaway turned a deaf ear since he still wanted to skate around the Golden Mountain. Jun Moxie's eyes swiftly turned, and he grabbed a piece of fat from the back of Tang Yuan's head. He then went ahead, and lifted Fatty to his side. It seemed like he was carrying a huge cloth sack. He then dropped the Fatty to the ground. But, Jun Moxie's hands had gotten full of, this thing didn't feel like fat this time. Instead, it was sweat, huge amounts of sweat. Tang Yuan's vision had been blurred with fanaticism. He continued to pant for some time. But, the upper part of his body was unable to move since Jun Moxie had pinned him down. Fatty's sweat was seemingly melting away in the same manner that a glacier thaws. This amount of sweat had even left Jun Moxie in great shock. "I reckon that I would have gotten dehydrated by now if I was sweating in this way. In fact, it's possible that I could have died by now. But, this Tang Yuan has been at it for nearly the entire day, and he's surprisingly still capable of churning out multiple 100-meter sprints. I have no choice but to admire this Fatty. He's amazing." Tang Yuan's consciousness gradually returned to him as the sweat dripped out of his body. And, his eyes also regained their focal length as time passed. He then shook his head since he felt dazzled and perplexed. After that, he asked, "Third young master, why do you seem to have 3 heads? Is this some martial arts technique of yours? This is awesome." His voice was hoarse, and he couldn't even make out Jun Moxie's appearance. Jun Moxie remained silent. This dizziness has been caused by the excessive perspiration. It seems that he needs to replenish his body's water content. Losing weight is a good thing. But, losing this much weight can also cause problems. Suddenly, Tang Yuan jumped up. He then grabbed Jun Moxie's shoulder. It's unknown where this strength came from, but he had even managed to lift young Master Jun in the air to sway him. It appeared as if he was shaking a scarecrow. The Fatty even roared madly while doing this, "Wow! Ha ha, wah ha ha. Third young master, I love you. I love you more than anyone else in the world. I want to love you. We are rich. La 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 woo hoo ao ao. Damn it. This is my day." Jun Moxie fluttered in the air like a piece of paper. However, he started to feel dizzy when he listened to Fatty's love confession. Fatty's saliva had splattered on his face like rainfall. And, this had left him very indignant. Therefore, he roared in anger since he couldn't bear this anymore. "Fatty! You damned fat rabbit, put me down right now." Young Master Jun hadn't used force to free himself because Tang Yuan's body had evidently been overdrafted to a very dangerous degree. However, the fatty's spirit was still extremely stimulated. Therefore, there was a possibility that Jun Moxie could have ended up taking down Fatty Tang's arms with him if he had used strength. Bang! Jun Moxie fell to the ground. Fatty Tang had no option but to stop his madness. However, his physical strength had drained out by now. So, he merely sat down on the ground. After that, he lost his consciousness. What happened? What happened? What's going on? Sun Xiaomei dashed in helter-skelter. What happened? This money-crazed guy is exhausted and dizzy. Jun Moxie stated in between laughter and tear. How did he suddenly become so thin? Sun Xiaomei asked in distress, how did he lose so much weight this quickly? Can his body bear this? Jun Moxie glanced at Tang Yuan's body as it lay down on the ground. And, young Master Jun realized that he could already make out the fatty's facial features. Therefore, he could help but swallow his saliva in fright. Isn't this result too good? Miss Sun, you should take this fatty back at first. I am afraid that he won't feel like eating for a few days. But, you don't need to worry about that. It's just that he's very exhausted. So, he won't be able to eat for a while. I estimate that he won't regain his appetite for another 5-6 days. And, he will lose a significant amount of weight during this time. He should only be given water to drink in case he's thirsty. And, he should only eat vegetarian food if he's hungry, he must abstain from meat. In fact, don't let him eat any meat. He mustn't eat anything greasy either. So, he can't eat oily food. I will also give him a course of treatment before he returns to normal. And, that will help him in losing more of his weight. In fact, he will end up looking like a model. Jun Moxie laughed twice. He couldn't lose weight earlier. So, how is possible for him to lose so much weight in a single day? My Yuan was chubby, but he was still good-looking. Sun Xiaomei was hesitating. Tang Yuan had lost so much weight today that Sun Xiaomei had gotten a little worried. After all, a fat husband is always better than a dead husband. You are being foolish. He will put on weight again if you act so indecisively. And, he will eventually die of his fat. Excessive fat is also a kind of illness. Jun Moxie said furiously, you don't have the heart to do it. So, I will have to be the bad guy. Somebody come and help me lift this fatty. No one is allowed to visit him without my permission. And, this rule applies to his father, mother, or fiancé as well. Song Shang, come and take care of him. I will peel your skin if you let him eat even a small amount of fatty foods. He then went out while spitting anger. The aggravated Sun Xiaomei gazed at Jun Moxie's back profile as he left. She then muttered in a low voice, this man is so unreasonable. He's too much. Then, she squatted down, and gently stroked Tang Yuan's face. She felt sorry for him. She softly said, Fatty, you must hold on. You mustn't eat meat for a few days. That shouldn't be a big problem. Fatty suddenly started to giggle in the midst of his coma-like state. He unconsciously lifted his hands lifted in the air as saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Then, he suddenly howled while drooling with desire, gold, so much gold, so many wives and concubines. Wow, ha ha ha. Sun Xiaomei opened her eyes wide in disbelief since she had been stunned by this. Then, she stood up and firmly kicked on the fatty's ass. She then walked out with an ashen face while saying, come on and get him. Song Shang, you must keep a tight watch on him. Forget about third young Master Jun, I will peel your skin first if you let him eat even a small amount of fatty stuff. Then, she walked out while fuming with rage. Song Shang laughed mischievously as he repeatedly complied with everyone's orders. He then stroked his chin proudly, and said, "Ah fatty, you've finally fallen into Uncle Song's hands. Now see how this Uncle Song sets you right. Let's see if our young fatty will sit on my neck and shit after this. I will cook lavish meals every day. And, I will eat them in front of you. But, you won't be allowed to touch even a single dish." Things happened as they were expected to. Tang Yuan slumbered for 2 days. And, the first thing he did after he woke up, was to rush and find the latrine. After all, he had been holding back for 3 days. So, God knows how much poison had gotten stocked in his body. This amount would be even harder to calculate if one were to consider Fatty's capacity for consuming food. His head crashed into the bed after he returned from there. He was feeling dizzy, and his eyes had dimmed. His appetite had reduced very significantly, and he felt vexed. In fact, he wanted to vomit most of the time. Consequently, he only ingested 2 small bowls of rice porridge on the first day. Sun Xiaomei was greatly amazed by this. She had been secretly observing these activities. Was Jun Moxie right? It must be said that Miss Suns was angry with the fatty, but she still couldn't stop herself from worrying about him. Therefore, she had hid herself at secret place to investigate. "I will even help Tang Yuan in stealing some food if he apologizes to me." However, Sun Xiaomei's kind intentions were destined to be overlooked. Tang Yuan had offended her twice, but he had been so preoccupied at that time that he hadn't even been aware of what he had said. So, how could he apologize to her? Tang Yuan was still dispirited and listless the next day. He ate some appetizers, and had a few bowls of porridge. However, he only frowned when he looked at the steamed bread. Tang Yuan had slightly regained his vitality by the 3rd day. So, he wanted to eat a little. Therefore, Song Shang meticulously cooked a banquet, and set up the dinner table. Then, he and Hai Ching Feng merrily ate in front of Tang Yuan. However, the fatty could only scratch his cheeks and tweak his ears in anxiety while jumping up and down. However, the 2 Sky Xian experts had gotten this chance to get back at him after much difficulty. So, how could they miss it so easily? Therefore, they kept a tight watch on him. Fatty Tang jumped up and down in helplessness for half a day. Then, he eventually couldn't take it anymore. So, he went on a day-long hunger strike in a fit of pique. The 4th day was even more awful. Tang Yuan looked through the archway, and saw that he had only been given 3 steamed rolls for meal. He devoured them in the blink of an eye. But, he wasn't satisfied yet. Abstaining from meat is harder than one would expect. There's a lot of vegetarian food here. But, I can't help but starve no matter how much I eat of it. Fatty Tang suddenly noticed that his belly had reduced to a great extent by the 5th day. In fact, he could even see his toes now. His 2 eyes were now visible in their proper shape, they had only been peeping out of a seam earlier. However, they were entirely exposed now. Tang Yuan got very excited when he noticed this. So, he ran to the weighing scale that was used for weighing animals. 2 burly men came to raise the weights as he stood on it. And, he was pleasantly surprised to find out that his body's weight had dropped. The measuring needle had stopped at the frightening number of 265 kilograms 5 days ago. But, this weight had come out to be only 185 kilograms at this time. This meant that his weight had decreased by 80 kgs in only 5 days. Tang Yuan's surprise couldn't be described in words. This is extremely frightful, right? How is it even possible? Am I dreaming? I wouldn't even think about something this good in a dream. However, his ineffable surprise was interrupted by an unexpected situation. And, his extreme joy turned to sorrow when this happened. 2 big men showed up at the aristocratic hall's gate. Moreover, they held long knives in their hands. They then pointed their weapons at Tang Yuan, and roared, "That's the fatty. Let's kill him."